Girls' Core, a game where players trained female characters, had gained tens of millions of downloads. It used a gacha system and big spenders were common players. Our main character used to be one of these spenders living in a messy apartment. One day, a cute new character named Luna was added to the game. Unfortunately, the protagonist didn't have much money left, and the chances of getting Luna were low. Despite this, the protagonist Okura decided to take a chance and pulled out his credit card. After completing the purchase, Okura shouted his feelings, hoping to get Luna. Suddenly, boxes appeared on the screen, and their qualities improved until an ultra-rare box came out. When the box opened, it revealed an invitation letter to another world. Okura, who was excited at first, became calm, realizing that a gacha game could behave unexpectedly and throw random stuff. Despite his attempt to ignore the invitation, Okura's curiosity got the better of him. He searched for information on the game's wiki page but found nothing. He assumed it might be a pass to the global servers. Excitedly, Okura used the item, and the phone screen flashed before him. Okura suddenly found himself in the middle of a grassy plain. He fell to the ground and pinched himself. Because he was hurt, he realized it was not a dream. He tried to calm down, making sure everything happening around him was real. After deciding to find shelter in the wilderness to avoid wild animals, Okura noticed something behind him. He turned and saw a goblin staring at him. The goblin shrieked and started to chase him. Panicking, Okura ran towards a nearby tree and climbed it. The goblin stared at him, making Okura anxious. While Okura was wondering what it was, the goblin got angry and left. Relieved to escape from the strange creature, Okura remembered the invitation he received from the gacha game. He searched for his phone and pulled it out of his pocket, but he couldn't access the phone's home menu. He then noticed the game Girls' Core, and Okura felt a cold sweat when he discovered that his account had been reset to level 1. His characters and items were all gone too. Frustrated and angry that all his progress was lost, he was tempted to slam his phone. However, he stopped himself and tried to calm down through meditation. This is us when pulling an unwanted 5-stars character in a certain gacha game. Just then, Okura noticed that the game had a special offer for new users, guaranteeing an ultra-rare price in a limited pull. As a fan of gacha games, Okura was excited about this opportunity. He opened a box containing various items and a unit. Among them was a special item called the Book of Languages, which Okura decided to use. When he did, a book appeared out of nowhere. It was an SSR item that could help him understand the language of another world, and it gave him a headache at first as information poured into his head. After the headache subsided, Okura realized that things from the game could materialize in the real world. Curious, he wondered if the same applied to unit characters, so he eagerly summoned a unit named Norl Fanya. To his surprise, his phone flashed again and he saw Norl materialize in front of him. While Norl asked if Okura was her master, she fell to the ground because she had been summoned above a tree with no footing. Shortly after, Okura descended from the tree, and we observed Norl sulking due to the rough treatment she had received. Okura apologized and attempted to introduce himself, but Norl interrupted him, explaining that he needed to complete the tutorial first. At that moment, the goblin from earlier returned with its gang. Norl advised Okura to stay calm and guided him to use the items on his phone. Okura then equipped armor and Norl announced the beginning of the tutorial. Norl swiftly approached the goblin horde, drawing her sword. With a single slash, she defeated multiple goblins. Impressed, Okura was told that it was now his turn. A surviving goblin charged at Okura. Despite his initial panic, Okura managed to block the goblin's attack with a shield. Okura continued blocking and asked for Norl's assistance, but she merely cheered from the sidelines. Suddenly, the shield was flung aside, allowing the goblin to have the chance to attack Okura. Surprisingly, nothing happened, and Okura remained unharmed. Norl assured him that he wouldn't be hurt if attacked multiple times. Okura then pulled out a crowbar and struck the goblin with it. As Okura defeated the monster, the tutorial officially concluded. Norl proceeded to introduce herself and asked Okura to address her casually. However, she noticed Okura's expression and wondered what was wrong. Okura became upset and playfully stretched Norl's face, expressing frustration at not being properly prepared before the tutorial fight. With Norl's scream, Okura's new life in another world began. Soon after, the two began their journey, but Okura was getting tired quickly due to the heavy armor he was wearing. Noticing her master's fatigue, Norl proposed taking a rest and requested Okura to bring out something. Okura then used an item from his phone, and a camping set appeared magically before them. For some reason, Norl became excited and inspected the camping gear with a smile on her face. Night fell, and the two set up a campfire. Okura asked Norl about their current situation, prompting Norl to share her knowledge. She explained that they had been transported to a different world, and her role was to support Okura. Curious, Okura questioned how Norl knew about the isekai experience. The knight clarified that summoned units like herself obtained the memories and experiences of their master. Okura then asked the duration of a summoned unit's presence, considering the limit of the summoned item. Norl clarified that the duration depended on summoning costs. With Norl consuming 15 points, Okura's summoning options were currently limited as his max was currently 15. Determined to overcome this, Okura decided to level up, while depending on his gaming experience. The knight's sudden closeness surprised Okura. Norl suggested using a food item from his inventory. Excited by the prospect of eating, Norl urged him to give it a try. Okura used the food item, revealing a random menu that made Norl's mouth water. The two enjoyed their meal, discovering the unexpected deliciousness of a gacha item. After their satisfying meal, the pair discussed the importance of finding a safe place to stay. With that in mind, they settled down for the night, planning to find a carriage and a safe place to stay. The night went on and Okura was asleep until Norl woke him up. Okura wondered if it was a surprise nighttime sexy attack by Norl, but Norl explained that she heard something in the distance. They soon discovered two men under attack by goblins and orcs. One of the men was thrown aside by the orcs. Okura decided to help and asked Norl to handle the orcs while he distracted the goblin. They took everyone by surprise as they jumped into the battle, and Norl skillfully cut off an orc's arm like butter. She mentioned having difficulty with two orcs and requested Okura's help with the goblins. Okura charged forward, slicing a goblin in two. Also, it turned out the goblins couldn't harm him after all. Despite Okura swinging his sword like an amateur, he managed to defeat the goblins in one attack, surprising the two men they rescued. Okura dealt with the goblins efficiently, and Norl did the same with the orcs. Okura, however, was annoyed that Norl seemed unsure when facing the orcs earlier, so he pinched her cheeks again. The following morning, the two men expressed gratitude to Norl and Okura for rescuing them. They traveled together, and as expected, Okura lacked the stamina for extended travels on foot. He assumed that he could ride in the carriage after helping them. Norl eagerly pulled her weary master along. The two men were surprised to discover that their savior wasn't used to traveling. The group eventually reached a location near a city and caught sight of the city of Brune. Later, in the streets of Bruna, Okura counted the money they received from the merchant they had helped. Okura proposed staying in a fancy inn, but Norl was more excited about trying the local food. The two walked around selling their loot and indulging in street food. Seeing Norl happy, Okura let her be, knowing they still had extra funds. However, Okura wondered how to obtain the magic stones for the gacha game since there was no place to acquire them. Frustrated, Okura repeatedly pressed the roll button. They eventually reached an inn, and Okura was surprised to learn the high cost of staying per night with separate rooms. The inn manager suggested getting one room, but the idea made Okura uncomfortable, imagining spending the night with Norl. He requested 2 separate rooms without meals. Norl then said she wouldn't mind sharing a room with Okura, expressing her desire to be with him day and night. Okura was taken aback, blushed, and ultimately decided to take one room for both of them. Shortly after, Okura noticed Norl was content with the meal, realizing she preferred a single room to save money. Norl then observed Okura examining his phone. Okura clarified that he was checking their stats. Despite having the same level, their stats differed significantly. Norl not only had superior stats but also possessed powerful equipment. In contrast, Okura's equipment was subpar, though Norl insisted his crowbar gleamed golden in battles like Excalibur, hence it is called Excalibur. Despite Okura desiring better equipment, he got worried about his smartphone's battery running out. Norl reassured him, explaining that the phone was charged with magic essence from the world's atmosphere, and encouraged him to ask anything. Okura inquired about returning to Earth or obtaining magic stones, but Norl lacked answers. Frustrated, Okura abandoned the conversation and went to bed. Before sleeping, Okura reminded Norl, who was ultimately a girl, to take a bath. Norl removed her helmet for the first time and bathed, reflecting on her kind master. Concerned about their funds, Okura noted the substantial cost of Norl's shower. Recalling the guard's advice to visit the Adventurers Guild, Okura decided to explore the place first thing in the morning. At that moment, Norl finished her bath and Okura could see how nice her figure looked. But Okura felt let down because Norl continued to keep her face hidden. Norl insisted that a young woman shouldn't reveal her face easily, but Okura didn't believe her. Norl saw Okura's skeptical expression and then they both went to sleep. The following day, the two adventurers successfully enrolled and quickly took on a mission to defeat goblins and orcs. They also received adventurers' nameplates, which were quite pricey, so Okura reminded Norl to be careful not to break hers. Journeying to the far north of Brune City, they encountered a lone goblin. However, the situation escalated as the goblin called for reinforcements, surrounding Okura and Norl. Unsheathing her sword, Norl urged Okura to stay focused. Despite their efforts to defeat the monsters, their numbers seemed overwhelming. Norl suspected there might be a spawning point nearby. Suddenly, Okura spotted something dark, and a distinctive orc with black skin emerged, exuding a different level of threat compared to the usual ones. Surprisingly, it took just one powerful strike from Norl to eliminate the rare orc. Norl's interest was piqued by the black orc's meat, which turned out to be surprisingly delicious. Okura was bewildered as he had expected a tougher challenge from a rare species. Just then, Okura's phone vibrated and he discovered that he had obtained a magic stone, leaving him puzzled about what had just occurred. Norl suggested that it might be because they had defeated a rare species. Excitement surged through Okura as he realized there was a way to acquire magic stones. With newfound enthusiasm, Okura and Norl focused on the remaining monsters in the forest, attacking them eagerly, much like enthusiastic players obsessed with a gacha game. Since that time, Okura and Norl worked hard to collect additional magic stones, and eventually, their adventurer rank went from G to E. Finally, the moment arrived for a gacha pull after accumulating 50 magic stones. Okura was curious about which unit he would receive. Norl explained that in the New World's gacha, R, SR, and SSR were all items, while only UR provided units. Okura anticipated getting a UR unit and experienced the thrill of pulling a gacha in the New World. However, when he pulled, an SSR box appeared. Okura became anxious and attempted to recharge for another pull. His world crumbled when he realized there was no option to spend real money in the New World's gacha. Everything Okura obtained was items, and the highest ranked SSR was a crowbar named Excalibur. The system detected duplicates, suggesting to enhance the almighty Excalibur. Surprisingly, Excalibur's stats increased, astonishing Okura. He also noticed a plushy doll described as useless but cute. Okura brought it out and gave it to Norl, convincing her to admit its cuteness. Okura then motivated himself to gather more magic stones. The following day, Okura and Norl were asked to complete an escort mission through a forest named Bistros and reach the Ruberg village. The person at the front desk warned them that it was a risky area, home to uncommon creatures such as the Black Orc. Despite the caution, Okura immediately agreed to take on the mission. It took them 2 days to travel from Bruna City to Rubelk village. Okura had prepared some gacha items, such as the magic bag with infinite storage capacity and the beacon that could warp them to specific locations. The escort group consisted of 3 adventurers, and coincidentally, they were teamed up with Green, the escort they had assisted the other day. Green wanted to see them in action again, and Okura assured him that Norl was more than capable. With no one else around, Okura decided to use the status app on Green. Despite Green's high level, his stats were lower than expected. He then used the app on Norl and noticed a difference when the app was used on women. Okura was surprised to discover Norl's measurements, which he made sure Norl wouldn't find out about, trying to keep his actions discreet. The group was traveling, and as they moved along, they suddenly heard loud footsteps. Green wasn't sure if it was an orc lord because it sounded too loud. The merchant on the carriage began running away because the creature in front of them turned out to be a single-horned cyclops. Green suggested running away, but Okura wanted to fight it. Green thought it was a bad idea because the cyclops was a C-rank monster, but Okura was confident since they had Norl with them. Okura checked the monster's stats and found that it had a troublesome amount of HP and strength. Despite the challenges, Okura asked Norl to give it a try. With a confident smile, Norl said she had an idea, and the two ran toward the monster. Okura's off-branded shoes helped him gain a 60% boost in speed. While Norl reminded him not to get too excited, the Cyclops attacked, but it missed. Norl landed smoothly without any problem and assumed a defensive position. She activated a skill called Inspiration, which Okura explained would double Norl's stats for a minute. Her strength surged significantly. Seeing the Cyclops falter, Okura was confident that one more hit should finish it off. But to his surprise, the monster stood its ground. Realizing it was still alive, Okura dashed towards it and stabbed its leg. The Cyclops howled in pain until it finally succumbed. Okura celebrated and called out to Norl, but the massive monster started to topple toward him. The Cyclops crashed to the ground with a loud thud, but luckily Norl swooped in just in time to save Okura. As Okura expressed his thanks, he stuttered as he finally saw the beautiful face beneath Norl's helmet. Norl realized that Okura had been staring at her intently. Suddenly, she noticed her face was exposed and felt flustered. In embarrassment, she hurriedly ran away, shouting at Okura not to gaze at her. Later, Okura discovered Norl's helmet and placed it back on her head. Since her face was already seen, Norl wanted to leave. Okura apologized and gently tapped Norl's shoulder, causing her to shriek in surprise, claiming she was injured. When Okura tried to touch her again, Norl stepped back. Okura understood it might be the after effect of her skill. Concerned, Okura decided to bring Norl back to regroup with Green. Night fell, and the group set up camp. Okura advised Norl to take a break. Before leaving the tent, Okura apologized upon seeing her face. Norl blushed and insisted it wasn't Okura's fault. Okura then questioned Norl about why she concealed her face. Norl explained that she felt uneasy and couldn't communicate well when someone could see her. However, she was relieved that it was Okura who saw her face, as she believed he would find it amusing rather than judgmental. Okura observed Norl's more feminine behavior and admitted he was surprised to discover her cute face. Realizing his blunder, he tried to apologize, but before he could, Norl clung to him and vowed to follow him for life. Okura asked her to stop clinging, but it was too late, and Norl experienced the adverse effects of her abilities once again. The day after, Norl fully recovered, and the remaining part of the journey wasn't very interesting, so let's skip that. The group eventually arrived at Ruberg village, completing their quest. Suddenly, Okura received a notification that made him go silent. Green and Norl were curious about what happened, and Okura announced that they needed to return to Bruna City. Later, in their inn, Okura and Norl held a strategy meeting. Norl was curious about what was going on, and Okura revealed the doubled summon rate campaign for UR units. Despite feeling disappointed that it was just a campaign, Okura explained that this was their opportunity to obtain better units. The campaign would last for the next 10 days, allowing Okura to get 2 UR units with 100 pulls. He mentioned that they needed to collect 50 magic stones each day, surprising Norl since they only received 5 magic stones daily. Okura acknowledged her concern but insisted that he, being his great self, had a plan and didn't want to hear any objections from Norl. Okura and Norl decided to explore a different area than usual on the first day of collecting magic stones. They walked until they found a spot where goblins were appearing. Norl was amazed to see it happening and wondered if Okura had planned this. Okura remembered that they wasted time hunting far from the spawn point, so it was smarter to stay close. This way, Norl could quickly defeat the monsters with just one hit. Okura then checked the map for another spawn point, confusing Norl since they were already at one. Okura, with a serious expression, explained that it was better to gather the monsters together for more efficiency. The two discovered 5 spawn points, but Norl was getting tired of seeing orcs already. Okura was concerned that Norl might back out since the plan would only work with her around. He pleaded for Norl's help and promised to listen to any of her wishes later. Norl agreed, and the two continued working for the next days, cutting down black orcs, eating and finding spawn points, to the point that Norl could dream of them on the 3rd and 4th days. She continued cutting them down on the 5th day and was already tired of eating their expensive meat despite being a foodie. The 6th day arrived and Norl wore a calm but scary smile while hunting. On the 7th day, she cheerfully looked for another orc and sliced it into pieces. Looking at Okura, Norl declared that she wouldn't waste a second to erase orcs from the world. On the 8th day, Norl started to mistake a fat human for an orc. She was out to search and destroy them. However, her senses returned and she cried out, exclaiming that she couldn't do it anymore. Okura dragged her back to their inn. Okura had brought Norl to her bed later. Realizing that the Black Orc Marathon had been too much for Norl, who had started seeing them even in her dreams. Okura checked his phone and still needed 105 magic stones with 2 days left. He also realized that he couldn't ask Norl for help anymore, and wondered if this had been their limit. The next morning, Okura got ready with his trusty Excalibur to collect magic stones alone. Norl still tagged along with him since it would be dangerous. Okura wanted to work alone and divide the collection with Norl. The knight clenched her fist and understood Okura's plan. Deeper in the forest later on, Okura started to feel afraid while working alone. Suddenly, a black orc appeared behind him. Despite being scared, Okura gathered his courage and attacked with Excalibur. They continued hunting until the last day. Norl emerged in front of the exhausted Okura. The two shared smiles and celebrated their success in collecting over 500 magic stones. That night, Okura eagerly opened the Gacha campaign on his phone. Excitement filled him as he wondered which characters would appear. Okura made the first roll, revealing a bunch of items. The second and third tries brought forth SSR items. Okura was confident that a UR would show up next, but to his surprise, an SR appeared on the 4th try. Undeterred, Okura encouraged himself and continued, only to keep getting SR items in the next few pulls. Norl suggested taking a break, but the determined Okura insisted on continuing. With 2 more tries, he went for the 9th roll, expecting a UR. Something appeared that left him shocked, but Okura suddenly regained his composure. However, his calm demeanor shifted to frustration as he loudly cursed out, discovering it was another SR item. He had anticipated a UR since the chances were doubled. Norl reassured him that there was still one more attempt and cheered him up. Okura then tried to calm himself down while remembering their hard work for the past 10 days. Okura decided to go for the 10th pull, and the chest opened. His eyes widened as he saw the results and he screamed out loud upon seeing another SR item. Okura quickly fell silent, and tears burst out of her eyes like a fountain. He felt that all of their efforts and hard work had ended up in nothing. Norl patted Okura's head and assured her that they would win next time. She then noticed 6 magic stones for a single pull. But Okura didn't have hope anymore. Norl wondered if she could try the Gacha roll. Norl got excited as she stared at Okura's phone. Okura recalled how he made those kinds of movements when he was doing Gacha at first. He wanted to reflect on himself going crazy over the UR unit. Just then, Norl surprisingly pulled a UR unit. In denial, Okura grabbed his phone back and saw a UR unit. Okura burst into tears and hugged Norl. The time came when Okura and Norl decided to summon a new UR unit named Estelle. They went to a nearby forest for the summoning. Okura knew Estelle was a powerful and cute magician, but he was concerned about her personality. Norel reassured him, saying that she would handle it. Okura, trusting Norel, stopped worrying and proceeded to summon Estelle. Norel felt slightly jealous as Estelle was summoned to a floor unlike her. Estelle appeared with a wand, revealing her class as a magician. When she opened her eyes, she noticed Okura and Norel staring at her intently. She called Okura her Oni-chan, older brother, and wondered if he was the one who summoned her. Okura and Norel introduced themselves, and Estelle smiled at them, creating an awkward silence afterward. Okura, trying to break the silence, asked Estelle to introduce herself. However, Estelle claimed she didn't want to since they already knew about her. This surprised Okura, who then invited Estelle to join them, but Estelle questioned the benefits of being with Okura. Anxious, Okura wondered if a summoned unit could refuse to join him. After some thought, he respectfully and earnestly begged Estelle to join them. Estelle smiled, calling Okura cute, and claimed she was just joking. She decided to join them, finding them interesting in her eyes. The group had returned to their inn, bringing Estelle along. She said she was okay with sharing a room, and Norel agreed. Okura mentioned they had enough money for separate rooms, but the girls wanted to stay in the same room as him. Seeing that Okura wasn't entirely opposed to the idea, Estelle asked the receptionist for a room for 3. Okura saw it as a chance to be with cute girls, but was aware things might not go well. In a cute manner, Estelle asked Okura if it bothered him. Eventually, Okura gave in and agreed to share a room. Estelle wanted to make Okura regret worrying about summoning her, but he didn't hear what she said. She then mentioned that she was just looking forward to the room. That night, Estelle spent time dressing up Norel and even suggested removing her eye mask. But Norel disagreed. Okura was pleased to see the girls getting along. Initially worried about summoning Estelle, Okura found his concerns unfounded. After checking the gacha items, Okura decided to review Estelle's stats. He was impressed with her abilities as a magician. He also noticed her measurements, which he tried to ignore. Despite his attempt to play it off, Estelle, curious about what he was looking at, approached him. Okura explained he was just checking new items, but Estelle continued to stare at him until he became nervous. Deciding to let it go, Estelle moved closer to Okura, hugging and teasing him. Okura was caught off guard and felt flustered as Estelle continued her playful antics. She casually asked if he had any complaints, making Okura anxious. Just then, Norel joined in, wanting to tease Okura as well for not assisting her when Estelle was dressing her up. Okura's screams echoed through the night as the two girls playfully teased him. The following morning, Estelle was curious about their destination, but Okura, feeling exhausted, couldn't provide an immediate answer. Estelle managed to get his attention, and Okura then explained that they were heading to the Adventurers Guild to register her. As they arrived, other adventurers noticed them and began chatting, leaving Okura puzzled. They approached the receptionist to start the registration process for Estelle. The receptionist, upon seeing Estelle, was taken aback, and Okura had to inquire about what was wrong. Norel wondered if magicians were uncommon, and the receptionist confirmed this, mentioning that most magicians join the Royal Army's magic division. Achieving at least an A rank is typical for those who work as adventurers for an extended period. Estelle could sense the growing attention from those around them. Shortly after, Estelle got her nameplate, but she was puzzled when she noticed that it had a different color than Okura's. Okura proudly explained that they were E-rank adventurers, while Estelle was still at the G rank. Trying to match Okura's rank, Estelle playfully asked the receptionist, but it wasn't possible. Disheartened, Estelle felt left out, and everyone in the hall stared, blaming Okura for making her sad. In an attempt to cheer Estelle up, Okura assured her that she could reach the same rank soon. To speed up her promotion, Estelle decided to take on more tasks, expressing her determination to blow through everything in her way. This startled both Okura and Norel, who got scared by her bold approach. The team went on a quest, and Estelle was curious about Okura's outfit. Okura acquired more items from earlier roles and put them on. Yet, the new armor was too noticeable. Besides, Okuda got an SR monitor glass that could check other status without a phone, including the sizes of the girls. Okura was curious about using magic when suddenly a bunch of monsters appeared. Estelle then volunteered to demonstrate her magic. Estelle raised her shining staff and activated a spell with ease. Okura felt puzzled because nothing seemed to be happening at first. However, to their surprise, the monsters were already experiencing the effects of the spell, and their heads burst like watermelons. Okura and Norel were shocked and trembling. Estelle asked them how it was, and Norel didn't hesitate to describe it as gruesome. Okura wondered if Estelle had more basic spells, and she explained that the one they just witnessed was already one of the weakest. She then cast a different spell, and water bullets shot towards the monsters, turning them into fountains of blood. Okura was bewildered and asked for an explanation. Estelle clarified, and Okura realized the immense power of magic, capable of wiping out groups of enemies. Estelle pondered if she could unleash even more powerful spells, but Okura stopped her. Recognizing the potency of magic, Okura understood that with Norel and Estelle at his side, he could thrive in the new world. The group had gone back to the Adventurers Guild, and Estelle received her F-rank nameplate. She wanted to take on more quests to upgrade to E rank, but Okura suggested she wait for another time. Instead, he shared his plan to travel to Sting, the royal capital. While at the general store, Okura had overheard some rumors. This happened when he and Norl were selling the monsters they had defeated earlier. Their haul impressed the store owner, who recommended going to Sting, mentioning a mysterious cave near the capital. Supposedly, it was filled with rare monsters and treasures. Okura's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing he could collect valuable magic stones in the dungeon. The store owner cautioned that even C-rank adventurers found it challenging. Fast forward to the present, Okura explained the concept of a dungeon to the girls, especially Estelle, who had recently joined them. The girls were eager, looking forward to discovering cute clothes and delicious food in the capital. Despite having different goals, the group unanimously decided to head to the capital. They arrived at the boarding station for carriages heading to Sting. Okura had prepared one, but they had to share it with others. The group boarded the carriage, leaving Bruna behind. The journey was set to last 10 days, passing through various villages. After a few days, Estelle began expressing her boredom. Okura suggested playing a game, but Estelle was more concerned about Norl, who was suffering from car sickness. Norl wanted to go home, but they had already traveled quite far. Okura remembered how excited Norl had been at the start of the journey. Estelle proposed a solution, letting Norl vomit to feel better. Norl hesitated, claiming that a lady shouldn't casually vomit. However, she felt nauseous again and almost vomited on Okura. Panicking, Okura asked Estelle for a spell to relieve nausea. Estelle was uncertain of its effectiveness but cast something anyway. The spell's smoke enveloped Norl and the female knight suddenly fell silent. Estelle then used a sleeping spell to calm Norl down. Suddenly they heard a loud noise and peeked outside the carriage. A level 40 minotaur showed up and the escorts faced it. Estelle was concerned about the C-ranked adventurers, but Okura assured her it would be better to help before things got worse. He wondered if Estelle could wake up Norl, but she said her spell was powerful and Norl wouldn't wake up normally. Okura sighed and took out a panacea from the gacha. He poured the liquid into Norl's mouth and the female knight woke up. Okura instructed her to join the fight and the group left the carriage. Estelle cast support magic on Norl, who flew towards the monster and deflected its huge axe. Norl continued attacking and slashed the minotaur's face. Seeing Norl doing well, Estelle decided to go all out. Norl just slashed the minotaur's hand, surprising the other adventurers. However, there was something even more shocking. Everyone noticed the magic Estelle was casting. She stood there smiling, but Okura started to worry. Norl appeared next to him and advised Okura to leave the area. Okura urged the others to get out, but Estelle had already unleashed her magic. Everyone fled as the magic attack soared towards the minotaur. The massive monster had no choice but to stand there and take the attack, bursting into flames. Everyone managed to hide behind large rocks. Okura then noticed Estelle looking ecstatic after using her magic. He realized that unlike Norl, Estelle's methods were mischievous. A few days after the minotaur attack, the group and the carriage they were riding in reached the royal capital of Sting. Okura had a plan to head straight to the Adventurer Association, but Norl wasn't feeling well. He recommended taking a break, but Norl insisted she was fine. However, when she stood up suddenly, she felt nauseous again. Okura then took out a potion, but Norl was concerned about using it. Okura reassured her that it was safe, and Estelle couldn't help but smile at this caring side of Okura. The three friends had arrived at the Adventurers Association and registered again because the quests were different from Brune's. The receptionist confirmed their registration and exclaimed loudly when she saw that Estelle was a magician. She quickly processed their registration, looking a bit flustered. Estelle was surprised that people would make a fuss over her class. Norl said it was because Estelle was pretty. At that moment, a man named Deus, who was the leader of a B-ranked party, approached Estelle. He introduced himself and asked her to join their party since she was a sought-after magician. Okura stepped in, claiming Estelle as his party member, but Deus pushed him aside. Deus insisted that Estelle didn't deserve Okura's party and questioned if Okura had tricked her into joining them. He went on to say that Okura didn't look like a proper adventurer and continued to persuade Estelle to join his team. Estelle found the offer interesting, which pleased Deus. However, Estelle slapped his hand away and firmly declined the invitation, stating that she had no interest in joining his party. She emphasized that she became an adventurer because of Okura, causing our protagonist to tear up with happiness. While Okura felt happy, Estelle suddenly asserted that Okura and Norl were stronger than Deus, causing Okura to worry about escalating the situation. Estelle was angry after hearing Deus insult Okura. Deus then proposed a duel between Okura and himself, with the winner taking Estelle. If Okura won, Deus would also grant one of Okura's requests. Estelle tried to agree, but Okura covered her mouth. He then faced Deus, apologized, and asked him not to take Estelle away. Now even Estelle was flustered. For the sake of his dear friend, Okura was willing to humble himself. Deus claimed they were just engaging in small talk and there was no need for humiliation. Okura fell silent and understood his words. He suggested a bet of 1 million gills. Deus laughed, confident that Okura wouldn't be able to gather that amount. To everyone's surprise, Okura revealed 1,000,000 gills, leaving Deus shocked. With a sly smile, Deus agreed to duel Okura for the honor. He reminded Okura that news of their duel would soon spread in the city, stating that a duel was a fitting event for the occasion. Later outside, Estelle apologized to Okura for the trouble, but our protagonist was okay with it. Feeling worried, Estelle stopped walking, but Okura patted her head, telling her not to ruin her cute face. Despite feeling touched, Estelle called Okura's line unoriginal. Estelle was surprised that Okura was not mad with Deus, but Okura corrected her that he was indeed mad, and claimed that he had already checked Deus's status, and he claimed that he could beat him in stats if he got the equipment. He claimed that he wouldn't lose as long as he got Norel and Estelle. He was sure that he would win the duel. The following day, Okura was surprised when he saw where the duel would take place. He was going to face Deus in the middle of a big arena with thousands of people watching. Suddenly, Deus showed up and complimented Okura for not running away. He kept telling Okura not to embarrass himself right up until he got punched. Then a woman appeared and called Deus selfish. Other adventurers joined in, and the woman who punched Deus apologized for the trouble their leader had caused. Deus asked Meguru the woman what she was doing, but she blamed him for the mess. Okura realized they were all part of Deus's group. Deus claimed he was just trying to save Estelle from being deceived by Okura. Meguru punched him again, apologized, and promised to return the money if Deus won. If they lost, she asked Okura to claim the reward. Okura realized they didn't think he had a chance to win. Suddenly, Deus noticed that Estelle had a ring she didn't have before. Estelle called it beautiful, and referred to it as her engagement ring with Okura. Okura started denying it. Deus apologized, saying he didn't know they were in a relationship. Despite that, Deus swore to fight seriously and left Okura bewildered. Okura scolded Estelle for causing the misunderstanding, but Estelle explained that using it as an excuse would prevent them from inviting her. She didn't mind if people thought they were dating. They left the waiting room to observe, and the first to show up was Deus's group. Everyone cheered for them because they were famous and had a well-balanced team. Shortly after, a C-ranked ogre appeared to challenge them. They had a time limit, and the one who defeated the monster the fastest would win the duel. Estelle was surprised because they weren't fighting against other people directly. After the preparations were completed, the monster subjugation began, and the ogre charged towards the adventurers. The tank quickly protected everyone with a calm expression. The cleric started healing the tank, the archer shot a barrage of arrows, and everyone was impressed by their strong combat style. Just then, Deus used his flashy sword skill to defeat the ogre. The audience got excited, but Estelle found it boring to watch, and Norel agreed, noticing their weak attack power. After some time, with the ogre defeated, Deus's party left the arena. Okura noticed that it only took them 10 minutes, and Estelle told him they could do it faster. Deus then approached Okura, showing off how a B-ranked party operated until Meguri punched him again. She told him not to be provocative and apologized to Okura. After that chaotic situation, Okura's group joined the arena. Since they were new in the city, no one cheered for them. Okura started to feel nervous in front of the crowd. People whispered about how weak they looked, making Okura even more anxious. His stomach hurt from nervousness, but the girls assured him that they wouldn't lose and would surprise everyone. Estelle reminded Okura about the items from his previous gacha rolls, and each of them got new equipment. Feeling more confident, they began the subjugation. Okura calmly directed Norel to tank the ogre's attack, while Estelle supported her with magic. Norel deflected the ogre's attack, sending it flying and surprising the audience. As Okura prepared for his turn, Estelle cast a spell on the airborne ogre, turning it to ashes. The crowd fell silent until the announcer declared the subjugation complete, leaving Deus shocked. Deus's team entered the arena, handing over a bag of 1,000,000 gills. Okura accepted it respectfully. Deus finally realized that Estelle had been telling the truth. The event ended with a warm handshake, but Okura sensed animosity behind Deus's fake smile. They continued gripping hands under the pretense of a handshake, and the event concluded without any issues. The day after the duel event, Okura and the girls continued to handle requests, and Estelle was finally promoted to E rank. Feeling tired, Okura lay on his bed letting out sighs. Norel couldn't believe Okura's behavior after Estelle's promotion. He claimed to have realized his own weakness, feeling completely useless in monster fights and any challenges. The girls argued that Okura lacked experience since he was just an ordinary person. Okura then pointed out that the reason was his neglect of something important, equivalent to gacha. It had been a while since he had pulled the gacha for Estelle. Okura gave a determined look to Norel, saying that it was time. As he tried to announce that it was time for the magic stone gathering, Norel had already run away, holding Estelle. She told her that they were escaping, leaving Estelle confused. Norel turned a corner, but Okura calmly stood there, surprising Norel. He wondered how Okura had appeared so quickly. Okura, anticipating this, had used an item called Beacon that could instantly teleport to their party members. He grabbed Norl while wearing a power bracelet. Estelle, puzzled, questioned why Norl was against the Magic Stone gathering. Okura reminded Norl that they didn't know when a campaign might come, and it would be bad if they faced tight deadlines as they did last time. He argued that they could accomplish 3 tasks at once. Estelle agreed with Okura's reasoning. Norl tried to explain further, but Okura insisted they start the next day. He asked Estelle to make Norl fall asleep, and Norl soon drifted into a deep slumber. Observing Norl's trauma, Estelle saw Okura assure her that this time would be easier. He explained they needed to hunt 600 monsters a day to gather 25 magic stones. Estelle, calmly surprised, then pushed Okura down, asking for a small talk while on top of him. Okura, frightened, let out a scream that echoed through the night. The following morning, Okura kept saying sorry to Norl, but she didn't want to forgive him. Estelle apologized for making her sleep, and Norl quickly forgave her. Okura objected, but Norl insisted that Okura was the reason for everything. Norl sighed and mentioned that she had given up on avoiding the situation. Estelle reassured her, mentioning that she had a conversation with Okura. Okura then apologized to Norl, who was impressed that Estelle had managed to calm him down. To begin their hunt, Okura revealed an SSR item, the magic carpet for transportation. The girls were impressed and hopped on, although Estelle was worried about Okura driving it. He claimed to have a driver's license, and the group flew off to hunt monsters. In the deepest parts of the northern cave later on, Norl attracted a bunch of monsters. Okura reassured her that they were sufficient. He then asked Estelle to use her magical attack, and all the monsters disappeared. Okura was impressed with how effective group attacks were in hunting. The scorpion monsters had strong defenses, but using area of effect magic on them worked really well. One person would attract the monsters, and another person would defeat them when they gathered together. However, Okura reminded everyone about a downside. The scorpions were poisonous. Since Norl had an item that neutralized poison, she would take on the role of attracting the monsters. To Norl, Okura seemed like a demon, but he told her to relax because they would change the hunting area. He didn't want Norl to shoulder all the burden. The group had left the northern cave and reached a western forest teeming with unpleasant-looking monsters. They decided to move on and headed to an eastern hunting area, but the monsters there had strong defenses against men. The group soon left in search of another hunting spot. At that moment, Norl informed Okura that she didn't mind handling the monsters on her own. Okura, concerned, questioned if she meant the northern cave and advised her not to push herself too hard. Norl clarified that it wasn't about the cave and expressed her desire not to cause more trouble due to her own selfishness. She realized that Okura was paying attention to her. Flustered, Okura reassured her and told her to inform him if she ever felt tired. Curious, Norl asked how Estelle managed to convince Okura, noting his unusually kind and creepy behavior. Estelle playfully claimed it was a secret, causing Okura to feel uneasy once again. Shortly after, the team went on a wild hunt for monsters to collect magic stones. Estelle was growing weary, but Okura was focused on Norl, who was bravely facing all the challenges. Feeling exhausted herself, Estelle requested Okura's attention. The extended time in the cave was making them feel a bit down, but Okura was delighted because they had gathered many magic stones. Suddenly, a new gacha campaign was announced, revealing an increased rate for SSR plus equipment. That night, the group returned to the inn. Okura was thrilled to announce the third round of the gacha festival, but Norl remained concerned. Estelle agreed, knowing Okura wasn't very lucky. Despite this, Okura decided to limit himself to rolling the gacha only 5 times for the 11 chances this time, allowing Norl and Estelle 2 rolls each. Norl felt proud seeing Okura exercise restraint, but Estelle wondered if he was okay with just 1 pull. Okura stated that as a chosen one, 1 pull was sufficient. The girls fell silent, but Okura quickly claimed he was joking and that he was only limiting himself because the girls had worked hard for it. As Norl took her turn, Okura reminisced about how he had received only mediocre items in his first 10 pulls, wanting the girls to experience his earlier misfortune. However, to his surprise, Norl got 2 SSR items in her first pull. Next was Estelle, who was feeling excited. With just 1 pull, she obtained an SSR item and felt delighted. Okura, thinking his luck wasn't great, assumed he'd only get an SR. Despite this, he believed in himself as the chosen one and went for the gacha pull. At that moment, a special rainbow box appeared promising a guaranteed UR item. Okura grinned confidently and casually stated that it was expected. However, the girls sensed that Okura was secretly excited. Okura then checked the contents of the box and hesitated upon seeing it. Estelle wondered what was the matter and examined it as well. It turned out to be Norl's weapon, and it was a duplicate. Norl was puzzled, and Okura was glaring at her. Estelle advised Okura not to blame Norl, but Okura insisted that he hadn't said anything yet. Frustrated, Okura glared at his phone. The girls quickly realized his intentions and stood on either side of him, holding him back. They reminded him that Okura had decided to only do 5 pulls. Okura reached for his phone, claiming he wouldn't do it. Despite his protests, the girls wouldn't let go since they were aware of his gacha addiction. Noril suggested pulling together, but Okura argued that the momentum was already there. He insisted that the next pull would definitely yield a UR item. He pleaded and begged, asking the girls to allow him to pull the gacha. The girls were momentarily stunned but eventually released their master. Witnessing Okura's desperation, they reluctantly allowed him to pull the gacha. Relieved, Okura eagerly grabbed his phone and the three pulled the gacha roll together. Shortly after, Okura donned a cool cape known as the Holy Scale Cape, a UR item that could eliminate all negative statuses. He expressed joy upon acquiring it, and the girls could only sigh, witnessing their master's determination triumph. Estelle gazed at Okura. Eventually, the trio went to bed with Noril following her usual routine of moving around on her bed. Suddenly, Okura awoke and observed Estelle snuggled beside him. Puzzled, Okura questioned what was amiss, and Estelle confessed that she had always wished to sleep alongside Okura because she easily felt lonely. Okura tried to escape from his bed to call Noril, but Estelle caught him and scolded him, calling him a bad brother. Despite Okura telling her to go back to her own bed, Estelle seemed sad, questioning why Okura was still pushing her away after all that. All Estelle wanted was to sleep together with Okura for the night. Surprisingly, Okura agreed and didn't say no. Just at that moment, Noril woke up and was curious about what was happening. Both Okura and Estelle got scared and tried to explain. Noril looked at Estelle, took her back to their bed, and used her as a body pillow. Estelle was disappointed because she was just getting to the good part of the night. The morning after, Okura declared that they would take a break as they had been relentlessly hunting monsters. The two girls exchanged glances, and Noril admitted she wasn't sure what to do on a day off. Okura suggested they go shopping and even provided them with some money. Noril was surprised by Okura's generosity when she saw 5 gold coins, and Estelle jokingly wondered if he was unwell. As they headed outside, Okura reminded them not to squander the money and instructed them to enjoy themselves while he attended to something. An appointment with Deus. The girls were puzzled about why he was meeting Deus. As they had gathered materials from the stinger hunt, Deus spotted the materials and expressed interest in buying what they had. He encouraged them to go and have fun, but Okura asked Estelle to keep an eye on Noril for him. The girls had left and strolled through the streets. Noril was unsure where they should go, and Estelle began scanning the surroundings. Estelle then pointed to a place and the two found themselves in front of a clothing store. Noril mentioned she already had clothes, but Estelle noted they were just ordinary. She said Okura wouldn't see her as a girl if she continued dressing plainly. Noril felt frustrated and the two decided to spend their time trying on different types of clothes. As they explored more options, a store employee noticed them but quickly retreated upon seeing Noril. Noril was offended but didn't realize it was because of her peculiar eye mask. Estelle then urged her to explore more and find additional clothes for the day. Estelle waited for Noril to finish changing, but Noril was taking a long time in the dressing room. Becoming impatient, Estelle opened the curtain and found that the clothes suited Noril well, who seemed a bit anxious. Estelle recommended removing the eye mask, but Noril quickly hid herself. Estelle, wanting to see Noril's face, proposed lifting the eye mask a little. Since they were alone, Noril reluctantly agreed. Noril revealed her bare face while wearing a cute dress, feeling embarrassed as Estelle silently looked at her. She asked Estelle to say something. Estelle complimented Noril, saying the dress looked good on her. Estelle didn't expect Noril to be cute and wondered if Noril had shown her face to Okura before. Noril replied that Okura only glanced at her face briefly. Estelle wondered if Okura was surprised, but Noril couldn't see Okura's expression because she was crying. Noril remembered how Okura treated her differently after seeing her face and noticed a change in Okura's way of speaking. This made Noril happy. Estelle, however, noticed Noril's expression, which seemed to scream that she was in love, and suddenly felt disappointed. Noril asked what was wrong, but Estelle changed the subject and asked if Noril was getting used to her altered way of speaking. Noril realized that she could now talk normally to Estelle. Estelle suggested going out like that, but Noril declined, putting her eye mask back on. The two completed their shopping, and as usual, Noril wore her eye mask. While Estelle suggested occasionally taking it off, Noril felt something unusual and focused in a particular direction. She then pulled Estelle with her and hurriedly ran. Exhausted, Estelle wondered what was happening with Noril. She later checked the shop they arrived at and discovered it was a pastry shop. Noril couldn't resist the tempting cakes displayed in the window. The two entered and indulged in some cake, and Estelle still found Noril adorable, even with the eye mask. Shortly after, Okura's E-rank party, which had triumphed over Deus's group and successfully hunted numerous stingers, received an offer to advance their ranks. Okura was puzzled and questioned the receptionist about any potential problems. The receptionist explained that the association leader preferred not to keep the party at the E-rank status. The girls were eager for the promotion, and Okura informed the receptionist that they were ready to take on the promotion quest. Knowing that the minimum rank for entering dungeons was C rank, Okura encouraged the girls to achieve C rank as swiftly as possible. The three of them went on a quest to defeat frogmen. When they got to the swamp, Noril saw something poking out of the water. She thought it was cute, but Okura told her to stay focused. Estelle also thought the creatures were cute, but Okura found them creepy. Okura used his phone to check their status and found out the tadpoles were weak. Not sure what to do without going into the water, Estelle suggested freezing the swamp, but Okura knew that wouldn't make the monsters come out. Deciding to leave the loot behind, Okura asked Estelle to attack the area. Estelle eagerly cast a spell that looked like a meteor shower, destroying the tadpoles. She felt proud using a book that boosted fire spells to 100%. However, they realized they might face problems for messing with the ecosystem. Just then, something sparkled in the nearby swamp, and a frogman appeared. Okura thought it was disgusting, and Noril agreed. Estelle suggested using her magic, but Okura told her to wait. She cast a magic spell, but the frogman avoided it. Estelle tried again, but the frogman leaped into the water, teasing her. It kept jumping and skillfully avoiding all of Estelle's attacks. Getting frustrated, Estelle asked it to stop moving. She decided to blast the entire area, but Okura intervened, proposing a new plan. The frogman then relaxed in the water, observing them as they discussed their strategy. Estelle had previously attacked the frogman, prompting it to leap out of the water to evade her. While the creature was in midair, Estelle requested Okura's assistance and with his help froze the entire swamp. Confused, the frogman found itself airborne and vulnerable. Okura and Noril seized the opportunity and charged toward the monster. Despite their efforts, the frogman skillfully evaded their melee attacks. Suddenly, the frogman's stomach bulged, releasing a noxious gas. It laughed as Okura and Noril struggled with the unpleasant smell. Seizing the chance to escape, the monster made a break for it. However, Okura was determined to subdue it. He hurled Excalibur at the frogman, successfully striking it. The creature plummeted to the ground, and Okura instructed Noril to finish it off. Noril swiftly approached the frogman and carried out the execution. The team clearly understood the requirements, and their promotion quest to reach D rank was a success. Okura instructed them to return right away to initiate the C rank promotion quest. The following day, in a particular ruin, a minotaur fell to the ground, and Okura's group successfully completed the C rank promotion quest as well. Dealing with the minotaur was easier compared to the frogman because it was simpler to hit. At that moment, Estelle noticed a formidable presence ahead, and Okura was alarmed when he checked its status. Estelle inquired about the unusual situation, and Okura questioned why a monstrous entity was present in a C-rank hunting area. The monster had been an unusual minotaur known as Asterios, possessing both high attack power and lightning skills. Okura had warned the girls to escape, but they were too slow and the Asterios aggressively charged at them. Noril bravely moved forward to shield the group with her shield, while Okura instructed Estelle to retreat. In the heat of the battle, the Asterios flipped Noril over, sending her flying. Determined, Okura attacked the monster with Excalibur, but to his surprise, the weapon conducted electricity, shocking him and causing him to collapse. Noril recovered and struck the Asterios with her shield, revealing a spark covering the monster's body, acting as a defensive mechanism. Confused but resilient, Okura directed Noril to distract the Asterios, creating an opportunity to strike. The two collaborated, attacking the monster from different angles. Noril slashed at the monster while Okura applied something to it. Observing the Asterios becoming agitated, Okura sensed it was weakening. Instructing Noril to step back, Okura activated an SR explosion ticker obtained from a Gacha roll. The explosion rocked the monster, and as it charged toward Okura, he continued triggering explosions, causing the Asterios to collapse. Unfazed, Okura, without looking back, set off more explosions. However, the Asterios reappeared behind him, swinging its massive axe. The girls watched in horror as their master was struck and buried under rubble. Noril faced a dilemma: help Okura or protect Estelle. In that critical moment, Estelle urged Noril to move away, realizing she couldn't defeat the Asterios alone. Noril had dug through the rubble, calling out for Okura. After she cleared everything away, she asked Okura if he was okay. Handing over a potion, Okura quickly drank it down. He sighed in relief, but soon realized they were still in a tough situation. Noril didn't say anything. She just pointed in Estelle's direction. Okura's eyes widened when he saw Estelle chanting a powerful magic attack, similar to those in Dragon Ball Z, while a massive monster was restrained on the ground. Okura wondered what was happening as he noticed Estelle with a purplish aura and a cold, emotionless face. It dawned on Okura that Estelle was using her unique skill. With a cold expression, Estelle ushered her magic towards the Asterios. Estelle's exclusive skill was Magic Boost, enhancing her attack power by 50% and reducing the target's strength by 50%. Even a monster with high health points like Asterios wouldn't survive the attack and disappear into nothing. A mushroom cloud appeared on the hunting ground, and Okura saw that the area had been flattened. Silently, Estelle walked over to Okura and spoke in an authoritative tone, telling him not to do anything that would make her worried. At that moment, Okura swore not to anger Estelle again. The party then returned to the capital, and Okura apologized again to Estelle, who was still feeling the effects of her skill. As expected, Okura suggested that they go ahead to their lodging while he reported to the Adventurers Association. That night, Okura finally got back to their inn and found Norl playing with some dolls. Norl noticed Okura's arrival and started shaking. She yelled and scolded Okura for coming back. Okura scolded her in return for taking off her eye mask, but Norl insisted she needed to do so. Okura wondered if Norl was okay without the eye mask, and Norl proudly said she had been training with Estelle and did her best. Okura looked for Estelle and Norl said she was in the bath. Norl then showed the plushies they bought and her smile made Okura embarrassed. Okura offered more dolls from a game and Norl was happy, hugging him from behind and saying she loved him. Okura pushed her away and Norl became sad. Okura checked the dolls in the game inventory, initially thinking they were worthless. However, seeing Norl smile while hugging them changed his mind. Still, he didn't understand Norl's taste. Suddenly, Norl started trembling and reached for something as she felt her limit approaching. She put her eye mask back on and felt better. Sting's dungeon went by the name Hagano Dungeon, an unusual dungeon housing formidable monsters and rare treasures. After Okura's party advanced to rank C, they embarked on their quest to conquer this dungeon. On the first floor, they marveled at the surprisingly bright interior. Estelle explained that the walls emitted light using mana. Suddenly, a slime monster appeared. Despite Okura's initial confidence in facing it alone, the slime's unexpected acid attack caught him off guard. Norl swiftly slashed the slime, cautioning Okura not to underestimate the threat. Estelle, aware of the slime's corrosive abilities after reading the documents, warned Okura to be cautious. Faced with the slime's acid, Okura engaged his full concentration and brain power to 100%, trying to imagine its effects on the girls. Estelle gave him a disapproving look and Okura brushed it off, claiming it was nothing. Estelle questioned if Okura had read the documents provided by the association, but Okura, confident in his status checker, assured her that he knew what he was doing. The team had been moving up through the floors, encountering different kinds of slimes from the 1st to the 10th floor. On the 2nd floor, there were venom slimes, and on the 4th floor, there were heat slimes. When they reached the 9th floor, they found bomber slimes that would explode when disturbed. Estelle took action by using magic to attack one of the bomber slimes, causing it to explode. Unfortunately, this triggered the other bomber slimes and they started exploding one after another. In response, everyone quickly ran away from the chain reaction of explosions caused by the bomber slimes. The group had arrived on the 10th floor anticipating tougher monsters, but instead they discovered a contraption with an arrow. Okura thought it might be a dead end, but Estelle remembered they should spin the arrow. Norl, excited, pressed the switch. The arrow spun and everyone waited anxiously until it stopped, pointing to the right. A door on the right opened and they entered. Following a corridor, they encountered another room with an arrow. They kept spinning it, encountering monsters and items. The dungeon roulette continued until they reached an empty room. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Okura and Norl confirmed the entrance was blocked. Estelle warned them to be on guard as the mana grew denser. A bright flash of light enveloped them, and they found themselves back at the entrance of the 10th floor. The girls realized that taking the wrong path would force them to return to the beginning. Upset, Okura instructed them to redo everything. The team spun the roulette, faced monsters, found items, returned to the starting point, spun the roulette again, battled monsters, and so on. The girls became exhausted after restarting many times, a total of 40 times. At that moment, Okura directed the girls to look ahead. They noticed a large door with decorations and finally reached the boss room. Irritated by their maze ordeal, the three planned to defeat the boss with all their strength. Then, Okura remembered the strong slimes they encountered on the 10th floor, and Estelle explained that a recommended party should be at least B rank. Expecting that the boss would be stronger than the mobs, Okura opened the huge door to check the boss's status. Everyone looked up and saw the enormous boss slime. Okura realized that the slime boss was stronger than Asterios after seeing its stats. Since he could see that they were exhausted, Okura closed the door and told the girls to retreat. He then reminded the girls that their objective had been only to scout the dungeon and that safety should be prioritized. However, they found the dungeon really difficult, and Okura thought of a solution. Norl wondered if Okura would try gacha rolls, but Okura was uncertain. Estelle was surprised that Okura wasn't motivated to pull. Okura claimed he was interested, but pointed out that what they needed was a new party member since their equipment was already good. Okura explained that they needed a priest who could heal them from a distance. The main challenge in gacha pulls was getting the exact result you wanted. It would be a daunting task for anyone seeking a specific outcome. Estelle suggested waiting for a campaign to pull, and Okura was proud of her idea. However, he warned that they might face something worse than their Magic Stone Marathon. The girls were unsure about what to do, and Okura fell silent. Anticipating a logical answer, the girls waited, but Okura simply exclaimed that they shouldn't pull any gacha before an event started. The girls stood in silence for a moment, then decided to leave together, leaving their gacha-addicted master. Shortly after, Okura, feeling embarrassed, attempted to ask Norl for a favor with a shaky voice. It wasn't about graduating. Okura wanted a sparring session. Norl, puzzled, double-checked with Estelle, noting that their master was acting strangely again. Wondering what was going on, Norl inquired, and Okura explained that learning from Norl would improve his skills in close-range combat. Okura recognized that he had been relying heavily on Norl and Estelle, wanting to become stronger to ease their burden. Though Norl lacked experience in teaching, Okura apologized for the request, but Norl agreed to it. Motivated, she decided to act first and train her master diligently. The group entered a thick forest that Norl thought was the best spot for training. Okura felt nervous because it was the same place where he struggled against birdmen monsters called Washi warriors before. Norl assured him that she would watch him fight using only a regular sword and shield. She took away Okura's special gacha items, leaving him feeling alone and unsure of what to do next. Norl suggested a one-on-one battle with the rare species, the chief of the Washi warriors, instead of a simple spar as Okura had originally requested. Okura hesitated, wondering if he could trust this new approach. It didn't take long for them to meet the Washi warriors' chief, who had higher agility stats and a skill called godly speed. The girls hoped their master would do his best as the monster charged toward Okura. Our protagonist blocked the first attack with his shield and tried to strike back. However, the monster quickly dodged and grinned at him. Then it used sand to blind Okura. While yelling about dirt in his eyes, Okura felt a slash on his leg. Frustrated, he swung his sword around, confusing the monster. Estelle wondered what Norl's thoughts were, and Norl said there were too many things to mention. The fight ended quickly, and Okura, the exhausted Washi warrior's chief, had defeated the enemy. Norl, his advisor, urged him to stand up for the next round. She pointed out the mistakes Okura made in the first round and instructed him to fix them in the upcoming battle. They soon encountered another monster, and Norl guided Okura to concentrate on the enemy's body, not just the weapon. She highlighted Okura's shortcomings in defense, attack, and the random swinging of his sword. In the afternoon, Okura suddenly realized that he had approached the wrong person for training. Norl noticed that Okura's blocking skills had improved, and Estelle encouraged him. Okura questioned whether his training would continue. Norl emphasized that training should be a daily practice. Estelle leaned in and offered her best wishes to Okura. Encouraged by Estelle's support, Okura sat up with renewed motivation. At that moment, he received a notification and checked his glasses, discovering that someone nearby was under attack. On the other side of the forest, the Washi warriors chased a cute bunny as if it was their prey. The bunny tripped on a tree root and fell to the ground. The Washi warriors surrounded it, but one of them suddenly lost its head. The remaining two were confused, and Norl appeared, slashing them in half. Norl then turned her into the surprised bunny. Okura and Estelle caught up, and Norl apologized, saying her body moved on its own after seeing the bunny. The small creature tried to move but collapsed, revealing it was heavily wounded. Concerned, Norl wondered what they could do. Okura checked his gacha items and pulled out a high potion. Norl questioned if it was okay to use such a potion, but Okura assured her it was fine. Norl happily poured some potion on her palm and offered it to the wounded bunny. Although the bunny seemed worried, Norl reassured it that she wasn't scary. The bunny started licking the potion, and its wounds miraculously disappeared. Fully recovered, the bunny happily hopped around Norl and even jumped onto her as if giving her a hug. Okura was pleased with the results, attributing it to the effectiveness of the gacha item. It was time to bid farewell to the bunny, and Norl warned it to be cautious. The group attempted to leave, but the bunny insisted on following them, having become attached to Norl. The two exchanged glances. She gently picked up the bunny and turned to Okura, who promptly rejected whatever she was about to ask. He was aware that Norl wanted to keep the bunny as a pet. Norl argued that the bunny was adorable and practically thrust it into Okura's face. The bunny continued to gaze at Okura with its cute, shining eyes. Those adorable eyes were hard to resist. In the end, Okura gave in, and Norl rejoiced. Okura's party had just gained a new member, and later that day, another gacha event was announced. Back at the inn, Norl happily called for Moffat, the bunny they had rescued. When Moffat quickly hopped over to Norl, Estelle saw how much Norl had grown fond of it. Moffat turned out to be a Fortuna rabbit, rumored to bring blessings when spotted. However, Okura doubted those stories. Norl then asked if Okura was going to start the Gacha Carnival. Even though Okura wished for a special campaign, he was nervous because he really wanted to get a particular unit, a priest unit. Estelle noticed how Okura seemed unhappy, even with a new gacha campaign. Okura then corrected her and said he regretted not getting more magic stones for the unexpected event. Shortly after, Okura ended the gacha campaign, ensuring a guaranteed SSR after 33 pulls. They possessed nearly 1,000 magic stones, allowing each of them to pull from the banner twice. Okura informed the girls that this campaign's pull would carry more weight than usual. as they would do 33 pulls instead of 11, causing Norl to feel uneasy. Estelle then volunteered to go first and took Okura's phone. She casually tapped the screen, revealing a plethora of gacha items, including SSR quality. Okura understood that such situations could be stressful, yet they also brought him an overwhelming sense of happiness and thrill. Estelle had finished her turn and apologized for her gacha pull results. Okura reassured her, saying it was okay, and praised her for going first. The gacha addict started shaking when he saw Estelle's impressive pulls, and the girls found his reaction strange. When it was Okura's turn, he pulled gacha items, and one of them turned out to be an SSR. Despite feeling disappointed, he tried to calm himself down. Despite his anxiety, Okura composed his mind like a monk, hoping for a UR quality gacha result. He tapped the phone screen as if connecting with the universe. A bright light appeared, revealing a UR box. Okura started acting confidently, thinking he had won. However, when he opened the box, his expression suddenly changed and he dropped his phone. The girls rushed to check on him, only to discover that the UR result was actually a duplicate of Estelle's Sage Staff. Norl informed her that Okura wasn't breathing, and Estelle used a lightning-based spell to shock her master back to consciousness. Okura had come back from the Styx River confused about what had happened. His servants were incredulous that someone had stopped breathing because of a gacha. Okura couldn't believe he had gotten another duplicate, so he decided to place all his hope on Norl this time. Norl felt nervous about pulling, but Okura's intense stare compelled her to continue. Norl got gacha items with an SSR one, but Okura clicked his tongue in disappointment. With a forced smile, Okura reassured her, saying there was one more chance. Okura was already feeling defeated, hoping there was a magic credit card in the new world. Just then, Norl suggested letting Moffat do the last gacha pull. Okura hesitated, staring at the cute rabbit, wondering if it would be okay. Eventually, he gave his permission, and Norl instructed Moffat on where to press. Estelle was feeling optimistic because Moffat was a lucky rabbit, but Okura didn't expect much. Moffat tapped on the phone and the screen shone brighter than usual. Suddenly, a UR unit named Shisuha Alvi, a priest, appeared. This made Okura freak out. He couldn't believe that the power of the Servant of Fortune was strong. Okura's pride took a hit since he lost to a rabbit in terms of gacha luck and died once again. The next morning, everyone gathered in the nearby forest to summon their new ally. Despite feeling defeated, Okura felt grateful to Moffat, the lucky rabbit. Estelle was eager to see how the summoning process worked. Okura tapped his phone and a bright light covered the area. This answered Estelle's curiosity. Okura couldn't believe he got Shisuha Alvi back, a popular priest in the game due to her beauty. A pair of melons indicated the appearance of the priest unit. Shisuha gracefully landed and greeted Okura, introducing herself like an elegant lady. Okura blushed and was too stunned to say something. Shisuha noticed his reaction, and Okura introduced himself like he was on a blind date. Norl complained about Okura acting differently, and Estelle glared at him. Okura's eyes were fixated on the holy fruits, and noticing his gaze, Shisuha started acting embarrassed. Okura apologized, and Estelle appeared beside him, asking where he was looking. He claimed it was the beautiful necklace Shisuha was wearing, but Norl and Estelle knew better. Shisuha intervened, and Norl and Estelle introduced themselves, including Moffat. Shisuha was glad to meet them, but got distracted by the cute team mascot. Okura was relieved when the topic changed, and he then asked Shisuha if he could check her status. Shisuha seemed a bit shy and requested him to address her casually. The two started to create a friendly atmosphere, much to the displeasure of Estelle, who wasn't happy with what she saw. Okura examined Shisuha's status and found that her stats were more than enough for immediate participation in battles. His words brought joy to Shisuha. Okura was also impressed by Shisuha's unique skills, which were highly important for supporting in battles. However, he couldn't help but be even more impressed by her physical attributes. While his thoughts wandered, Okura felt an intense gaze from behind and started panicking as Estelle approached. To his surprise, she just walked past him and confronted Shisuha instead. Estelle gave Shisuha a stern look and expressed suspicion about whether the priest was hiding something. Shisuha was caught off guard and asked Estelle what she was referring to. Okura and Norl were puzzled, wondering why Estelle was so suspicious when Shisuha had just been summoned. Estelle decided to let go of her doubts and mentioned that she noticed Shisuha seemed excited after seeing Okura. Still flustered, Shisuha reassured Estelle that everything was fine. Okura remembered that it was unusual for Estelle to be suspicious, but he didn't think Shisuha was suspicious, especially compared to Norl and Estelle. Okura and the others warmly welcomed Shisuha to the team. Upon hearing this, Shisuha smiled and asked them to take care of her too. That night, Estelle wanted Okura to hurry up so they could all sleep together. Okura took out a sleeping bag, saying he would sleep on the floor. However, Shisuha disagreed and Norl told him to hurry to the bed with them. Earlier, the team faced problems finding enough rooms since their group had grown. Okura tried to get separate rooms, but the girls decided to share just one. Later on, Okura expressed concern about a man sharing a bed with a woman. Norl was surprised that Okura was talking about common sense, and they argued as usual. Estelle gave up on the idea of everyone sleeping together but asked Okura whom he would sleep with since they only had 2 beds. Shisuha worried she wouldn't be chosen since she was recently summoned. Okura wanted to refuse the question but Estelle insisted. Okura struggled to pick between Estelle, Noril, and Shisuha. Why are the cards showing the girls' assets instead of their faces though? Awkwardly, Okura chose Noril, which surprised the female knight. Estelle asked for his reason and Okura claimed Noril was the least feminine among them. Noril got upset and charged at Okura like a mad woman. The night ended with Okura screaming in pain. The day after, the entire group strolled around and Shisuha said sorry for dragging them along. Estelle and Noril didn't mind. They enjoyed going out and strengthening their friendship. Okura apologized for not preparing any casual clothes for Shisuha, but she didn't mind. Although the girls wanted to lend her clothes, the sizes didn't match. So they decided to buy some clothes for Shisuha, with Noril having a different mode of food. While trying out casual clothes, taking photos as keepsakes, munching on street food, and even experiencing Moffat being treated like a walking fortune idol, Shisuha had a memorable time. Everyone was amazed at how much attention Moffat garnered. Noril declared that Moffat was a remarkable creature. Suddenly, one of the kids playing in the park fell and cried out. Shisuha swiftly approached, using her healing powers as a priestess. She checked if the kid was still hurt, leaving the kids impressed. She advised them to be more careful next time. Noril and Okura were impressed, but Estelle seemed lost in thought. Okura had instructed the girls to grab lunch. While on the way, Shisuha expressed her gratitude to Okura for the kindness, saying she felt happy to be valued. A bit flustered, Okura credited the idea to Estelle. He couldn't understand why Estelle would find Shisuha suspicious when she seemed genuinely good. Suddenly, the group heard loud cheers nearby. Noril and Estelle rushed to find a street challenge, a chance to win 100,000 gills with a 5,000 gills entrance fee. The challenge involved defeating a muscular man in an arm wrestling match. Estelle suggested Okura participate, but he declined. Meanwhile, Shisuha observed with interest and clenched her fist. She then asked Okura if she could take on the challenge. Okura hesitated, questioning if she was sure. Shisuha reassured him, expressing confidence in her strength as a priestess. Everyone began talking loudly when they saw a weak-looking woman challenging a strong man. Estelle was worried about Shisuha, but Okura assured her it would be okay if she didn't go too far like Noril. The two of them got ready to arm wrestle, and the strong man was excited to shake hands with a pretty woman. Shisuha asked him to take it easy on her. The referee got them ready and announced the start of the arm wrestling match. The crowd got louder, but nothing was happening as the referee watched. He asked his partner what was going on. The strongman started twitching while trying his best. Okura was puzzled. The strongman couldn't move his hand at all, and he wondered about Shisuha's strength. There was a loud thud from the table, and the strongman looked down. Shisuha said she won, and everyone fell into an awkward silence. The referee declared Shisuha the winner, leaving Okura confused. Shisuha came back with the cash she had just earned. Okura stood there silently, realizing that Shisuha seemed stronger than him. He wondered if this was what Estelle had been cautious about. Okura's group had a mission to defeat 10 kobolds. Shisuha was really excited about it, and Noril suggested they finish it quickly to boost their ranks. Just then, Okura caught up with them, wearing some seriously heavy gear. Noril was impressed that Okura seemed to be getting used to the weight, but Estelle was worried about Okura not taking off his strange helmet. Okura explained that he wore it because he got it from a gacha, and it looked cool, plus it provided high defense stats, standing out due to his heavy equipment and strong defense. Okura insisted that the girls let him handle the tank role. It didn't take them long to find some kobolds, and Okura charged ahead, swiftly taking down one of the monsters. When another kobold tried to attack him, the monster's sword simply broke against Okura's heavy armor. Okura then gave the kobold an ominous look, and all that could be heard were cracking noises. While Okura was being healed, he regretted letting a kobold hit him. Noril had told him to dodge attacks even with high defense. After Okura had already taken down 10 kobolds, he suggested they head back. However, Noril advised him to look around first. Suddenly, a group of rare kobold species surrounded them. Okura, knowing they were a source of magic stones, couldn't help but smile. He ordered the girls to wipe out the monsters. As Noril and Estelle were busy dealing with their share of kobolds, Okura stood guard for Shisuha. Out of nowhere, one of the monsters launched a surprise attack on Okura, turning his helmet around and causing him to fall to the ground. Panicking, Okura couldn't see anything, and he heard loud thud noises, fearing that Shisuha was under attack. Desperate, he removed the helmet and discovered that Shisuha was unharmed. Shisuha, concerned for Okura's well-being, asked if he was okay. Just then, Noril and Estelle appeared. Okura asked if they had taken care of the kobolds on their side, but it turned out they hadn't. Noril mistakenly believed Okura had defeated the kobolds. Meanwhile, Shisuha looked ecstatic, as if she had just released some stress. After that, Shisuha ranked up, and Okura kept practicing to become a skilled tank. Several days later, Okura's group ventured into another forest to once again battle Washi warriors chiefs as part of Okura's training. Okura noticed Shisuha's excitement at facing new foes. Shisuha initially mentioned she enjoyed killing, but quickly changed it to enjoying the fight itself. Okura anticipated her change in words. Estelle then proposed eliminating the regular Washi warriors to make the chiefs appear, but Shisuha stepped in, suggesting that she and Okura take on the task. She explained that being surrounded by many enemies would be excellent training for Okura as a tank. Estelle and Noril agreed, supporting their master's goal of becoming a skilled tank. Okura had concerns about fighting while guarding a delicate girl like Shisuha. He advised her to use him as a shield. However, Shisuha suggested that he simply observe the enemy's movements. She acknowledged Okura's ability to react to enemy actions, but emphasized the importance of anticipating their next moves. Shisuha pointed out the patterns of monster movements and encouraged Okura to pre-read their actions. Okura felt uneasy about doing it instantly, and Shisuha agreed, telling him to give his best effort in training. She provided Okura with strong motivation and suggested that they work together to do their best. Observing Okura's posture, it was evident that he felt determined. He sprinted towards the approaching monsters, effortlessly dispatching them with Shisuha's assistance. Suddenly, the leaders of the Washi warriors emerged, charging at Okura. Our main character adeptly blocked attacks from both sides and swiftly countered. At that moment, one of the Washi warrior chiefs activated Godspeed, a skill that tripled the user's base speed. Given that chiefs already possessed a high agility stat, it became significantly faster, causing Okura concern. Shisuha advised Okura to stay calm, reassuring him that it essentially moved like a regular Washi warrior. Okura just needed to carefully observe its movements and identify the right moment and position. With precision, Okura swung his Excalibur and cleaved the Washi warrior chief in half. The onlookers were impressed to witness Okura defeating the Washi warrior chief at its maximum speed. Noril celebrated as they took a break and Okura dropped to the ground. Estelle was impressed by Okura's sudden improvement, but he claimed that Shisuha had given him some pointers. The girls were confused and wondered if Shisuha was truly a priestess. Estelle couldn't believe a priestess was a better teacher in fighting than a warrior like Noril. The knight then pouted, scolded Okura, and dragged our protagonist to another Spartan training session. Okura blamed Estelle for saying something uncalled for. Okura continued to grind and train, facing off against Washi warriors at every turn. Shisuha watched with excitement written all over her face. After a while, Okura's party decided to take a break from the intense training and enjoy some tea. Okura was growing weary of battling the Birdmen monsters, but Estelle insisted that it was the ideal training ground. Just as they were settling in, Noril suggested hunting Asterios instead, causing Okura to spit out his tea in surprise. While Shisuha went to fetch some wipes, Okura scolded Noril for casually proposing to use Asterios for training. Noril argued that Okura should face something strong for a change. Though Okura couldn't disagree, the memory of Asterios' menacing presence lingered. Shisuha returned, reassuring Okura not to worry and promising to heal him immediately if anything happened. She confidently claimed that she could even regrow lost limbs as long as Okura remained alive. They didn't hesitate anymore and headed to the area where Asterios had spawned. Okura was unsure about facing the bull monster again, but Noril encouraged him to overcome his fear. Feeling anxious, Okura retrieved more equipment from the gacha and gave new items to Shisuha. He chose an SR sticker for himself, a gacha item that would reduce the chance of panic, something useful for a coward like him. Even though he declared it a revenge match, Okura still couldn't stop trembling, rendering the sticker somewhat useless. Estelle and Noril wished Okura and Shisuha luck before walking away. Okura started panicking once more, expecting assistance from the other two, but Shisuha began pulling him away. The Asterios had found them and charged at them. The massive bull monster lowered its head, and Okura quickly raised his shield to block the charge. He realized how difficult it was to stop the attack, and he was already being pushed back, feeling the force. Deciding to let the Asterios continue charging, Okura sidestepped, allowing the enormous monster to crash into a nearby boulder. While it was down, Okura started hitting it with the Excalibur, but his attacks proved ineffective. The Asterios got back up and roared loudly, indicating its irritation. Okura knew he had angered it. However, thanks to the special training he had undergone, he felt confident in dodging the huge monster's attacks. Shisuha stood there, filled with excitement as she watched Okura. Suddenly, the Asterios created some distance and hurled its massive axe toward Okura. Our hero managed to block the axe, causing it to bounce to the side. However, this was just a diversion as the Asterios swiftly charged towards him. Okura couldn't evade it and his helmet flew off in the process. The Asterios ominously stood in front of Okura, appearing ready to devour him at any moment. Shisuha clenched her fist and began panting heavily. Noril attempted to intervene but stopped immediately as she noticed something. The Asterios charged its fist with sparks, attempting to punch Okura. Just as the monster was about to strike, Shisuha suddenly appeared and smacked the colossal creature away, sending it flying toward a nearby cliff. Everyone was too stunned to utter a word. As the Asterios descended from the ledge, Shisuha blinked in front of it and delivered a swift kick to its chin. The Asterios began to stagger, attempting to retaliate by smacking Shisuha. However, the priestess adeptly moved to the side and landed a powerful body blow on the gigantic monster. Shisuha used to have this calm and delicate look like a gentle healer. But when it came to a fight, her whole demeanor changed. Okura, who always saw her as this beautiful and frail priestess, couldn't believe his eyes. He finally realized he'd been ignoring the signs that Shisuha was far from a typical priestess. There she stood, not like a healer, but more like a tough brawler, casually holding the head of Asterios as if it were a piece of laundry. She let out a big sigh, expressing how great it felt to move around. Okura, dumbfounded, just watched her. Shisuha noticed him and, concerned, asked if her master was okay. She apologized for interrupting Okura's special training, admitting that she couldn't restrain herself while watching him fight. Estelle appeared, confirming that she had suspected Shisuha was hiding something. Okura apologized for not realizing it sooner. Suddenly, Shisuha nervously asked if she could take care of the remaining minotaurs nearby. This made Okura even more worried. Shisuha explained that she couldn't suppress her desires any longer. Estelle, impressed, noted that Shisuha was finally being open about her true feelings. The team returned to their place and Okura told Noril not to lie down right after eating too much, warning her that she might turn into a cow. Noril insisted she wouldn't gain weight, but Okura called her over for a chat. It had been a while since they defeated the Asterios, and due to the steady collection of magic stones, Shisuha had already reached C rank. She came in and served tea for everyone, earning praise from Estelle for being considerate. However, this was a huge contrast to her behavior in battles. Noril had wondered what they were going to talk about. Okura then said they would roll a gacha every day, because they already had a priestess in their group. Noril was thinking Okura had forgotten about it, but our gacha-addicted protagonist exclaimed he would never forget. He then showed his phone and displayed a notification, giving out a premium SRR ticket or above that quality for every 11 pulls. Okura explained that the SSR or higher rank unit would be guaranteed. Noril was confused, but Okura told her to learn after they pulled the gacha. Noril got mad since it would be a post-evaluation, but Okura told her to calm down and reminded her of the saying that it was better to regret doing something than regret not doing it. Noril was unsure about it. It was the first time Shisuha saw Okura's true nature and found him passionate. Okura raised his hand, feeling excited about the gacha. A second later, smoke came out of Okura after getting trash. Shisuha stared at Okura's phone as it was her first time seeing the gacha. She became interested in it, and Noril tried to prevent her from becoming like their hopeless master. Trembling, Okura came back from his temporary defeat and brought out the premium ticket. He used it while exclaiming that things were not yet finished. The ticket glowed brightly, and a UR box appeared, shocking everyone. It opened and showed another Noril. Okura was visibly disappointed, and Noril was hurt. Just then, she got confused and realized that she had been duplicated. Shisuha wondered if Noril would be doubled, and they wondered what they should do. Soon after, Noril discovered a strange yet adorable doll, and another Noril found it cute too. They shared smirks and exchanged a high five. Reveling in their 100% similarity, Okura felt relieved that the two Norils were getting along so well. Suddenly, Moffat appeared, and both Norils vied for its attention, pulling it in opposite directions. Okura attempted to calm the situation, but the two Norils opted to settle their differences by transforming into their night forms. Despite Okura's pleas to stop, the entire inn ended up in ruins. And with that, Okura's daydream of having two Norils ended in misery. With a disappointed look, Noril wondered what Okura had been imagining. Estelle pondered the situation and suggested that their party's strength would increase with another Noril. Okura hesitated, considering the idea, and asked Noril if she would be okay with having a duplicate. Noril expressed trust in Okura's decision. Okura, the anxious because Noril was his very first companion, contemplated that having another Noril might upset the balance. After a moment of reflection, he firmly declared that the current Noril was the only one for him. He didn't want a duplicate. Estelle was taken aback, interpreting Okura's words as a love confession to Noril, a sentiment shared by Shisuha. Okura clarified that he simply didn't like the idea of having a double, a sentiment Estelle understood and agreed with. Suddenly, Shisuha grabbed their attention and showed that summoning two identical units was impossible. Instead, she showed that it was possible to enhance the current unit. Everyone was surprised, and the anxious Noril let out a huge sigh of relief. Okura then advised her to gain more strength. Despite her concerns, Noril agreed, as long as it meant becoming stronger to aid everyone. Noril then created some distance, and Okura tapped on his. Peculiar rays of light emerged and moved toward Noril. The knight began sensing something within her, like a creeping sensation. She grabbed Okura, expressing that she felt a tingling sensation. Okura became flustered as Noril pulled him and soon found himself in his armor. Noril also adorned her armor, expressing her eagerness to go. She wanted to embark on a hunt immediately, and the other girls realized Noril was thrilled with her newfound strength. Okura's group entered Sting's Adventurers Guild and observed the unusually bustling atmosphere. Suddenly, Deus's B-ranked party, a group they recognized, appeared. Deus, as usual, attempted to catch Estelle's attention with a greeting, but she claimed to have forgotten about him, and even Norel wasn't pleased to see him. Deus couldn't help but notice the dislike the girls harbored toward him. Shisuha caught Deus's attention, and the priestess politely introduced herself. True to form, Deus instantly developed feelings and greeted Shisuha as if they were on a blind date. Meguri noticed the inappropriate expression on Deus's face, and the leader justified it by saying he was admiring Shisuha's beauty. While Meguri scolded her, Deus's party members Sumika and Gauss also introduced themselves. At that moment, Deus noticed someone was missing and wondered where Okura had gone. Suddenly, a fully armored Okura menacingly approached him from behind. Deus got scared and hurried over to Estelle, curious if the armored figure was a new member. Okura shouted in frustration, and Deus realized it was Okura all along. He wondered about the unusual getup, and Okura explained he was taking the role of a tank for their party. However, Deus was concerned that the city guards might mistake him for a suspicious person. Finally understanding what the girls had been saying, Okura took off his helmet. Suddenly, Meguri began to engage in some friendly physical contact with Estelle. When Okura saw Estelle looking cute and a bit embarrassed, he couldn't help but smile as he watched these two women blossoming into friendship. Right at that moment, Gauss approached Okura with a serious expression and asked if he knew his duties as a tank. Okura casually responded that his main job was to endure pain, but this only angered Gauss. It was clear that Okura had no clue about the true responsibilities of a tank. With a confident smile, Gauss seized Okura and declared that he would teach him the ways of being a tank. Norel was puzzled by the situation, and Deus mentioned that Gauss always got excited when the topic of tanks came up. Shisuha found Gauss interesting, but Norel argued that Shisuha was even more intriguing. At that moment, a guild employee rushed in, making sure everyone was occupied with their own activities. Okura couldn't help but wonder if the employee had a specific reason for checking on everyone. Later at the reception, the employee explained that there was an urgent request. She mentioned that there were dangerous situations called great subjugations happening in different places. To prevent more of these incidents, adventurers were needed to eliminate the monsters responsible. Curious, Okura wondered about the meaning of great subjugations, and Deus clarified that it could involve either an extremely powerful monster or a large group of monsters causing significant harm. The guild employee had pointed out that they needed to deal with a large number of kobolds and asked Deus and Okura's party to take on the quest. Okura wondered if it was a tough request, given that the guild had assigned it to two parties. The employee then explained that there were unusual occurrences in the Asterios area, with monsters appearing that weren't supposed to be there. Okura suddenly remembered encountering a cyclops in that area. The employee warned them to be cautious. Deus was fine with accepting the quest, and Okura agreed to take it on as well. Outside the city, the two parties walked towards their destination for the quest. Meguri felt fortunate to be on a quest with her favorite Estelle-chan. Deus advised her not to get too worked up, but Meguri was mostly focused on protecting Estelle. As usual, Okura struggled with traveling on foot. Shisuha then approached Gauss and asked about the most effective attack he had ever dealt. Gauss excitedly started talking, making Sumika worried about the chatterbox. Deus felt a sudden awareness, and Meguri announced that they had already discovered some of their targets. She decided to demonstrate her abilities. A bunch of kobolds rushed at them, and Meguri swiftly took out her bow, firing several arrows rapidly at the monsters. Each arrow hit its mark, and the monsters' heads popped off like balloons. Everyone, including Meguri herself, was surprised by what had just occurred. Deus was curious about Meguri's attack suddenly looking overpowered, but even the archer herself was confused by the monsters exploding in that way. Estelle and Okura were puzzled by what had just happened. Okura checked his phone and discovered that Deus's party was now recognized as his party members, granting them a special buff. Okura remembered using the title change function, setting Secretary General as his title, boosting all units' stats by 15%. The effect also reached Deus's party. With a sly grin, Okura thought about taking advantage of this to make Norel anxious again. He mentioned that they could earn more magic stones if Deus and the others defeated rare monsters. Okura believed they would get a higher amount of magic stones than usual. Deus questioned what was going on, and Okura stated that they were just discussing how they now had reliable allies. He reached out his hand to Deus for a handshake, and the two agreed to work together. A few days later, after leaving Sting, the combined group reached their final destination. Okura felt goosebumps when he saw the stampede of kobolds in a field. After witnessing the multitude of monsters, Meguri declared that it had been larger than usual. Deus also clarified that there might have been a core monster among the kobolds. A core monster is a leader that emerges when the monster has grown significant enough to pose a considerable threat for subjugation. Okura concluded that their objective was to defeat the core monster, but Deus also emphasized the need to eliminate the normal ones since their numbers had increased. At that moment, Estelle suggested wiping out everything in one strike and began chanting a spell, surprising everyone. Okura intervened, urging her not to waste her magic, and pointed out the distinctive-looking monsters within the kobold group. They wanted to verify if Deus and the others could also obtain magic stone drops. Instead, Estelle cast buffs on everyone, surprising Deus and the others with the stat increase. Meguri felt happy to have Estelle's support, but it also made the mage a bit uneasy. Okura suggested that he, Noril, and Deus take the lead, and Deus agreed. Okura then told his team not to push themselves too hard, and everyone set off to deal with the monsters. Deus and Meguri attacked, quickly defeating the monsters. They were amazed at how powerful Estelle's support magic was. Noril and Okura also handled the monsters easily. Watching them, Deus once again realized that Okura's party had surpassed common sense. He approached Noril and praised her sword skills. Noril was initially silent but shyly thanked Deus for his words. Meguri called out to Deus and they continued dealing with the monsters. Okura checked his phone while watching Deus's party eliminate rare monsters. His eyes widened when he saw that the magic stone count wasn't increasing at all. He wondered if there was a specific condition they needed to meet. Just then, Deus called for Okura's attention and pointed somewhere. In the direction he pointed, a kobold lord appeared with reinforcements. Okura complained because the newly arrived monsters were twice as many as the ones they had just defeated. Deus agreed, stating that a core monster was likely among the kobolds. Meguri pointed out that having only 2 parties was too risky, prompting Sumika to ask if they should retreat. Upon hearing this, Deus wanted Okura to decide whether to continue or withdraw. He explained that if they kept fighting, Okura's party would be the main force in the battle. Okura considered that they hadn't collected any magic stones yet. However, it was their first time facing a stampede, and the others were already exhausted. Unsure of what to do, Noril appeared and expressed confidence in dealing with the kobolds' numbers. Estelle and Shisuha were also eager to use their magic and fists. Okura was surprised and he smiled, declaring that they should continue the fight. He asked Estelle to use her magic to reduce the number of monsters and reminded her to give it her all this time. Deus's party also moved forward. Shisuha wanted to join the front lines, but Okura stopped him to continue his role as a priest. The kobolds then looked up to the sky, their jaws dropping open at the sight of huge fireballs coming their way. The magical attack obliterated the monsters and Estelle felt refreshed. While Deus was watching this surprising sight, Okura warned him about an incoming axe-wielding kobold. There was no time to react, but Noril saved the day. She sliced the kobold into pieces and told Deus to back off and cover the rear line instead. Deus thanked Noril as he left. Explosions echoed across the battlefield, and the kobold lord observed the chaos in silence. Eventually, it decided to take action and tightly gripped its weapon. Raising its spear like a javelin thrower, the kobold lord prepared to make a move. Meanwhile, Noril reminded Okura that they had ventured too far ahead. Suddenly, something swiftly passed Noril and struck Okura, sending our protagonist airborne. Realizing he was now high in the sky, Okura began to cry out in fear. Sumika noticed Okura's situation, and Meguri started worrying, prompting Estelle to take action. However, Estelle hesitated as she saw a light approaching Okura. To everyone's surprise, Noril appeared with a pair of white wings flying towards Okura. With Okura in his arms, Noril comforted him and instructed him to hold tight as they soared through the air. Meguri was left speechless witnessing Noril's newfound ability to fly, and Estelle declared that the situation had turned in their favor since Noril had used her skill. Noril had a special ability called Silver Aura that used to boost all her stats threefold for 10 minutes. She gained this skill through an enhancement by a duplicate. As she flew by, Noril, the Valkyrie, effortlessly cut through a swarm of kobolds. The kobold lord, however, continued summoning more kobolds using its skill. Undeterred, Noril carved through them and made her way to the kobold lord, holding the frightened Okura. With a swift slash, Noril cleaved the kobold lord in two, like slicing through butter. The monster's body dropped to the ground and Noril safely landed with Okura. Concerned, she called out Okura's name, reminding him about the after effects of her skills. Despite the victorious battle, Okura, realizing his new role in carrying Noril, laughed out loud. Okura regrouped with the others, carrying Noril on his back. He saw Deus and the rest looking shocked. Deus pointed out what was happening, and Okura checked to see what had caught their attention. Shisuha had been punching, kicking, and chasing monsters as if they were just disposable punching bags. Okura felt shocked witnessing their normally composed priestess looking so helpless. They all returned to the guild soon after and got the reward for the successful mission. It was a huge 40 million gills in total. Okura couldn't believe it, and the guild employee assured him that it was a fair amount for defeating a kobold lord. Okura thought they would each get at least 20 million gills after splitting it, but Deus refused to accept the reward. This surprised Okura, and he insisted they share it. However, Deus believed it was thanks to Okura's party that the mission succeeded, and they were just holding them back. Okura was frustrated and argued that they played their part in protecting the team from the rear. He suggested Deus's party take half of the reward. Despite Okura's efforts, Deus sighed and agreed to take their share. In return, he asked Okura to stick with them for a while, leaving our protagonist feeling confused. We change scenes to a nearby tavern where Deus declared the beginning of the celebration for the success of the Great Subjugation. Everyone enjoyed the drinks and food, especially Noril. Okura suggested she take it easy, but Noril, exhausted from her efforts, couldn't resist her hunger. Deus insisted they indulge since everything was covered on their tab. Grateful for Noril saving his life, Deus even offered more food. Seeing Noril devouring the food like a hungry eater, Okura gave up trying to stop her. At that moment, a tipsy Shisuha approached Okura. She mentioned how delicious the fruit wine was, but Okura declined. Shisuha then fixed her gaze on him and clung to Okura, inviting him for a drink and playfully calling him cute. Shisuha embraced him tightly, leaving Okura caught between the holy mountains. She playfully asked him what he felt touching him. Sumika had watched the entire scene with a sad expression. She wondered if she could be like a priestess like Shisuha. Noril then warned Shisuha to stop teasing Okura, but the priestess didn't want to stop. Noril told her to look to the side and discovered Estelle exuding killing intent towards Shisuha. The priestess quickly backed off from Okura and became sober. Okura then thanked Noril for saving him from drowning. Noril noticed that Okura hadn't eaten a lot yet and offered him some sausage. Despite getting embarrassed at first, Okura accepted the offer and Noril fed him. While the two had their own sweet time, Meguri called them over since there was a new batch of delicious meat. Upon hearing that, Noril quickly stood up to get some and Okura couldn't help but sigh. Everyone continued enjoying their food and drinks through the night. The celebration ended with a 1.5 million gills bill. Noril was satisfied, and Deus was glad to see Noril's wonderful appetite. Okura offered to pay half of the bill, but Deus claimed it was fine since he had done something rude to Okura when they met for the first time. Meanwhile, Meguri felt sad as she said goodbye to her favorite Estelle-chan, who had grown tired of her constant hugs. Gauss was happy to have met someone like Shisuha and hoped they would cross paths again. The energetic priestess enthusiastically agreed, and Sumika still aspired to be like Shisuha in both role and physical attributes. The time came for the two groups to go their separate ways, and Deus expressed gratitude to Okura for everything. Okura told them to let him know if anything happened again, and Deus assured him they could rely on each other next time. The two groups then waved goodbye to each other. Okura felt happy that he had become friends with Deus's party. Shisuha, however, started swaying and hugged Okura. Despite being completely drunk, she cast a spell on herself and sobered up, saying it was okay to get drunk once in a while. Okura was impressed by Shisuha's use of recovery magic. Suddenly, Estelle sneaked up behind Shisuha and asked what her intention was earlier when she was clinging to Okura. Shisuha insisted there was nothing, but Estelle wanted a long conversation before bedtime. Blaming the effects of alcohol, Shisuha started running away. Okura, observing the scene, called the girls hopeless. At that moment, Okura's phone received a notification and he was shocked by what he saw. Noril inquired about it and Okura showed her the gacha system's reward for completing the Great Subjugation. Okura and the girls returned to their lodgings, and Okura couldn't help but celebrate as the gacha system rewarded them for their recent adventure. They opened the reward box and Okura received 50 magic stones and an SSR cost reduction item. Noril was happy to see such an item, but it only decreased the cost by 1, making it useless. Estelle then wondered who Okura would use the item for. Okura, aware of Estelle's tactics, claimed that he wouldn't be swayed and wouldn't use the item. However, Okura hadn't expected to get such an item from the gacha. Estelle wondered if there were more items besides the event, and Okura assumed that there would also be labyrinths. Okura still wondered about the principles the gacha was following. Shisuha then asked if Okura wouldn't roll the gacha, and Okura realized he had completely forgotten about it. Okura had stood up and announced his gacha festival. However, he decided to do one gacha pull for each of them. The girls were surprised and felt like they couldn't trust Okura's words. Okura told them that the gacha this time was item-based, and it was okay to skip the event. Since it was still a special event, they needed to roll in moderation. Shisuha was excited to do a gacha pull too, and Okura just realized that it was her first time, so he let her go first. Shisuha's eyes widened as she used Okura's phone. She tapped on it and a lot of items appeared. However, they were all of rare quality, and Shisuha was confused by the reaction of others. Okura shook his head as he sighed, and that devastated Shisuha. The priestess suddenly went silent and reached out once again to Okura's phone. Okura jumped in to stop her, and Shisuha started whining to do another pull. It was cruel for her to end her first time like that, and wanted to touch the phone once again. Estelle realized that Shisuha was the same type as Okura in gachas. Shisuha had finally calmed down, although she was still disappointed. Okura, on the other hand, was even more disappointed with how Shisuha had reacted. Noril and Shisuha pointed out to him that he was acting like a kettle calling the pot black. Despite this, they continued, and Estelle and Noril also tried their luck with the gacha. Oh wait, Moffat was there too. The rest of them got at least an SR item, which only added to Shisuha's frustration. Norrell was disappointed that even with Moffat's good luck, they only managed to get an SSR. Okura assured everyone that they always got at least a UR result every festival, asking them to be reassured since it was now his turn. Estelle warned him not to jinx himself, but the gacha-addicted Okura remained confident. However, in the next moment, we witnessed Okura despairing over his disappointing result. Noel and Shisuha reminded him not to do another pull. Okura insisted that they had already gotten an SSR and boldly exclaimed that the next one would undoubtedly be of higher quality. A moment later, Okura and Shisuha found themselves tied to chairs. Okura wasn't happy about it and complained, but Norrell told him to think about what he'd done. Despite his protests, Okura wanted to try his luck with another pull from the gacha, but Estelle cautioned him along with Shisuha. As time passed, the two gacha enthusiasts pleaded to be set free. Estelle turned to Norrell for her opinion. Norrell agreed to release them, but with a condition. She wanted to be the first to check out the gacha items, especially keeping an eye on a dessert item from the gacha items. Once released, the girls eagerly enjoyed the random sweet treats that popped out of the gacha. Norrell, with a sweet tooth, asked for more, but Okura informed them that they could only indulge in one per day. Okura sighed and checked the only SSR item they had obtained. It was a house extension item, but it wouldn't be of any use unless they had a house of their own. Estelle proposed the idea of buying a house, and Shisuha agreed, considering the huge amount of money they had earned from the recent subjugation. It was only then that Okura realized this and gazed outside the inn's windows. Memories of his shabby apartment in his original world flooded back, where owning a house was just a distant dream. Now, in this new world, he could fulfill that dream and provide a dream home for himself and his companions. Okura had told Estelle that it was a good idea, and they decided to buy a house for themselves. They went outside, and Estelle realized it was their first time going out together, just the two of them. While clinging to Okura, Estelle reminded him that they had always been with Norrell and Shisuha when going outside. She looked happy at the thought of going out alone with Okura. Okura wondered what made Estelle cheerful, even though they were only going to a realtor. The two went to the realtor, and a man asked what kind of property they would like to buy. Okura requested it to be near the Adventurers Association, and Estelle wanted a detached house. They also confirmed that it should be big enough for 4 people. The realtor then browsed through the catalog and found something that started at the price of 90 million gils. Upon hearing that, Okura and Estelle broke into a cold sweat since they only had 40 million gils at the moment. The two had gone outside and realized how costly it was to buy a house in the capital. Just then, Estelle suggested buying a house outside the capital. They went back to their inn and told Norrell and Shisuha about their discussion, proposing a return to Bruna City. Shisuha remembered that it was the first city Okura visited before being summoned. Okura thought it was the perfect chance for Shisuha, and Norrell was eager to go back to their roots. Okura then announced that they would travel the next day, and Norrell started feeling distressed at the thought of riding the carriage again. Estelle could see how Norrell was affected, but Okura reassured her, saying he had something for her. The following day arrived, and instead of using a carriage, Okura's group opted for a magic carpet to fly back to Bruna. Estelle was curious about the time it would take to reach Brune, and Okura assured her that it would be more than a couple of days. To be prepared in case they needed to return to Sting, Okura marked their path on the map. Over the next few days, the group camped and hunted as they traveled until they finally reached Brune City after 3 days. Shisuha glanced around and appreciated the pleasant and calm atmosphere of the place. Okura shared that Bruna felt like a cozy home to him. Norrell was eager to start house hunting, but Okura wisely recommended taking a break for the day and resuming the search the next day. When the group resumed their quest for a house the following day, they discovered one that cost 7 million gils and was just a short 5-minute walk from Bruna's Adventurers Association. It was much more affordable compared to the royal capital, and this was all thanks to Estelle's helpful suggestion. They entered the house with excitement, but once inside they found it completely empty. No furniture adorned the space, and despite its apparent cleanliness, there were still a few dirty spots and weeds growing outside. Norrell suggested a thorough cleaning, and Estelle volunteered to use magic to blow away the dust. However, Norrell and Okura quickly stopped her, fearing it would also blow away the house. While Moffat played outside, the rest of the group prepared with cleaning equipment. The girls focused on wiping down the spots inside, while Okura tackled the weeds outdoors, realizing it would take him an entire day to finish the task. Meanwhile, Estelle casually swept the floor until she tripped over something. Intrigued, she investigated what had fallen, and her eyes widened as she let out a loud scream. Everyone rushed to find Estelle until they located her. Estelle hugged Okura with tears in her eyes, explaining that something black and fast had emerged. To make matters worse, it was flying. Okura, startled, witnessed the bug zoom past them. The bug then targeted Shisuha, who instinctively tried to punch it. Unfortunately, she missed and accidentally demolished a wall. The bug, avoiding the chaos, swiftly flew elsewhere and cunningly hid in the best place it could find, Estelle's skirt. Estelle, feeling the bug inside her clothes, began to squirm and desperately sought help from Okura. Panicking, Okura wondered how he could assist her. In the midst of the commotion, Noril stepped in, embraced Estelle, and boldly reached into her clothes. She extracted the bug and tossed it out of the window. Trying to calm everyone down, Noril reassured them that it was just a cockroach. All of a sudden, Okura had a moment of realization. Noril confirmed that if there was one cockroach, there were probably more hiding close by. Everyone soon understood that the house had a bug problem, and more cockroaches began to show up. In a second wave of panic, Okura, Estelle, and Shisuha urgently asked Noril for help. In the end, the house got cleaner even though Shisuha accidentally made a hole in the wall. Okura realized that cleaning a house wasn't easy, and Noril said it was more exhausting than fighting. Estelle and Shisuha were still scared of the cockroaches. Okura took out his phone and checked the house extension item he got from the gacha. Noril was excited to see how it worked, and Okura said they needed it for more space. Okura used the item and the phone flashed brightly. Everyone looked around the house, but nothing had changed. Okura checked his phone and saw that the process was successful. He realized that they had to change gacha items into points and use them to improve the house. What surprised them even more was that the cost of adding a room was at least 1,000 points. Shisuha questioned if it was really that expensive, and Okura explained that one room would cost either 10 SR or 100 R gacha items. Estelle suggested giving it a try, sparking excitement in Noril. Okura converted some extra gacha items and added another room. Suddenly, a door opened on a wall, leaving everyone in awe. Noril saw the door installed correctly, so she went inside to inspect and confirm that a room had been built. Okura noticed it resembled his apartment back on Earth. Noril went outside to check and got confused. She exclaimed that nothing had changed outside. Okura wondered how the room even existed, and Estelle suggested it might be in another dimension. Shisuha was interested that only the inside of the house expanded, but Okura found the whole idea scary. They had decided to make the house their main base not long after. Just like that, Okura expanded their home. He and Estelle took over one of the new rooms, while Noril and Shisuha stuck to the original ones. They bought furniture and set it up inside. Okura then checked the house arrangement on his phone and confirmed that everything was completed. Turning to the girls, he asked if there was anything else they needed. After a brief discussion among themselves, the girls, led by Estelle, brought up the need for a bathroom. Estelle pointed out that the house only had a shower. Okura, picturing the girls enjoying a bath, realized he wanted one too. He agreed to include a bathroom in the house. Shortly after, the girls headed to the bathroom, which had been added through house expansion. They cleaned themselves before entering. However, Estelle noticed that Noril was still wearing her eye mask even in the bath. Noril explained that she would only remove it when bathing alone. Shisuha wondered if Noril was still feeling shy around them. Eventually, Estelle and Shisuha decided to take off Noril's eye mask and playfully surprised her together. Meanwhile, Okura checked the remaining gacha items that hadn't been turned into points. The girls got out of the bath, feeling refreshed. Estelle suggested making the house bigger for more comfort. Noril recommended doing more gachas, and Okura agreed enthusiastically, impressed by her idea. He held Noril's hands, proud that she suggested more gacha. Even though Noril tried to explain further, Okura was already caught up in the gacha excitement. He decided to meet Noril's expectations by searching for a new place for gacha hunting. Shisuha was super excited too. Estelle agreed to have some fun occasionally, but warned Okura not to go overboard again. At that moment, a notification popped up, and Okura wondered if it signaled another gacha event. To his surprise, it wasn't a gacha event but the release of a special quest. The group gathered for a serious discussion, and Estelle realized that the event's map was in the vicinity. Okura predicted that something significant would happen soon. Additionally, the event had a time limit and offered enticing rewards. Estelle, concerned about the nature of the event, suggested approaching it cautiously this time. Okura acknowledged the uncertainty of potential dangers but insisted on seizing the opportunity because the event seemed promising. In the past, two adventurers decided to explore the nearby forest and deal with some goblins. The one with the axe realized that the forest seemed unusual. All of a sudden, the goblins they were after showed up, and the duo got ready for a fight. But not long after, everything in the forest went quiet, and next thing you know, the two adventurers were found on the ground lifeless. More goblins showed up, led by a hooded goblin who had a big smirk on their face. Shortly after, at Bruna's Adventurers Guild, Green, who was handling a request, caught wind of a familiar voice. He was taken aback to find Okura making a return. Green learned that Okura had now taken up residence in Brune and had even brought along a pair of holy mountains. Green couldn't help but wonder where Okura had found such stunning scenery. Switching topics, Okura inquired if Green had heard anything unusual recently. A sudden recollection hit Green about the peculiar goblin, and Okura was keen to know more. Green shared that there had been a surge of goblins armed with swords and bows targeting adventurers. He cautioned Okura to steer clear of the nearby goblin forest. However, Okura was aware that this aligned with the mutation quest mentioned in the gacha event. Okura's party had gone out, riding their magic carpet. Shisuha noticed that Okura had been more helpful lately in solving problems, but Noril could only see their master in a hurry. Okura explained that a B-ranked party had already been sent out for an investigation, and he feared losing the reward if they completed it before him. The girls also wanted the reward, but Okura's greediness was a turnoff. Okura got angry, declaring that he wasn't acting out of justice, and Estelle told him it wasn't something to proudly shout. The party arrived in the Goblin Forest, where Noril remembered the painful experience of falling from a tree. Okura apologized for it once again. Shisuha was excited, but Estelle worried about the bugs. They came across goblins but easily wiped them out. Since they hadn't encountered the special goblin, they began to wonder if it really existed. Estelle questioned if they were in the wrong forest. At that moment, Okura saw markers approaching them on his phone map. He glanced around but couldn't spot anything. Unbeknownst to them, an archer goblin lurked atop a tree, shooting an arrow at Estelle. Okura hurried over, shielding Estelle from the projectile. Noril acted swiftly, slashing the goblin on the tree. In gratitude, Estelle thanked Okura as if she had fallen for him once more. Meanwhile, Shisuha emerged from the bushes, gripping a goblin armed with a sword. Okura, having become accustomed to Shisuha's surprising actions, nonchalantly glanced at his phone to identify the source of the goblins. Observing some of the goblins fleeing, Estelle suggested they might be heading back to their lair. Okura's group swiftly pursued the goblins through the dense forest until they reached a sizable hole. The map displayed numerous signals, and Noril noticed traces leading into the hole. The group found the dark opening unsettling, but Okura decided to venture inside. Unbeknownst to them, a hooded figure observed their every move from the shadow. In the cave, Okura's group strolled casually, holding a lantern and fretting about the cave possibly collapsing. Unexpectedly, goblins ambushed them, springing from hiding spots and launching an attack. They reacted swiftly to deal with the threat, but then a goblin surprised Okura by casting a magical attack. Okura was struck and taken aback, realizing there was a goblin mage among them. Suddenly, peculiar black goblins, a new type, emerged. Okura grinned at the sight of them, declaring that he could see the magic stone coming. It didn't take them long to defeat the rare monsters since the level difference was too big. Okura laughed like crazy when he saw their magic stones. Then he stared at the remaining rare goblins. The goblins sensed their doom and ran away. Okura chased after them and soon arrived at a place with fancy walls. Noril recognized it as a dungeon. While the group wondered where the goblins went, the goblin mage triggered a trap and a big magic circle appeared under Okura's party. It glowed brightly, and the magic circle disappeared along with them. Seeing them teleported away, the goblins celebrated. However, they were quickly beheaded by the person following Okura's party. The hooded figure pulled out a phone and claimed that there was actually someone like him with the power of Gacha, a person chosen by God. In the dungeon, Okura stumbled onto a random spot and woke up to the sight of holy mountains. Shisuha, who had inadvertently pinned him down, questioned her master's actions. Startled, Okura, caught between them, narrowly avoided a dangerous situation. Shisuha apologized for the unintentional mishap, and they both wondered where they had landed. Soon, Okura realized that Noril and Estelle were nowhere to be found. Anxiety set in as it seemed they had become separated. Frantically, Okura searched for a way to contact them and discovered they had transceivers. However, his attempt to call them was met with a service message indicating the out-of-coverage status. Trying to calm Okura, Shisuha assured him that Noril and Estelle were capable of handling themselves, being formidable in their own right. Okura, realizing he had overreacted, apologized, and the two continued their exploration of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Noel kept shouting Okura's and Shisuha's names. Estelle also noticed that the transceiver wasn't working. The two girls decided to find Okura quickly, knowing their master was vulnerable. Suddenly, they heard a rumbling noise and saw a massive boulder rolling toward them. On the other side of the dungeon, Shisuha fought monsters with her bare hands, and Okura felt the absence of Noril and Estelle's buffs. Shisuha encouraged Okura to exude confidence, having become accustomed to fighting. She suggested he play the role of a strong protector, but Okura pointed out Shisuha was already stronger than him. Shisuha pouted, expressing her desire to hear such lines as well, claiming she was also a girl. Okura doubted her sincerity, and Shisuha suggested Okura's skepticism was because he was a virgin. This angered Okura, who told Shisuha to move forward. At that moment, Okura heard something approaching. Footsteps echoed along a path, and a man in a black coat and mask emerged. They wondered if he was an adventurer and decided to ask. The masked man then declared that he was offering his mask, infused with the abyss, to Logos. Okura was puzzled by what he meant. The man began talking as if he were the main character with the power of darkness. Okura and Shisuha were left without words. The man carried on with his exaggerated speech, and Okura couldn't grasp the meaning behind his words. Okura had ignored him, instructing Shisuha to keep searching for Noril and Estelle. They attempted to pass the masked person, but out of nowhere, Okura was hit with magic. Shisuha was shocked to witness her master being burned by the unexpected magical attack. Swiftly, she used healing magic and Okura recovered completely. Shisuha then gave a stern look to the masked person and advised Okura to take a break. Leaving him to rest, Shisuha realized that the masked person was certainly not an adventurer. Attempting to engage the masked person in close combat, Shisuha narrowly avoided an attack that ripped through her clothes. A short-haired woman wielding a long katana suddenly appeared, defending the masked person. Okura was astounded by what unfolded before him. The swordswoman scolded her master for acting independently. Okura, concerned for Shisuha, reminded her to stay cautious. He also recognized the swordswoman as someone from the Girls' Corps, the same organization as Shisuha. In the past, some monsters took a casual stroll when they suddenly spotted something behind them. Noril walked past the monsters holding Estelle. There were more monsters ahead, but they got rid of them swiftly. Noril kept running as a massive boulder rolled after them. Back in Okura's group, Shisuha was curious if she recognized the swordswoman. Okura then said that the short-haired girl used to be Sylvie Rauk, a UR unit from Girls' Corps. He had tried hard to get her in a gacha before but failed. Now that Sylvie was right in front of him, Okura thought the masked person might be in the same boat as him, another player with a goal. Okura assumed the goal was the magic stones, and the masked person started talking nonsense. Sylvie translated, saying that her master believed all the world's treasures were theirs. That's why Sylvie was trying to get rid of Okura. Even though Okura tried to object, the masked person attempted to use a magic spell to kill him. Quickly, Okura rushed toward the masked person and stopped the spell. Sylvie tried to assist her master, but Shisuha intercepted her and offered to be her opponent. Okura then took out Excalibur, claiming it was his turn. However, the masked person effortlessly lifted Okura and threw him aside. Okura realized he wasn't a mage but still got attacked by magic. Meanwhile, Shisuha was launching attacks on Sylvie, who skillfully dodged them all. Sylvie slashed Shisuha, but the cleric quickly healed herself. Sylvie decided to keep attacking until Shisuha ran out of MP. On the other side, Okura dodged the masked person's magic attacks, aware that gacha items were being used. Okura attempted to fight back with wind magic, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier. The masked person mentioned finishing setting up their territory, and Okura noticed exploding talismans scattered around. The masked person triggered an explosion, distracting Shisuha. Sylvie assumed Shisuha had used up her MP and continued her attacks. In another part of the dungeon, Noel and Estelle narrowly avoided a rolling boulder by reaching the end of the road. Noril sat down feeling relieved that they had escaped. Estelle thanked Noril for carrying her, and they realized they had ventured deep into the dungeon. Estelle kept worrying about Okura, but Noril assured her that the others would be okay. Meanwhile, Shisuha was under relentless attack from Sylvie. She tried to fight back with her fists, but Sylvie easily dodged and sent her flying. Okura, who survived the explosion, couldn't believe he couldn't protect Shisuha despite being a tank. He rushed towards Shisuha, but she had already been healed. However, her torn clothes made Okura flustered. The masked person then noticed that the two had unlimited stamina. He ordered Sylvie to release her limiter. Sylvie suddenly exuded an ominous aura as she unsheathed her sword, making Okura anxious. Sylvie glared at them with her sword in hand. The whole room suddenly rumbled, and Okura wondered if it was Sylvie's skill. However, Sylvie shook her head. A nearby wall exploded, surprising everyone. A huge horned beast appeared to join their party. As they looked ahead, Okura felt confused by the enormous creature in front of them. Considering the dungeon was supposed to be for goblins, Shisuha pointed at something, catching Okura's attention. He then saw a goblin controlling the beast. The goblin's stats were low, but the behemoth itself was incredibly powerful. Okura suggested working together to the masked person, but there was no response. Instead, the masked person pulled out something and raised an orb, as if preparing to use a powerful move. The orb was activated, causing the entire area to shine brightly and temporarily blinding Okura and Shisuha. Okura opened his eyes and noticed that the masked person and Sylvie had disappeared. Realizing they had run away, Okura found himself smacked against the wall by the behemoth. Fortunately, Shisuha managed to save him. Okura then exclaimed that the behemoth had a high attack power and urged Shisuha to run away for the time being. This seemed like the best choice as they were exhausted from their previous encounter with the masked person and Sylvie. Just when Okura thought the huge monster wouldn't pursue them, the behemoth crashed through the narrow path like a bulldozer. Shisuha suggested they try to defeat the monster instead, but Okura knew it would be impossible since the behemoth's defense stat was high. At that moment, he realized he could defeat the goblin controlling the monster. He attacked using wind magic with strange poses, but all his attempts failed, and he ended up running away from the creature. Noril and Estelle felt and heard the commotion of the chase, identified it as possibly Okura and Shisuha, and went to investigate. In another part of the dungeon, the persistent behemoth continued searching for Okura, who was growing increasingly frustrated. Seeing how tired Shisuha was, Okura decided to be the party's tank and protect the girls. After checking his gacha items, Okura informed Shisuha that he would distract the behemoth while she targeted the goblin with some magic dynamite. Shisuha looked visibly concerned about Okura facing the massive beast alone. Okura reassured her, expressing his determination to protect the girls this time. Shisuha, hearing what she had always dreamed of, found Okura's words somewhat lame when they came from him. Okura, feeling embarrassed, clarified that he meant it sincerely, but Shisuha teased him, claiming she didn't expect such a cheesy line. Okura handed the dynamite to Shisuha and left to face the behemoth alone. He quickly grabbed the attention of the goblin, who felt like a tank driver. The behemoth then swatted Okura away like a fly, but Okura didn't give up. He told Shisuha to hurry, and she swiftly landed on top of the behemoth. She stuffed magic dynamites into the shocked goblin's mouth and made a quick escape. The goblin tried to resist, but the dynamites exploded. The behemoth stopped moving, and Okura wondered if it was all over. Shisuha, wearing a menacing expression, approached Okura and demanded an explanation for his reckless actions. Just then, Norl and Estelle called out to them. Okura and Shisuha later explained to the others what had occurred. Norl, curious about the attackers, listened attentively. Shisuha mentioned that the attackers seemed interested in treasures. Suddenly, Okura recalled something important and reached for his phone. His face twisted with disappointment as he stared at the screen. The display revealed that Okura's quest had failed because another player had already conquered the labyrinth. At the same time, the masked man who had attacked them received the rewards for completing the quest. He laughed triumphantly, marking another step in the revival of his legion. Sylvie, standing quietly behind him, watched as the masked person continued to laugh uncontrollably. Okura had explained what had happened to the girls, and Shisuha assumed that the people they had met cleared the quest. Estelle could see Okura wobbling. Okura then claimed that he wouldn't let the masked person get away next time. He planned to pull more gacha and enhance more items. He swore to send the masked person flying with his full party. Noel reminded Okura that those were lines of a villain. The day ended with Okura's party failing the quest. Okura came back to their place feeling frustrated because they couldn't complete the event quest. He was annoyed and curious about the people they had encountered. The masked person, who was holding a smartphone, accompanied by Sylvie. Okura didn't know their intentions, but they were definitely hindering Okura's progress. Losing the quest rewards was bad enough, but Okura was also upset that the masked man got Sylvie, whom Okura wanted to obtain. While Okura was expressing his frustration, a notification popped up on his smartphone. Excitedly, Okura checked it, thinking it might be another gacha event. However, his face became serious, and the girls later found him upset and alone. Estelle wondered what had happened this time. Okura then displayed his smartphone, and Shisuha realized it was another issue. Norl, on the other hand, was curious about why Okura seemed so down. Okura explained that the new happening was a complete gacha event. In this event, they needed to collect specific items from a featured list before having a chance at the rare prize. Okura reminisced about how the government used to regulate gachas back then. He shared how he spent all his savings and allowances but kept getting duplicates. He even remembered the tough times when he could only afford to eat bean sprouts. Seeing Okura distressed, Estelle wondered if he should skip pulling in this event. Okura confirmed that he wanted to skip it, but the featured rare unit was Luna, the character he had wanted to obtain from the beginning of the story. For that reason, he couldn't miss this opportunity. This time, they had decided to use 900 magic stones for 11 summons over 15 turns. Okura started things off, passing the baton to Shisuha for the first 4 pulls. Unfortunately, Shisuha didn't manage to get any of the required items, and she couldn't believe her luck was so bad just like Okura's. Estelle took over and pulled 3 times, successfully obtaining one of the required items. Next up was Norl, who with 3 pulls got 2 of the required items. Impressed by Norl's luck, Shisuha asked her to be her mentor. Okura, feeling optimistic due to the good results and absence of duplicates, wondered if their luck was at a god-tier level. Mofudo had his turn and after 4 attempts obtained a required item. The only item left was an SSR item, and it was Okura's turn. With a calm and hopeful expression, he gazed at Luna's image on the screen, confident he would get something great. However, to everyone's dismay, Okura pulled a duplicate, raising concerns among the girls. It became evident that duplicates were inevitable. Okura faced duplicates again on his 2nd and 3rd attempts, and the girls finally grasped the tough time Okura had talked about earlier. Okura began to question if the summoning rates had been rigged, expressing his wish to meet Luna in the new world. Frustrated and desperate, Okura shouted with all his heart, hoping his final gacha pull would fulfill his desire to meet Luna. However, Okura ended up with another duplicate and started tapping furiously on his smartphone. He wondered why the SSR item didn't show up. Noel tried to calm Okura down, explaining that they had used up all the magic stones. Okura continued his tantrum until he called for an emergency meeting. The girls informed him that it was over since they had exhausted the magic stones. Okura then mentioned that the event would last for 5 more days. Noel exclaimed they could still get what they wanted, but her expression darkened upon hearing they would need to grind again. Noel suggested giving up, but Okura insisted there was no turning back. She protested, saying she didn't want to go through another marathon. Okura assured her not to worry since he had come up with a plan. He claimed he would recruit some help. The day after, 2 young adventurers, Illumino and Camilla, approached them after Green learned about their need for assistance. Green found it strange because Okura sought help even though black orcs weren't a problem for Okura's group. Okura explained that there were some specific circumstances. In a flashback, Okura had proposed seeking Green's help since increasing their group size was the only way to improve efficiency. Estelle reminded Okura that they wouldn't receive magic stones if others were involved in the hunting. Okura admitted they hadn't thoroughly investigated that aspect and suggested continuing hunting as usual. However, Norrell quickly agreed to seek outside help. Back in the present, Green was wondering if they were really going to hunt in a dangerous area. Okura couldn't figure out what was wrong, so Green pointed out that they were in a monster nest. Trying to reassure them, Okura told Green not to worry, explaining that Norrell would show them how to slice through orcs effortlessly. When Okura asked Green to handle the black orcs, one suddenly appeared, making Green and the newbies quickly raise their guard. Without hesitation, Green charged at the black orc with all his might and effortlessly sliced it as if it were butter. The kids and even Green himself were surprised by what he had just done. Okura then explained that it was all thanks to Estelle's support magic, leaving Green in awe of her magical abilities. Okura also noticed that the number of magic stones they had didn't change at all. At that moment, Norrell tapped Okura on the shoulder and told him to check out the ring on Camilla's finger. It was a thing she got from a gacha, and Okura recognized it right away. He asked Camilla where she got it, and she said she got it a while back. As Okura wondered about Camilla's gacha luck, he suddenly realized something. He called Green and Illumino over, handing them some gear. To persuade them, Okura claimed it was a magic item, surprising Green. Okura watched as Green and Illumino faced off against a black orc, keeping an eye on his magic stones. The two quickly took down the black orc. After a moment of prayer, Okura opened his eyes and saw that the number of magic stones had gone up. His face lit up as the magic stones continued to increase with each enemy they defeated. Overjoyed, Okura realized the secret to obtaining magic stones with the help of his friends. The gacha event lasted for 4 more days, and Okura began gathering magic stones with additional support. Okura kept pulling the gacha while working on stone farming. Shisuha seemed really into the battles, her face showing her excitement. As 2 days passed, Green noticed that Okura looked downhearted. Okura was concerned because there were only 2 days left. Suddenly, Norrell rushed in, urgently asking Okura to save someone. Okura quickly learned that Estelle was in trouble, surrounded by flames. He called out to her, and Estelle questioned whether Okura would be happy if she burned down everything in the forest. Okura, feeling worried, embraced Estelle, trying to comfort her. It turned out Estelle was struggling with depression, much like Norrell had before. To help Estelle, Okura requested Norrell to take her and let her rest. Without Estelle, the final day of hunting came to an end. At night, Estelle apologized for not being helpful. Okura reassured her, telling her not to worry. Instead, he apologized for not noticing her condition earlier. Then Okura announced that they would start the final gacha rolls. They had 3 chances for an 11-time summon. Okura decided to let the luckiest ones, Norrell and Moffat, go first. As Norrell tapped the smartphone screen, Okura hoped it would end well. After a few moments, everyone, including Moffat, had sad expressions. It seemed like it was all over for Okura. However, he had one more chance. It dawned on him that he should have stopped when Norrell warned him. Suddenly, Shisuha wondered why everyone was acting as if it was the end. Cheerfully, she reminded them that they still had one more chance. Okura, realizing he was thinking differently from the optimistic Shisuha, recalled the first time Norrell did the gacha. He then decided to let Shisuha do the final pull. Shisuha was surprised and wondered why she was chosen. Shisuha wondered what Okura was thinking when he left the final roll to her. Okura said it was just his gut feeling. Shisuha thought she had been pretty unlucky, but Okura reminded her of the positive things that happened. He asked her to be herself. Noel and Estelle also trusted Shisuha and Okura's feelings. After hearing their encouragement, Shisuha decided to go for it. Okura prayed, knowing that Shisuha had stayed calm in a tough situation before. Shisuha tapped on the screen and everyone went quiet. Her face went blank with shock because she had gotten the final needed item, the SSR Dimension Room. Okura, seeing all the required items on the list, got teary-eyed and everyone celebrated. The next morning, Estelle discovered that Okura was cleaning for some reason. Norrell heard it was for Luna's sake. Shisuha then told Okura to call Luna immediately, but he wanted to prepare Luna's room first. Okura added another dimensional room and it was time to summon Luna. However, the smartphone showed an error. Confused, Okura checked his phone and realized he didn't have enough cost. Shisuha panicked, but Okura reassured her that he could use cost down on someone. Estelle then started acting cute, Captivated by her sparkling eyes, Okura decided to use Cost Down on Estelle, making the mage happy. Okura then summoned Luna, and it was Shisuha's first time witnessing such an event. Luna appeared, and everyone was in awe upon seeing her. After the summoning, Okura happily introduced himself, but Luna didn't respond. So, Okura tried to introduce himself again, and Luna called him creepy. Okura felt hurt, and the girls proceeded to introduce themselves to each other. Luna then questioned why Shisuha was giving her a strange look. Okura, not understanding the situation, also wondered what was wrong. Shisuha expressed her desire to become close to Luna. When they touched, Luna felt uneasy and reacted by slapping Shisuha's holy mountains, telling her to stay away. Shisuha was surprised, and Okura was left confused. Luna, with a stern look, declared Shisuha as her enemy, despite Shisuha claiming she hadn't done anything wrong. Okura, confused by Luna's hostility, suggested trying to improve their relationship gradually. He came up with the idea of sightseeing around Bruna City, and Shisuha eagerly invited Luna. However, Luna refused, stating she didn't want to go out with Shisuha during daylight. Okura then proposed the idea of hunting inside a cave where sunlight wouldn't reach, but Luna rejected it, expressing her dislike for fighting and preferring to leave hunting to the others. Okura asked if Luna had any activities she enjoyed, to which she suggested guarding the house while the others were out. Luna then requested everyone to leave her room so she could sleep. Okura and the other girls were kicked out of the room, and Okura realized that Luna intended to stay home all the time. 2 days after Luna got summoned, Okura struggled to wake her up. He didn't want Luna to dislike him for disturbing her. Norl and Estelle teased him, calling him a loser. Despite the teasing, Luna had to wake up to register as an adventurer. Estelle questioned if she could register since she looked younger. Norl suggested introducing Luna as a vampire. Okura wondered if that would work, considering they hadn't seen any demi-humans since arriving in the new world. Later at the guild, Okura asked the receptionist if demi-humans were real. He described creatures with long, slender ears or bloodsuckers. The receptionist admitted she hadn't heard of demi-humans, but mentioned a race called demons that existed before. Demons were horrifying beings with superior strength and magic. Okura wondered if demons were like the powerful bosses in the game. The receptionist explained that the demons had perished in a war 200 years ago. Norl and Estelle quickly learned about it and were curious if Luna had been considered a demon. Okura made the decision to keep Luna hidden, and Estelle remarked that it was a good thing the vampire kept to herself. However, Okura was eager to understand Luna's abilities and had plans to address the situation. The trio returned home and found Shisuha attempting to engage in some physical closeness with Luna. Luna noticed them and signaled for a rescue. Okura was relieved that Luna was awake and requested Shisuha to release her. However, Shisuha refused, knowing that Luna would continue avoiding her. Norl urged Luna not to harbor too much hatred towards Shisuha, as she was genuinely kind. Luna protested and stared defiantly at the holy mountains pushing against her. She warned Shisuha to let go or face a bite. Shisuha insisted she wouldn't mind and was determined not to give up. Luna then bit her arm, causing Shisuha to scream in pain. Shisuha tried to endure it, but her knees weakened, and she collapsed. Okura checked on Shisuha, who claimed she couldn't move. Luna was impressed that it took longer than expected for the effect to kick in on Shisuha. Norl was curious about Luna's actions, and the vampire explained that she could induce abnormal conditions by biting, using paralysis on Shisuha. Shisuha, recovering, complimented Luna, who was shocked that Shisuha could move so soon. Shisuha reminded Luna of her role as a priestess, and Luna turned to Okura for help. Okura warned Shisuha that Luna would come to hate her if things continued this way. Surprisingly, Shisuha agreed and expressed her belief that she could eventually get along with Luna. Luna sighed in relief and thanked Okura for saving her. However, their closeness made someone jealous. Estelle reminded Okura about Luna's situation, which piqued Luna's curiosity. Luna was informed about a quest to collect a star flower, a flower that could only be found at night in the dangerous part of the forest. Okura sought Luna's help since she was strong at night. Luna thought he was crazy, stating that she wasn't even an adventurer. Norl and Estelle intervened, saying it would be challenging without Luna, and Okura agreed. Shisuha then spoke up, asserting that they were bothering Luna, and she took a stand to defend her. She told Okura to leave Luna to her, and they would watch the house together. Upon hearing Shisuha's words, Luna pictured being alone with her predator. She made up her mind and informed Okura that she would accept the quest but wanted suitable payment. A confused Okura was then led by Luna to her room and got pushed onto the bed. The girls observed as Luna crawled toward Okura. She requested a bigger bed, leaving Okura puzzled as he had assumed a different kind of payment. Luna complained about the hardness of the bed, and Okura promised to buy a new one for her. Collecting the starflower used to be a simple task of picking flowers. But things took a surprising turn when werewolves suddenly showed up in the area where the flowers were growing. Later, in the Sterila forest, Estelle got really scared when she heard a sudden sound and ended up hugging Okura for comfort. Okura reassured her that it was just the rustling of the grass. Norl acknowledged that dark forests can make people anxious, but Okura assured them that they had a map app, so there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Luna was screaming out loud while Shisuha was holding onto her tightly. Luna managed to escape and complained to Okura for bringing Shisuha along. Okura couldn't refuse after Shisuha begged to join. Okura then remembered to check Luna's status. Despite having a lower level, Luna's stats were surprisingly high since it was nighttime. He also realized that Luna was larger than Estelle, like the size of a mountain. Okura anticipated great things in the future, but Estelle snapped him out of it. He reminded the group to proceed with caution since it was dark. Okura and the girls moved through the dark forest, and Okura found it challenging. Suddenly, Luna suggested changing direction, warning that the path they were on could be dangerous. Okura, unable to see much with his lantern, learned that Luna seemed comfortable in the darkness. As a monster appeared inside the bushes, Okura used the map app to confirm its presence. Norel bravely stepped forward, ready to confront the creature, but Luna stopped her. Luna fired something past Norel and the area fell silent. Okura noted that the signal had disappeared, leaving him puzzled about what had just occurred. Luna then described the ground in the area and cautioned everyone to be careful. Norel expressed gratitude for Luna's intervention and admitted her realization that Luna was actually kind despite her bratty demeanor. Unexpectedly, Okura and Estelle showered Luna with compliments. Luna, feeling embarrassed, insisted she was only following orders and saving them because it also benefited her lifestyle. Estelle and Shisuha found Luna cute for acting tsundere. Luna, irritated by Shisuha's patting, responded by biting her hand like a land shark. The group had been searching for the flower, exploring every corner. Luna, among them, spotted something intriguing. She beckoned Okura over, wondering if what she had found was the elusive flower they were seeking. Okura was astonished to discover that it was indeed the star flower. Excitement overcame him and he eagerly moved toward it, but Luna halted him abruptly. She pointed out that they were surrounded by monsters, about 10 of them. Patiently waiting for the group to pick the flower, Okura quickly gave instructions to the girls, organizing them into a formation. However, Luna stepped forward, insisting that they leave things to her as she wanted to showcase her strength. Okura, concerned about Luna facing the monsters alone, was reassured by her confidence. Luna then bit her hand, letting some of her blood drop to the ground. A ripple appeared, unveiling a spear and a black cape. The others were impressed by Luna's display. Like a bat, Luna swiftly flew and located the ambushing werewolves. She swung her spear, eliminating the monsters, and skillfully lodged it into a tree. Okura was taken aback by the immense power Luna showed. As more werewolves surrounded her, Luna called her spear back and began skillfully swinging it, swiftly dispatching the monsters with a confident smile. Okura wasn't entirely surprised, considering Luna was a vampire, but witnessing her blend cuteness with strength left him thoroughly impressed. Okura had swiftly secured the starflower in a container, transforming it into a lantern that glowed in the darkness. Luna, curious about Okura's satisfaction with her performance, wondered if her efforts had met his expectations. Norel and Estelle, relieved that the request had concluded promptly with Luna's assistance, expressed their gratitude. In response, Okura thanked Luna, bringing joy to the vampire. Luna, indicating a desire to return to her slumber, raised questions about her willingness to fight alongside them as a team. She explained that she preferred spending more time sleeping and hinted that if Okura allowed her ample rest, she might even express love for him. Luna eagerly anticipated having a comfortable new bed afterward. The next day, Estelle got ready in her outfit. Take a moment to enjoy the sight. Afterwards, she left the room and said sorry to Okura, who was waiting. They were heading out to buy a bed for Luna. Okura appreciated Estelle joining him, and she mentioned that she wanted to be with him. They reached a furniture store with a limited selection. Estelle proposed looking at stores in the capital of Sting. However, Okura decided to stay with the store in Brunn for the time being. They strolled around, checking out furniture like a newlywed couple. They purchased what they needed, and it would be delivered in a few days. The two had left the store, and Okura thanked Estelle for sticking with him. At that moment, Estelle asked if anything had happened between him and Shisuha in the Goblin Labyrinth. Okura was surprised by her question and started remembering the events. Nervously, he insisted that nothing had happened, but Estelle had doubts. To steer the conversation away, Okura suggested visiting some stores to continue their time together, which made Estelle happy. However, Okura felt disappointed with the limited attractions in Brunn and considered going to Sting instead. Estelle reassured him, saying it was fine as long as they were together. The recap writer supports Okura x Estelle best girl. Period. The two had wandered through various stores and Estelle seemed to be having a good time. Eventually, Estelle came across something intriguing and decided to ask the shop owner about it. The shop owner then explained that it was a recently popular magic gemstone, which surprised Okura. Estelle, noticing Okura's surprise, told him to relax, saying it was different from what he might be thinking. She claimed that the gemstone gave off a mysterious feeling. Curious, Estelle inquired about the magic gemstone, asking the shop owner what it was all about. The shop owner went on to explain that it was a mysterious stone capable of changing color and shining based on the magic infused into it. and it could even have special effects. He admitted he hadn't personally witnessed it yet. Estelle found this fascinating and wanted to know if it was available for purchase. The shop owner quoted a price of $200,000. Okura was ready to buy it, but Estelle suggested using her allowance instead. Soon after, Okura wondered if it was okay, and Estelle assured him it was. Okura let her be and suggested looking around. The two strolled around Brune like they were on a date. While sitting on a bench and munching on bread, Estelle took the opportunity to playfully tease Okura and grab a bite of his bread, leaving our protagonist a bit flustered. As dusk approached, Okura felt grateful for the relaxing time. Estelle, aware of Okura's recent busyness, reminded him that they could now ask more people for help with magic stone collection. However, Okura set a new goal to increase their levels in case they encountered someone challenging in the future. Estelle reassured him, mentioning the support of the girls in their group. Okura hoped that would be enough and suggested heading home. Estelle then asked Okura to wait and checked if something was ready. Okura was puzzled, and Estelle revealed a magic gemstone shining brightly. Impressed by the transformation from dull to radiant, Okura complimented Estelle's magic. He was pleased that Estelle had bought it, as it suited her well. Estelle unexpectedly hugged Okura and caught him off guard. Despite Okura's flustered reaction to Estelle's boldness, she was simply putting a necklace on him. Okura, confused, thought it was Estelle's necklace, but she clarified that she had bought it for him since she was usually on the receiving end. Okura suggested paying for it, but Estelle insisted he accept it as a gift without protest. Like a caring wife, she asked him to understand her feelings. Okura appreciated the gemstone, and Estelle requested that he treat it as if it were her, urging him never to take it off. In Estelle's mind, the necklace represented her constant presence with Okura. Perplexed, Okura wondered if Estelle had said something, but she dismissed it as nothing. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion, a man declared that the supernatural power was growing because of advancements on a specific other side. He insisted that his actions were not for the benefit of others, but were solely driven by his goal to achieve the ultimate Arcadia. He asserted that Ragnarok wouldn't be halted. The individuals on the call urged the masked person to stop using complex language and communicate more plainly. In response, the masked man stated that he would persist in gathering magic stones and inquired about someone else wielding divine power. The call participants asserted that the number of chosen ones didn't matter, as long as they continued collecting magic stones to reclaim the demon's world. Suddenly, the masked person's phone rang, prompting speculation among the callers. The masked person mentioned that something had come up and quickly ended the group call. Sylvie wondered if they were heading out, and the masked person announced that the quest was beginning. On the other hand, Okura and the others were concerned for Luna, who had just done an 11 times gacha roll. She seemed really disappointed. Shisuha tried to cheer her up by saying that both her and Okura's luck were also not great. Okura wanted Luna to experience the excitement of gacha, but it seemed to have backfired. Luna then asked Okura to bring out an item and make it real. With bright eyes, she said she wanted the item. A few moments later, Luna happily received an SR item called Luxury Comforter. Okura was relieved that she was happy. Estelle noticed that Luna didn't care about the rarity of the item as long as it helped her sleep. Norel pointed out that Okura should also compromise and not let greed control him. Okura got angry and said that there was nothing wrong with being obsessed with higher rarities. He knew Shisuha agreed, but she wasn't listening. Okura then decided to demonstrate the power of greed by trying to pull a UR with only one chance left. However, his smartphone started ringing, and Estelle wondered if it was a gacha event. Okura confirmed that it was another anomaly quest. He told the girls to get ready to leave because he wanted them to be the first to complete it. The anomaly quest took place at the Angoli ruins in the desert, where unusually strong monsters had started appearing. Okura and the girls flew to the ruins on a magic carpet. Okura called Shisuha to tell her they could already see the ruins. Shisuha said Luna was still asleep, but she would wake her. Okura asked her not to rush and left Luna in her care. Okura wanted them to join since they needed more strength. Suddenly, another notification rang and Okura was shocked to see another gacha event. He complained because he was currently broke. Estelle checked and found it was a gacha where you do 4 single pulls and get a free UR in the end. Estelle thought they only needed 20 magic stones, but Okura corrected them, saying it was 10 for a single pull and each try increases to 20, 30, and 40. Okura said it was a step-up gacha and they needed 100 stones. Okura noticed the event would end the next day and swore to get the completion reward for the anomaly quest. Suddenly, Norel warned Okura to look ahead and they saw a huge bird attacking them. It collided with the magic carpet and everyone fell from the sky. Inside the ruins, Sylvie sensed Okura and the girls' presence. She wondered if she needed to delay them, but someone stopped her. The person claimed they wouldn't forgive Sylvie if she laid a hand on their prey. Outside, Okura stuck out of the desert sand, gasping for air as he emerged. Norel and Estelle were with him, both safe. Okura noticed numerous huge birds flying around, so they opted to continue their journey on foot. From a distance, a displeased girl observed them, unhappy about her task of slowing down Okura's group. She commanded the large birds to attack all together. Estelle spotted the incoming threat, surprising Okura. The birds shot their feathers like bullets, raining them down on Okura and the girls. Quickly, they retreated to a nearby wall for cover. After a while, the birds flew away, as Okura's group had distanced themselves from the ruins. The birds' flying ability posed a challenge, as conventional attacks wouldn't reach them. Hoping to find a solution, Okura checked his gacha items and discovered something useful. He materialized a star-shaped stuffed toy with gaudy colors, intending to use it as a distraction. Norl protested, finding the toy cute, but Okura promptly threw it away. The toy rolled into the sand, catching the attention of the birds, who attacked it. Seizing the opportunity, Okura pulled out a flashbang and hurled it toward the birds. The sudden bright flash stunned the birds, causing them to drop to the ground. Okura, Estelle, and Norl took advantage of the moment to eliminate the troublesome birds. With no more monsters in sight, Okura decided it was time to head to the ruins. However, he noticed someone near the entrance. He could clearly recognize such a bombastic body. A girl with twin tails and a huge pair of melons glared at Okura with disgust. She claimed that Okura was so weak that she lost interest in him. The girl then walked back inside the ruins while talking trash about Okura. Estelle then asked Okura what was wrong. Okura claimed they needed to hurry and informed Shisuha to come as soon as possible. Soon after, Shisuha and Luna arrived using a gacha item for teleportation, and Luna complained since she was still sleeping. Estelle and Norl wondered if something happened. Okura then told them that there was a monster tamer from Girls' Corps named Penilla. Shisuha then concluded that the masked person was also in the ruins, and Okura knew that they were also clearing the quest. Estelle then suggested clearing the ruins faster, but Norl noticed how dark the ruins were. Even their lamp couldn't light up the way, slowing their progress. Luna was unimpressed to see the others not used to darkness, just like the previous quest. Okura and the others then claimed that they were normal people after all. Luna then offered to be their eyes and told them to follow her lead. Okura's group began taking control of the Angoli ruins. As they moved forward, they faced many undead monsters, but Shisuha's sacred blessing made their journey easier. They smoothly progressed into deeper areas where treasures awaited. Meanwhile, Penilla was having fun playing with some of the undead monsters. She successfully tamed them and commanded them to leave. Although she boasted about enslaving all the monsters, they would soon be defeated. Sylvie then suggested that her sword was sufficient, making Penilla question if Sylvie thought she was useless. Sylvie pointed out that Penilla allowed the enemy to infiltrate, and Penilla couldn't argue with that. The masked person reminded them of their mission, but Penilla, feeling offended by Sylvie, asked Yamada, the masked person, to take her side. Yamada became upset and demanded Penilla to address him as master, but Penilla insisted on calling him Yamada. Suddenly they heard a loud noise and the head of an undead monster rolled towards them. Okura and his girls were approaching, ready for a comeback. Okura declared they wouldn't escape this time, and Yamada began dramatically discussing their fate. Okura and the girls didn't understand his words, and Penilla asked Yamada to be more straightforward. Yamada was flustered that his real name was revealed, and Okura was relieved to finally know it. Yamada corrected him, saying he was the ruler of the Abyss, but Okura cut him off to initiate the fight. He boasted about having the numerical advantage, but Yamada cautioned him, explaining they still had the monsters Penilla controlled. Penilla confidently stated that Okura stood no chance. Okura, surprised by her powers, expressed his desire to have her on his side. Norl interrupted Okura's gloomy talk, and Okura started giving out instructions. Okura and Norl would face Yamada while the others would deal with the monsters. Yamada then told Sylvie to stick with him, and Penilla led the monster horde. The monster tamer ordered the monsters to attack, but Luna, Estelle, and Shisuha managed to keep up with them. The girls cleared the way and urged Okura to move forward. Okura and Norl clashed with Yamada and Sylvie. Okura and Yamada argued while fighting, discussing claiming rewards and magic stones for themselves. Yamada asserted that he was the chosen one, and Okura was just a background character. Meanwhile, the undead monsters kept coming, but Estelle easily wiped them out with her magic. Penilla complained about the undead monsters acting dead after the attack. Estelle struck up a conversation with her and claimed that Penilla didn't seem much of a threat despite being a gacha character. Penilla got upset and exclaimed that Estelle's small flame wouldn't do anything at all. Hearing this, Estelle fired a huge fireball toward Penilla. However, Penilla called her wolf pet Sukun, and the monster inhaled the magic Estelle had just fired. Penilla claimed that magic was Sukun's food and Estelle would be useless against them. Penilla mockingly told Estelle to limit her magic just like her lacking chest. Mad but calm-faced, Estelle wondered if that was the case and suggested an experiment. She made another huge fire attack and Sukun started inhaling the fire like noodles. Penilla claimed that Estelle's efforts were useless, but Sukun soon exploded from the magic power he had consumed. The wolf was completely roasted and Penilla panicked. Estelle apologized for getting carried away and Penilla was visibly angered. A huge flash of light covered the labyrinth. Seeing that, Yamada wondered if Penilla finally did it. The undead monsters scattered around suddenly became bigger and more ferocious. Luna continued fighting them and noticed that they had become fortified. The monsters swarmed towards Estelle, cutting off her escape route. Noril got worried for her, but Sylvie kept her company. Estelle tried to fend off the undead monsters, but her magic was ineffective against them. One monster tried to attack Estelle by surprise, but Okura was there to shield her. Despite feeling hurt, Okura did his best to fend off the monsters away from Estelle. He checked on Estelle, who was feeling apologetic. As Okura claimed that they needed to do something, Shisuha appeared and smacked a nearby undead monster. However, her attack was ineffective. Luna then told Shisuha that the undead monsters were going for Estelle, and instructed her to stand by as a healer. Shisuha wondered what Luna would do, and the vampire claimed she would end it in one attack. As the undead monsters swarmed Okura and Estelle, Yamada reminded Penilla not to use her skill, but Penilla complained that Sukun was defeated. Just then, Luna told Okura and Estelle to get down. Everyone noticed Luna bringing out her spear, and Penilla wondered what Luna was doing. With one swing of her spear, Luna fired off an attack that totally decimated the monsters. The attack was also targeted towards Yamada and Penilla, exploding on impact. Shisuha then checked on Okura and Estelle. Noril claimed that everyone was blown away by Luna's attack, and Okura celebrated their victory thanks to Luna. However, he soon fell silent as he noticed that Luna went overboard, reducing the labyrinth walls to ashes. A while ago, when Luna attacked, Sylvie quickly ran over to protect her master Yamada and Penilla. She used her body as a shield. Now we see Yamada rising from the rubble and was impressed to experience Luna's destructive power. He then remembered Sylvie and looked for her. He then noticed both Sylvie and Penilla lying on the ground, unconscious. Just then, Okura was glad that Yamada was still alive. Shisuha worries for the girls, but Okura reminded her that they were also gacha characters. Realizing that all monsters were wiped out, and Penilla experienced the recoil from her skill, Yamada decided to give the reward to Okura and brought out a scroll which Okura recognized. Realizing that Yamada was trying to escape, Okura asked Yamada if they were from the same world. Of course, Yamada got mad upon hearing his Earth name and reminded Okura once again that he was the true chosen one, called by the demons to the new world. He told Okura that he would be the one to gather the ultimate party and escape using the scroll. Okura and the girls fell silent and recalled Yamada's words afterward. Just then, Luna grabbed Okura's cape and claimed that her throat was parched. The girls worry upon seeing Luna looking weak. She looked red but didn't have a fever. Luna claimed she couldn't hold back and jumped toward Okura like a predator. She bit on Okura's neck like a vampire she was. Okura could feel his strength being drained and the other girls were worried. Estelle and Shisuha tried to pull Luna off of Okura, but she was tightly connected to our protagonist. Noril then stepped in and pulled Luna away by force. Okura felt dizzy because of the draining bite. Luna then found herself held like a criminal, and Noril told her that she just sucked Okura's blood, making Luna confused. She claimed she didn't know since she was in a daze all of a sudden. Estelle then realized that her sudden urge to drink blood was Luna's recoil from her skill. Luna felt worried and approached Okura. She apologized and swore to make it up for our protagonist. Okura patted her head and reminded her that she saved everyone with her skill in the end. Luna got flustered and went with the flow. Okura then told the girls to continue surveying. However, Shisuha started complaining that Luna didn't go to her and went for Okura instead. Luna disgustingly claimed she didn't want to drink Shisuha's blood. After Okura and the girls defeated Yamada's party, they continued their conquest and found an immortal boss napping inside. However, they swiftly took down the boss using the traps in the labyrinth. Eventually, they reached the deepest part of the labyrinth, where a pedestal with a hollowed part resembling a smartphone caught Estelle's attention. Wondering about the connection between the labyrinth and the smartphone, Okura inserted his phone into the slot. Suddenly a bright light shone and a notification popped up declaring their conquest of the Angoli ruins. Okura grinned widely, celebrating his victory over Yamada. In the end, he received 200 magic stones, a premium ticket, a cost-down item, and a skill-up item. Meanwhile, Sylvie had woken up and saw her master. Suddenly, she remembered their opponent. Yamada confirmed that Okura's party had received the rewards. Sylvie apologized for her shortcomings, but Yamada said it was her pride that led to their loss. He thanked Sylvie for saving him earlier. Sylvie stood back up, feeling glad that she was helpful. Yamada told her they needed to collect more magic stones than Okura to win, and they left the ruins. That night, Noril wondered if Okura wouldn't use the gacha right away. Okura confirmed he would do it the next morning, wanting to do it with everyone and focus on resting for the day. Shisuha scolded Luna, who was sleeping in a cold area, and offered to take her to her room. Okura found the protesting Shisuha and warned her to stop. He then asked Noril to carry Luna instead. However, the next morning, Okura woke up to find Luna sleeping next to him. He had wondered why Luna was on his bed. Okura tried to wake her up, concerned that others might see them together. Just then, Estelle knocked on the door asking if Okura was awake. Okura knew he was in trouble and tried to pretend to be asleep. However, Estelle managed to open the door and asked why Okura had brought Luna to his room. Okura attempted to explain and Estelle smiled. She shouted to Shisuha that Luna had sneaked into Okura's room. Shisuha rushed in, visibly upset and jealous. Okura told her that Luna had come on her own and Estelle took it as a signal for her to sneak in too. She then informed Okura that they would sleep together later. Noril complained about the noise, but Shisuha continued to act mad at Okura. Noril then asked why Luna had gone to Okura's room, but Luna couldn't come up with a reason. She then reminded Okura about the gacha, and Okura was relieved he was reminded and showed the girls they even had a premium ticket. Okura awkwardly thanked the girls for their efforts and everyone found him as creepy as always. There were 6 of them, including Moffat, and they only had 5 rolls. Estelle gave up her turn, saying she'd be satisfied just watching others do the pull. Okura then presented the order to everyone and announced the start of the Step Up Gacha event. In the first step, Shisuha received a copy of the SR beacon. Okura said he expected it and confidently declared that he would reveal his true luck. However, in the second step, he ended up with another copy of his favorite Excalibur. Shisuha jokingly said that Excalibur really liked Okura, but she considered it a curse for our main character. Luna thought they were making a big deal out of it. And Noril pointed out how unusual Okura's obsession with gacha was. Despite Okura throwing a tantrum on the floor, Shisuha saw it as an improvement. Moving on to the third step, even Moffat the lucky bunny couldn't snag a UR this time. Despite Okura's anticipation, Luna also failed to get a UR on her turn. Witnessing Okura's frustration at not getting a UR early on, Luna apologized and felt down. Shisuha tried to cheer her up and sought Okura's support. Although Okura said it was okay, in his mind, his dream of getting multiple URs was shattered. Finally, it was Noril's turn, and she felt relieved knowing she was guaranteed to pull a UR. Okura laughed when he heard Noril say something interesting. He explained that he intentionally put Noril last, and reminded her of their hard work in the ruins. He asked her not to end up with a duplicate. Noril, forgetting about this, asked Okura not to pressure her. Worried, Noril grabbed the phone and tapped the screen. Everyone noticed the UR chest, and a UR item called Sentitabra appeared. Noril felt relieved it wasn't a duplicate, but Okura, while praising her, seemed to be just playing it off. Okura checked the UR item and claimed he had never heard of it before. Estelle suggested using it, and Okura materialized the Sentitabra, an item that could create a substance, changing shape and be controlled telepathically. Despite its humble appearance, Noril urged Okura to make it work. After reading the item description, Okura telepathically controlled it and something emerged. A round liquid began bouncing around until it suddenly stopped. The ball then flew violently around the room. Okura attempted to control it but accidentally sent it between Shisuha's holy mountains. Apologizing, Okura attempted to explain, but Shisuha pulled the ball from her chest and wondered if Okura had inappropriate thoughts. An angry Estelle questioned if Okura really wanted to touch the holy melons that much, and used lightning magic on him. A fried Okura fell to the ground, swearing to practice better control of the item. A few days later, Okura went to the guild to tell them they had fixed the problem at Angoli ruins. He handed in a report and gave them the materials they needed. However, the receptionists were talking among themselves. Noril got curious, thinking something might be wrong. One of the receptionists then explained that parties with a C rank were not allowed to enter the Angoli ruins. Okura hadn't even thought about there being rules like that. Right at that moment, an old man approached and asked if Okura had really solved the issue. It turned out to be Kristoff, the guild president. Before Okura could say much, Kristoff told him to go to his office because there were things to discuss. The guild president, Kristoff, has just confirmed that Okura's group resolved the anomaly in the Angol ruins. Okura realized it was a risky move since they didn't have any authorization. Kristoff then asked a question and told his secretary Arut to do something. Arut read a report stating that the anomaly was fixed, but the local survey team mentioned there was no labyrinth. This surprised Okura. Arut then asked how Okura's group managed to get to the Angoli ruins in 2 days, when a week was supposed to be the quickest. Noril whispered that the guild was now suspicious of them. Kristoff couldn't believe that they conquered a non-existent labyrinth and instantly returned from a distant location. Nervously, Okura just confirmed. Kristoff then burst into laughter, calling their party interesting. Kristoff could confirm that the labyrinth was real because of the materials Okura brought. He even figured out that Okura had a magic item for fast travel over long distances. Seeing Okura's reactions, Kristoff knew he was right. Kristoff shifted the conversation. He and the guild felt responsible for keeping Okura's party at C rank, despite hearing praises from Deus's party. Deus claimed that Okura's party was stronger than a regular C rank party and very trustworthy. Since Kristoff believed Deus's words, he decided to promote Okura's party to B rank. Okura was shocked and asked if it was alright, to which Kristoff confirmed. Noril and Okura were glad. Kristoff also made a promise regarding trespassing matters. Okura expressed gratitude, wondering why Kristoff was helping them so much. Kristoff confessed that he had been monitoring them because of the magician in the party. He knew about the duel against Deus's party and their achievements during the Great Subjugation. Solving the anomaly was a surprise, and Kristoff was proud that he had kept an eye on them. Noril appreciated Kristoff's kindness, and Okura felt that pulling gachas with a higher rank would be easier now. Arute then brought up the main reason Okura was called into the office. The guild wanted Okura's party to help with a task. Shortly after, Okura discussed the City of Magic, Kales, with the girls at their house. Due to an unusual increase in monster appearances, they were tasked with investigating the matter. Estelle thought they were promoted for this task, and although Okura was okay with it, mentioning they could acquire more magic stones, he also asked Luna to stay behind as it would be a lengthy journey. Luna was pleased to be left behind and promised to look after the house. At that moment, Shisuha also offered to stay, but Okura insisted she was needed as a healer. Shisuha claimed Luna wanted her to stay, but Luna denied it. Eventually, Shisuha conceded, and Noril entrusted Moffat to Luna. On the day of departure, a man named Adelbel introduced himself as the client for the request. Having high expectations after hearing about Okura's party defeating Deus's group, he introduced his daughter Anari. She wondered if Okura's party was their escort, expressing concern about Estelle's youthful appearance. Adelbel reassured her, and Anari left. Adelbel apologized, but Estelle wasn't bothered. Adelbel's bodyguard Egon provided the details of the request. Okura's party would be divided into two groups, one in the front carriage and one in the back to detect monsters. Okura expressed discomfort at the mention of horses, leading to a discussion among the girls. They discovered Okura couldn't ride a horse, and Noril explained it was determined after some unsuccessful attempts. Estelle claimed she couldn't ride either, but Shisuha, confident as a priestess, said she could. Okura assured Egon they were ready. Estelle then asked Egon if she could cast support magic on the horses to ease their burden. Egon, surprised, agreed, and although Okura worried, Estelle was confident about it. After the preparations, the Adelbel party headed to the City of Magic Kells as their destination. Noril and Estelle took the front positions to balance the party for battles, while Okura and Shisuha were assigned to the rear guard. Okura was surprised to see that Shisuha could ride a horse. Shisuha advised him to hold on tight to avoid falling, but Okura was distracted by some holy melons in front of him. Despite Shisuha's warning, Okura placed his hands on Shisuha's waist, leading to a playful scolding from her. While bantering, Shisuha felt Estelle's intense gaze and became anxious, wondering if Okura could sense it too. Okura dismissed it, claiming that they were too far for Estelle to notice. Shisuha insisted that Estelle was watching, and just as Okura assured her, Estelle glared at Shisuha, causing the priestess to panic. Okura quickly defended Estelle's stare, explaining that she was likely ensuring the support magic was still active. Shisuha, frightened, pleaded with Okura to cover for her if anything happened. Suddenly, Okura detected something unusual with his scouter, and instructed Shisuha to approach the carriage. He informed Egon that there were monsters nearby, prompting a heightened state of alert within the party. Using the map app, Okura reported the appearance of monsters. Everyone stopped, but soon wondered where the monsters Okura was talking about. Egon was skeptical, but an escort member then exclaimed that he could see the monsters. They turned out to be a pack of wolves. Noril then decided to charge to the front line. Estelle cast a spell that unleashed a barrage of magic bullets, killing all monsters on sight. Okura exclaimed that Estelle overdid it. While Okura was scolding Estelle, Harry looked at her with a surprised expression. That night, the Adelbel party camped to rest. Egon was glad that Okura had his detection ability and Estelle's impressive magic power. As Estelle teasingly asked Okura to praise her more, Shisuha noticed Anari looking at Estelle. One look from Estelle made Anari flustered for some reason and she ran away. Egon claimed that she was probably curious about Estelle's magic, making Adelbel worried. Okura then suggested talking to her, but Estelle refused. She claimed they were only hired as escorts. Egon then reminded them to head to bed, and Okura suggested taking a rest before their night watch shift. Just then, Okura noticed something off with Noril. He wondered if something was bothering her. He suggested she take off the role to stand guard if she was feeling tired, but the female knight claimed she was fine. The following day, the group continued their journey, and Okura spotted the wolves they had encountered earlier. When he suggested that Estelle use magic to deal with them, Noel objected, urging them to handle it differently this time. Without hesitation, Noril charged forward, surprising Estelle. With skilled precision, Noril swiftly defeated the monster, appearing like a true knight on her galloping horse, albeit leaving a frightened Estelle in her wake. Later, Estelle called Noril stupid for getting so worked up. Okura was puzzled by Estelle's reaction and Norel found herself apologizing. 6 days passed and despite facing numerous monster encounters, Norel and Estelle ensured the safety of the carts. Okura, however, began to sense that something was off with Norel. Seeking Shisuha's opinion, he discovered that, although Shisuha thought Norel seemed normal, she noticed the female knight was unusually hurried. Shisuha dismissed Okura's concerns, attributing Norel's behavior to normal aggression. The eccentric priestess expressed a desire to join the group, but Okura reminded her that she was a healer. That night, Okura found himself becoming Estelle's chair. She said it would be okay for a bit and checked with Shisuha for confirmation. Nervous, Shisuha agreed and Okura asked Estelle to stop pressuring Shisuha. Meanwhile, Norel noticed they were being watched again. Aneri and Shisuha noticed it happening frequently. Aneri walked towards them, stopping in front of Estelle. She seemed anxious and asked Estelle for a talk. Estelle wondered what she needed. Aneri, stuttering at first, managed to apologize to Estelle. It was a time when she doubted her ability, but Estelle was okay with it. Aneri wondered if that was the case, and Estelle told her to sit beside them. Aneri asked if it was fine, and Estelle agreed. She joined Okura's group and started talking cheerfully to Estelle. Aneri wondered why Estelle worked as an adventurer. Estelle wondered if it was strange, and Aneri explained that she had a friend studying to become a magician, and people their age don't usually work as adventurers. Estelle couldn't think of a specific reason why she worked as an adventurer, but she glanced at Okura. Aneri wondered if it was for Okura, and Estelle confirmed that he was her special person. Okura asked Estelle not to cause misunderstandings. The next day the journey continued as they approached Keyless. However, everyone noticed something strange in front of them. Egan said they wouldn't be able to pass the area and went to talk to Adelbel first. Norel then wondered if the huge tree in front of them was part of the anomaly the guildmaster had mentioned. The doubtful tree had blocked the quickest path, prompting Adelbel to ask Egon to inform Okura to deal with it. Okura then informed the girls that the tree was a C-rank monster and resistant to magic. Okura decided to bring it down with Norel, who was eager to collaborate with Okura after a long time. Instructing the others to stay back, Shisuha pondered about the tree's condition. Despite Okura's attempt to use his status application and map, he couldn't gather any information. He questioned whether it was imitating a tree or simply a tree. Regardless, Estelle advised caution, and the two ventured forth, leaving the rest behind. Okura and Norel sneaked near the tree. Okura decided to use Sentatabra. He moved the liquid ball forward and turned it into a spike. Unfortunately, it had no effect on the tree, and a branch smacked Sentatabra away. Okura felt downhearted. Suddenly the tree, a high-level Trent with high HP, began to move. Okura acknowledged its strength equivalent to a C-ranked creature like a minotaur. Norel, excited, urged Okura not to intervene and charged toward the Trent, slicing off its branches. However, as she approached the trunk, Norel found herself bound in midair by the monster's branches. Struggling, a branch smacked her head, sending her helmet flying. Okura panicked, thinking Norel's head went with it. To everyone's surprise, they got to see Norel's bare face after many chapters. Norel, panicking over her exposed face, started throwing tantrums, attracting more attacks from the Trent. Realizing cutting the vines wouldn't help, Okura pondered on what to do. Norel was constricted, silently asking for Okura's help. In a daring move, Okura charged forward, slashing specific vines with Excalibur. He then jumped to hug Norel without looking at her face. Norel, touched and confused, had her helmet forcefully put back on by Okura. He then asked Norel to handle the rest and triggered the exploding talismans on his back. A massive explosion worried Estelle and Shisuha. The train's vines caught fire. Estelle made a huge jump, stabbing the Trent's upper part. She sliced it in half like butter. Norel ran towards Okura, still fine from the explosion. Shisuha healed him at the right time. Norel apologized to Okura for the trouble. Estelle scolded Norel for being reckless and refused to let her go. Okura tried to calm Estelle down, but he also got scolded for being lenient and putting himself in danger. Estelle insisted that she should have gone instead of Norel if Okura was going to risk his life. Okura attempted to reassure Estelle and suggested leaving the area before sunset. That night, Shisuha finally understood Okura's concerns. Okura said everything was fine and that he would talk to Norel. Estelle then appeared and asked Okura to take care of Norel. In a tent later, Okura questioned Norel about why she charged in by herself. Norel said she just wanted to be useful, but Okura pointed out that Norel had been acting strangely since they started the escort job. Norel couldn't say anything. Okura warned her that Estelle wouldn't be appeased unless she spoke up. Suddenly, Norel started crying and admitted that she felt unqualified to be in Okura's party. Okura became flustered and handed her something to wipe her tears. He told her not to rush and asked for the reason behind her distress. She reminded him of the recent labyrinth incident where she had been separated from him, putting Okura in great danger. This was why she wanted to be a big help this time. However, instead of being useful, she felt she only got in the way. Okura confirmed her feelings and in frustration called Norel an idiot. Predictably, Norel got mad. Okura then reassured her that no one saw her as a hindrance, claiming that he had become strong enough to protect her. This made Norel even angrier. and she exclaimed that she was summoned to protect Okura, not the other way around. Frustrated with Noral's stubbornness, Okura pondered on what could be bothering her. Just then, his smartphone started vibrating and a UR item called Memory Historia appeared. It was an item that allowed the experience of Girls' Core scenarios if certain requirements were met. Noral was puzzled by what was happening. Okura decided to use the item, and his smartphone glowed brightly in front of both him and Noral. Shortly after, Okura was awakened by someone addressing him as the leader. Confused, he questioned their location. A woman informed him that they were in the forests near the Graham Mountains. Concerned about Okura's well-being, the woman, whom Okura identified as Niall, a character from Girls' Core, asked if he was okay. Okura was surprised to see Niall and noticed his peculiar attire. Curious, he inquired about Niall's name. Niall then asserted that Okura was currently Ebony Schwein, their leader. Okura remembered that Ebony Schwein was his player name during the game, and Niall was the leader's aide in Girls' Core. It became clear to Okura that he had been transported to the world of Girls' Core. Suddenly, Niall reprimanded Okura for being lost in thought when they were supposed to be dealing with monsters. Okura questioned the target monster, and Niall reminded him that it was a boar monster named Oleum. Surprised that Okura had forgotten, Niall informed him that the others were waiting. Their group included a priestess named Maya and a spearman named Rankia, both rare units in the game. Niall then prompted everyone to set out after making some preparations. The group had set out and found tracks of the boar monster. Okura worried because he didn't have his gacha items and Noral was not showing up. Just then, Niall reported that the boar monster was in front of them. Since it was alone, Okura ordered Niall to go with him and the two charged forward. They sliced the boar monster's legs and Rankia charged with her spear to stab its throat. It fell to the ground, and Okura found it easy. But Niall reminded him that a single boar monster could ravage a village. Suddenly they heard a nearby scream. Maya claimed it was another Oleum, and Okura instructed them to check. They discovered an Oleum perfectly sliced in half with a female armored knight in front of it. Okura knew who it was and ran toward the armored girl. However, Noral noticed his presence and pointed her blade at Okura. Okura had told her to wait, assuring her that he wasn't an enemy. Noral then recognized him as Okura, and our protagonist was relieved to find that it was the Noral she knew. Some knights appeared and Noral tried to introduce him, but Okura stopped her and pulled her away. Okura then revealed that he was currently Ebony Schwein and it was their first meeting. He promised to provide more details later. Okura apologized and Noral claimed she had mistaken him for someone else. A knight noticed them, wondering if they were the squad they had encountered before. Deputy Leader Ellet introduced themselves as the Elytric's First Order. Okura's girls were surprised and concerned that the knights might be after them, giving Okura a sense of déjà vu. Ellet reassured them, explaining that their target was the Oleums. Okura stated that their target was the same. Ellet realized that different villages likely submitted the same request. Ellet then suggested working together to subjugate the Oleum. Okura hesitated, asking if it was fine, and Ellet expressed a curiosity to see the skills of those who had escaped from their knights. After ensuring Okura's girls were the combined forces began their joint subjugation. Noel used to handle everything on her own. The Elytra knights praised her, and Maya found Noel frightening. Rankia suspected that Noel had held back when chasing them. Okura realized they were in the game's original story, Chapter 10, where his squad was falsely accused by nobles and pursued by Elytra knights. To clear the event, they had to survive until the timer ran out. Noel, an overpowered boss, became a trauma for many players. The stage became a testing site for new characters by veteran players. Later, the group decided to take a break, and Noel knew there was food. Okura discreetly called her out, and Noel informed the knights that she needed a break. Okura then admitted to using the Memory Historia without asking her, but Noel was fine with it since she got to meet everyone. Noel wondered about the clear conditions, but Okura had forgotten. Noel felt offended thinking Okura wasn't interested in her story. Okura claimed he recalled it before entering the story and predicted that something troublesome would happen soon. At that moment, a loud noise echoed from the forest and a group of Oleum emerged. Everyone quickly formed a defensive position as a massive Oleum named Dawn Oleum appeared. Niall mentioned it was the highest class of Oleum. Ellet stepped forward, joined by Noral. They left the rest of the Oleum to Okura and the others. Noral bravely faced the Dawn Oleum, slamming it to the ground. She then wielded her sword, aiming to cut its horn and flesh. Suddenly, a random Oleum charged at her, but Okura warned her just in time. She dodged the attack, but the Dawn Oleum swiftly charged at her, sending Noral into a nearby river. Seeing Noral struggling, Okura, realizing she couldn't swim, rushed to save her. He dove into the water, finding Noral unconscious. As she drifted away, Okura swam with all his might to reach her. After a while, Okura managed to bring Norl out of the water. He tried to wake her by shaking her, but there was no response and her helmet came off. Okura worried that Norl might have swallowed water and felt helpless without any healing items like potions. Realizing there was only one option, he decided to perform CPR. As Okura's lips approached Norl's mouth, Norl suddenly woke up and screamed loudly. A startled Norl then wondered if Okura, whom she had punched, was okay. She soon realized that Okura had saved her, and she was relieved to be unharmed. When Norl sneezed, Okura suggested finding a place to rest and dry their clothes. The two quickly discovered a cave, and while hanging their clothes, Okura noticed that it was already getting dark. Without his smartphone, Okura realized how challenging things were. He asked Norl if she was okay, and with a pained expression, Norl acknowledged that Okura had saved her once again. Feeling pathetic for not being the one to protect, Norl explained to Okura that being a knight meant a lot to her. She expressed her aspiration to protect others as a knight. When Norl was just 10 years old, a ferocious demon appeared in her town. She tried to protect a bunny, but she was too weak and got pushed away. Feeling helpless and almost dying, a female knight came to her rescue. Since then, Norl decided she wanted to be a knight to protect everyone into her. Later on, Okura asked Norl if she really wanted to protect them so much because they were precious to her. Norl shyly confirmed, and Okura said they felt the same way. Okura and the other girls thought Norl was important to them and wanted to protect her too. Okura told Norl that they shared the same feelings. Recalling how close Norl was with the male knights, Okura claimed Norl was his comrade and that he owed his progress to her. Okura loudly told Norl to remain his comrade, almost like a confession. The two fell into an awkward silence and Norl sweetly thanked him. Blushing, Okura turned around in embarrassment. Okura then proudly declared that Norl was his first UR, ultra rare, that he obtained, and he wouldn't let anyone take her away. This made Norl upset because it sounded like he only valued her for her rarity. Okura told her to stay away and reminded her that her face was visible without any makeup, causing Norl to freak out once again. The next day, Norl searched for her sword. Okura wondered if it got dropped when she was sent flying. Okura then gave her his long sword because he had an extra short sword. He said he'd feel better if Norl used it. Norl happily agreed, promising to protect Okura. Meanwhile, the other girls were worried about their leader. They even let go of the Dawn Oleum, which made Niall anxious. Elliot suggested postponing the Oleum extermination and focusing on finding the missing people first. He hoped they would reunite before the Dawn Oleum caught up to them. Next, we see Norl dragging an Oleum on the ground. Okura finished setting up a campfire and they cooked the meat over it. While eagerly waiting for the food to be ready, Norl sensed something approaching. The Dawn Oleum confronted them just before they could have breakfast. They came across the same Dawn Oleum and Okura did they would handle it on their own. However, more regular Oleums also showed up, and Norl asked Okura to deal with them while she took care of the Dawn Oleum. As Okura faced the regular Oleums, Norl went after the Dawn Oleum and sliced off another horn. The Dawn Oleum got frustrated and scared, shouting loudly, which attracted the regular ones to gather around it. Okura and Norl didn't let them escape and eventually defeated the Dawn Oleum. The regular Oleums started running away. Okura wanted to pursue them, but Norl stopped him. Okura was concerned about nearby villages, but Norl reassured him, explaining that without their leader, the regular Oleums would retreat deep into the woods. Okura calmed down and understood her reasoning. At that moment, someone called out to Okura and his girls, and the Elytra Knights appeared. The girls were relieved that their leader was safe. Rankia was surprised when she saw their leader jump into the water, and was happy to see Norl unharmed too. While Maya was relieved that their leader was okay, Rankia then wondered how Okura spent time with the female knight. She questioned if something had happened. Okura denied anything suspicious, making Rankia doubtful, so she asked for Niall's opinion. Niall, feeling flustered, exclaimed that nothing like that had happened for sure and it didn't matter to her. Norl approached them, asking Okura for a talk. With a nod from Elliot, Norl requested to join Okura's party. Okura wondered why, and Norl said it was to repay a favor, assuring it would be a temporary arrangement. Okura realized this could be the solution to the scenario. Elliot thought it would be a good experience for Norl, and Okura agreed. Niall reminded Okura about the proof of joining, which in the game was the summoning stone. Okura handed the stone to Norl. The female knight happily accepted it, and to everyone's surprise, it started glowing intensely. Norl then offered her sword to Okura, not as a knight but as Norl Fanya, who had found themselves back in the tent and awkwardly looked at each other. They were happy to be back, but Okura couldn't remember Norl using the line she just used in the game. Norl then said how the memory Historia could give such a strange experience. Okura said it was a UR item, and Norl wondered when Okura had obtained it. Okura tried to avoid the topic but soon confessed that he couldn't resist pulling the gacha since the escort mission started. He said it was only a couple of singles and asked Norl to keep it a secret from others. Norl refused, saying there were no secrets between comrades. Okura tried to stop her with all his might. Outside the tent, Shisuha and Estelle were happy that the two had a good talk. The next morning, Norl apologized to Estelle and Shisuha for the problem she caused. Estelle and Shisuha exchanged glances and reassured her that they were worried. Estelle also said sorry for speaking too much. Norl said it was okay, but Estelle remained anxious throughout. Shisuha insisted that Norl didn't create any issues, which brought tears to Norl's eyes. She hugged the girls and thanked them. Okura watched them happily, and soon they resumed their journey. 9 days later, the team reached the city of Magic Keyless. Later, inside the city, Adelbel thanked Okura for guiding them and wondered if they would go back to Sting right away. Okura said they'd hang around for a bit. Suddenly, Aneri leaped onto Estelle crying, which made the mage concerned. Aneri said the journey was enjoyable thanks to Estelle and admitted she still wanted to see more of Estelle's magic. She asked Estelle not to forget to visit their home in Sting next time. Estelle reassured her that it was okay, and Aneri, overjoyed, hugged her again, leaving Estelle a bit flustered. Adelbel then called her daughter, and Aneri departed with her after bidding farewell. Okura was pleased that Estelle had made friends with Aneri. Estelle hoped they would cross paths again. Okura and the girls explored the city eagerly. Everyone was thrilled to discover a new place, especially Estelle, who had a keen interest in the world's magic and magical tools. Okura reminded them to report their request first, and they soon arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist had already heard about them from the guild in the royal capital. She instructed them to follow her to the chief's office, as Okura's group was expected. The unexpected turn of events made Okura nervous. Upon reaching the chief's office, they found her angry as she discussed the guild president. Nervously, Okura introduced himself, appearing tense. The chief stood up, walked over to them, and then scoffed. She expressed doubt that Okura looked like the adventurer she had heard about and questioned if he was the leader. Though unconvinced, the chief, who introduced herself as Eleonora, allowed Okura and the girls to assist with the anomaly despite her dislike for the guild president's orders. When Estelle inquired about the presence of a labyrinth, Eleonora mentioned that they hadn't seen any signs of one yet. Estelle remarked on the pathetic situation, earning a glare from Eleonora that worried Okura. Eleonora complimented Estelle's gallantry and suggested she be the leader, but Estelle declined. Okura could see that the two were really mad at each other, and Eleonora found them interesting. Now she knew why the guild president had sent them. She then admitted that she was the one who had suggested promoting them to B rank. She was looking forward to the work Okura's party would do. Outside, Okura felt exhausted, more so than when fighting 100 monsters. Shisuha called him useless, and Okura confessed that he wasn't used to talking to very important people. Shisuha asked him to be more confident since he was their leader. Norl and Estelle said Okura was getting stronger, but his personality remained the same. Estelle mentioned she liked that kind of Okura. Shisuha agreed, saying an overly confident Okura was actually disgusting. Just then, the group heard a loud scream from a girl riding a humanoid golem. She asked them to move out of the way. Norl prepared to unsheath her sword, but Okura stopped her. Being a tank, Okura used his bare hands to stop the golem to avoid breaking it. However, this sent the girl flying off the golem. Okura was fine, but he was worried about the girl. Norl checked on her and she was okay. She was surprised to see Okura casually lifting the heavy golem, which was still running. Okura wondered when it would stop. Estelle noticed its unstable magic and fixed it with one touch. The golem then stopped, and the girl was shocked to see the rampage had ended. Wondering who they were, Okura noticed they were attracting unnecessary attention. He left the golem beside the girl and pushed her forward to escape the commotion. Norl wondered why Okura was in a hurry. Okura felt that things would turn annoying and told them to hurry up. As they decided to look for a souvenir for Luna, they passed by a little girl who was watching them intently as they walked away. After that, Okura and the girls headed to the nearby southern forests and came across mushroom-like monsters. Realizing these creatures dropped edible mushrooms, the girls enthusiastically took them down. Upon returning to their house in Bruna, Norl promptly cooked the mushrooms. Okura was relieved to see Norl back to her usual self. Norl served the mushrooms, but their appearance seemed dangerous. Undeterred, Norl tried them first and declared how delicious they were. Luna, after tasting some, agreed, and curious Shisuha asked for hers. Luna, aware that the appearance of the dropped mushrooms reflected the one who defeated them, decided not to eat Shisuha's mushrooms. Amidst the chaos caused by Luna and Shisuha, Okura searched for his mushrooms and caught Estelle hoarding them. As Okura watched closely, Estelle put one of his mushrooms into her mouth. Caught off guard, Estelle noticed Okura staring and claimed to feel embarrassed by his gaze. Okura apologized, dispelling any misunderstanding. The group then discussed their investigations into the anomaly in Keyless, but it yielded no results. There were no signs of stampedes, labyrinths, or anomaly quests. Okura reminded everyone to investigate diligently and excused himself to his room for training. Okura had trained in controlling Sentatabra to ensure Norl wouldn't be in danger again. After breaking some sweat, he took a break and there was a knock on his door. Surprisingly, it was Norl expressing gratitude to Okura for saving her. She mentioned feeling lonely since Okura wasn't relying on her as much. Okura playfully teased her, telling her to grind for magic stones. Okura offered Noril some sweets called brandy cake, and she quickly devoured them. As the name suggested, the cakes were alcoholic and made Noril a bit tipsy. Okura swiftly took away the remaining cakes, but Noril, now a bit intoxicated, charged toward him. They ended up on top of each other, and Noril expressed that she felt good. Okura, trying to maintain some distance, told her to move away, which made Noril upset. She wanted to be treated nicely and realized it might be because of her eye mask. Taking it off, she asked Okura how he felt. Pinned down by a monster, Okura couldn't move, and Noril wondered if he hated her. Okura assured her he didn't, and when she asked if he liked her, Okura hesitated. Unable to provide a clear answer, Noril assumed Okura disliked her. Unable to hold back any longer, Okura exclaimed that he liked her. Noril blankly stared at him, and Okura clarified that it was only as a friend. Despite Noril speaking as if she was glad, she had already fallen asleep. Okura sighed, thanking Noril for always looking out for him. The next day, Okura and the girls had encountered more bamboo monsters. Noril was less excited about eating more bamboo shoot dishes, and Okura was impressed that Noril was getting sick of them. It had been a week since they started their investigation in Kellis, but they hadn't made any progress in finding out the reason for Trent's anomaly. Eleonora was mad, and Okura could only apologize, exclaiming that they did their best every day. Eleonora then told him that she called them to her office for a different reason. She claimed a personal request had come for them. Estelle wondered if it was from Adele Bell, but Eleonora said it was from Ristia. Okura and Noril hadn't heard about them before, and Eleonora explained that Ristia Academy is the country's leading magic academy located at the heart of Kales. They requested Okura's group to visit them. The team reached the castle-like academy, and Okura said it was the best in the country. Estelle quietly observed the students, and Okura thought something might be bothering Estelle. However, Estelle insisted that everything was fine. Okura handed some papers to the guard, and he noticed the guard seemed surprised and worried when he saw the requester's name. At that moment, a woman rushed in, and Okura immediately remembered her. She was the person they had rescued earlier and now works as a teacher in the Magic Academy, known as Chris. She was eager to reunite with them after they had saved her. Okura was surprised that Chris had managed to track them down. Chris admitted that she had investigated about them. Although they were clearly adventurers, the Adventurers Guild wouldn't share any details. However, she heard about a group of adventurers selling a large quantity of matango mushrooms and bamboo shoots in town. She then inquired around and eventually traced them down. Estelle had been wondering about their purpose in the academy since a teacher had requested them. Chris insisted that the request wasn't connected to their visit. Noril realized they had been called over for no apparent reason. Chris then exclaimed that she wanted to talk to them. When Okura asked about the request, Chris assured them that she would explain later. As she urged them not to worry, a nearby building exploded, startling everyone except Chris, who maintained a blank expression. It dawned on her that she was in the midst of an experiment. They asked her to wait, and she rushed off on her own. Okura finally understood why the guard had reacted strangely upon seeing Chris's name. Okura had been pondering what to do in the meantime when a female student approached them. She asked if he was Okura, making him curious about how the girl knew him. He confirmed his name, and then the girl turned her attention to Estelle, sounding like she knew her. Estelle wondered if the girl needed something. The girl then confronted Estelle, mentioning that she had heard about her from a friend. They silently stared at each other until the girl remarked that Estelle was small. "Why do I find them cute?" Estelle calmly smiled and agreed that the girl was the same. The girl then mentioned hearing that Estelle was great with magic but didn't want to get her hopes up. Everyone had gathered in a room, and Chris explained that her request was for an escort mission. She mentioned that around 30 students would be heading for outdoor activities. Okura was surprised because it was the first time they had to escort such a large group. He felt unsure about it, but Chris assured him that everything would be fine, mentioning that Okura's group was known as a skilled B-ranked team. She had also witnessed Estelle's abilities firsthand. Estelle questioned if Chris really saw her abilities, and Okura reminded her about the time she stopped a rampaging golem. However, Estelle insisted that it didn't count as using magic, surprising Chris, who praised Estelle's amazing abilities. Chris admired how Estelle handled magic in a way that even regular magicians couldn't analyze. She was impressed by how quickly Estelle fixed the magic issue with the golem, and asked if Estelle understood what she meant. Feeling a bit crowded, Estelle asked Chris to give her some space. Chris apologized for getting overly excited and expressed confidence that things would be safe with Estelle around. She counted on Okura's group for the escort mission. Afterward, Okura officially accepted the request to escort 30 students, and among them was Myler. A male teacher thanked Okura and was happy to have B-ranked adventurers to accompany their students. Chris arrived late, and the male teacher scolded her. Okura then saw Myler and informed the others. Estelle wanted to greet her, but Okura stopped her, advising not to make things worse. Myler also noticed them. The group had left, and the teachers were leading the way. Surprisingly, the escort was going well. 3 days later, after leaving Keyless, they reached a place called Euphoria Garden, where many delicious-looking fruits were growing. Okura was surprised to find such a place. The male teacher then told the students to gather materials for their experiments and warned them not to go too far. Okura's girls were excited about the abundance of fruits and planned to pick some. However, Estelle cautioned them that the fruits might not be edible and were meant only for experiments. Despite the warning, Norel couldn't resist the temptation and was still drooling in front of the tempting fruits. Okura noticed an apple-like fruit and grabbed it. Suddenly, it exploded and its juice splattered all over Okura. Myler came over to explain that the fruit was called a bomb fruit and needed to be harvested by cutting the stem without touching the fruit. Estelle was glad to know and see such an interesting fruit. Myler claimed that all sorcerers knew about it, turned her back toward Estelle and said that Aneri was mistaken to see Estelle as a great sorcerer. Estelle was surprised and wondered if Myler was friends with Aneri. Myler confirmed it, and with a huge smile on her face, Estelle asked Myler if they also got along. Flustered, Myler refused and left with her basket of bomb fruits. Knowing that Aneri was friends with Myler, Okura now understood why Myler was acting strictly toward Estelle. He wondered what Aneri had told Myler. After that, there were no signs of monsters, and the outdoor activities went smoothly. On the last day of the excursion, we watched Norel skillfully harvest fruits with her sword, making it easy for students to gather materials. Shisuha was also adored by the students, receiving gifts. Okura was happy that everyone got along. He then noticed Estelle looking a bit lonely as she watched the students mingle. Okura wondered if Estelle also wanted to go to the academy. Estelle was puzzled by the sudden question, and Okura mentioned that he noticed Estelle had been observing students even back at the academy. He thought maybe Estelle wanted to make friends with fellow sorcerers of a similar age. Estelle refused, saying she hated academies. She explained that she had been enrolled in an academy before getting summoned. Was the back thigh shot really necessary? A while back, Estelle used to get bullied a lot and never had any friends. Her classmates constantly played mean tricks on her, and it got so bad that she stopped going to school. Okura felt sorry for bringing up such a painful memory. In return, Estelle asked Okura to do something for her as an apology. Just when Okura was hoping it'd be an easy favor, his device detected some signals, and Estelle wondered what was happening. He realized that some students had gone too far, so he decided to warn them. Myler and some classmates went somewhere. One student was worried, but the temporary leader assured everyone they'd be okay. Suddenly, the student in the front excitedly announced finding a tree. The two boys eagerly moved forward to pick some fruits. Myler and the other girl had no choice but to follow. They reached a massive tree and saw its fruits. Myler mentioned recognizing the fruit from before. Okura and Estelle approached and found the kids. Estelle cautioned Okura to be careful because the magic particles in the area had gathered. At that moment, the boys chose to use magic to drop the fruit. Myler advised against it, but they went for it anyway. Unfortunately, they missed, and nothing seemed to happen. Myler wondered if it was just her imagination. Suddenly, the ground started to shake, and everyone witnessed huge vines emerging from the ground, which then ensnared the kids. Faced with a difficult situation, Okura told Estelle to deal with the vines while instructing the rest to escape to safety. Estelle attempted to use fire magic against the vines, but it didn't work. Okura, surprised by this, noticed that the vines momentarily halted, so he seized the opportunity. Swiftly, he cut the vines holding the children, and Okura quickly scooped them up. With some distance between them and the vines, Estelle unleashed another magic attack to buy them time to escape. The kids got confused when they saw a huge monster in the area. Myler blamed her classmate who had cast a spell, waking up the Trent monster called Grandis, which had high magic resistance. Since magic attacks didn't affect it, Okura wondered what to do. Suddenly, Okura became nervous as he noticed more monsters appearing around them. He wondered if the monsters came because they saw Grandis. Estelle said it would be difficult to deal with so many monsters. Okura was concerned that it would be tough to leave the forest on foot, especially with the kids with them. Meanwhile, in the orchard, Shisuha and Norel heard the noise from the Grandis. Okura used a Gacha item to get in touch with them and informed them about the situation. He told them to safeguard the students and teachers at the camp. Shisuha inquired about their location, and Okura informed her that they were on their way. Okura, Estelle, and the children traveled back to their camp on a magic carpet. The kids were amazed, particularly Myler, who had never seen such a magical tool before. Estelle noticed a forest nearby with camouflaged Trents among the trees. When she saw that the monsters were heading towards the orchard, Okura hastened the magic carpet. They quickly reached the camp, and Norel reported no problems so far. The teachers approached, curious about the situation. Okura informed them about the impending large monster and several treants. The male teacher inquired about the identity of the large monster, and Myler identified it as a Grandis. Chris questioned her certainty, and Myler pointed out the gold fruit depicted in the books. Chris, eager to see the golden fruit and the Grandis, expressed excitement. The male teacher reprimanded her, reminding that their priority should be taking care of the students. Chris realized the importance of ensuring the safety of the students before satisfying her curiosity. Okura had told them that there wasn't any time to escape. He told the teachers to take care of the kids while his group fought off the monsters. Shisuha thought it would be tough to battle the monsters and protect the students simultaneously, so Okura decided to seek someone's assistance. He then arranged a signal using his gacha items, and a sleeping vampire, Luna, appeared. Okura couldn't believe Luna was sleeping so peacefully and began waking her up. Luna requested 5 more days, as if she had only asked for 5 more minutes. Estelle was impressed by how Luna wanted to continue sleeping on the ground. Luna yawned as she grasped what was going on and promised to do her best. Okura then told Luna and Norl to take the lead, while the rest focused on defense. Luna wondered if it was okay for a vampire like her to fight in front of humans, but Okura reassured her that he had a plan. Soon after, Estelle set up the beacon in front of the teachers and students. Chris wondered what they were up to. Estelle then used her magic and pretended to summon something. Unbeknownst to the others, Okura pressed a button on his phone and Luna appeared. Chris and the others were surprised to see a demon summoned. Realizing that Estelle had a demon familiar, the others understood how Okura's group achieved a B rank. While the others were amazed, one of the students noticed something behind them. They saw the Trents creeping toward them. Okura then asked Chris to lead the students and instructed the girls to start their plan. Okura attacked from a distance. Norl and Luna sliced the Trents, and Shisuha applied buff spells to everyone. A single Trent crept toward Estelle but was instantly burned to ashes with one move. The students were amazed to see her magic that even teachers couldn't do. Myler just realized that Annery had been telling the truth about Estelle's magic after all. On the other side, Norl checked on Luna, who had just cleared out some Trents by herself. Norl praised Luna for her accomplishment, and at that moment, Luna noticed something approaching. It was the Grandis. Norl and Luna decided to confront it. Meanwhile, Estelle sighed as she disliked battling Trents since her magic attacks had little effect on them. Okura praised her nonetheless, acknowledging that the Trents in the area were eliminated because of her efforts. Sensing that Norl and Luna had engaged the Grandis, Okura instructed Estelle and Shisuha to stick to their assigned roles, especially emphasizing the importance of Shisuha's healing abilities as a priestess. Okura had left, and as he walked, he remembered that the Grandis was on the same level as the behemoth they had battled earlier. Even with Norl and Luna working together, Grandis shouldn't be taken lightly. As he continued, Okura stumbled upon Norl and Luna brutally attacking the Grandis. Norl sliced through it while Luna tore it apart with her bare hands. Witnessing his comrade's overwhelming strength frightened Okura. The girls only noticed him later, and Okura felt powerless. Okura had just apologized to Luna for getting her involved in the fight when suddenly, the Grandis awoke and snatched Luna high up with its vines. It twirled Luna around and tossed her away. Okura was too far to rescue Luna. Fortunately, Shisuha sensed Luna was in trouble and rushed in. She caught Luna in her arms and crashed into nearby rubble. Okura worried about their well-being, but luckily Luna was safe thanks to some airbags. Luna was surprised, and Shisuha asked if she was okay. Luna couldn't believe Shisuha would do something as meaningful as saving her. Shisuha explained that her body moved on its own when she saw Luna in danger. Luna pouted and promised to repay the debt later, asking Shisuha to wait. The Grandis got back up but was suddenly hit by an attack. Okura felt relieved that Luna was okay. Seeing the Grandis weakened, the three continued their attacks. After a few minutes, Okura realized how tough the monster was. Suddenly, the Grandis clenched its vines and slammed the ground, causing an earthquake-like situation. Okura dodged, but the danger was now headed for the students and teachers. Just in time, a massive earthen wall appeared to shield them, skillfully created by Estelle. Estelle, noticing the difficulty Okura and the others were facing, decided to take action. Despite the risks, she stepped forward to the front line. Okura was puzzled by her choice. Estelle then asked Okura to protect the others while she focused on eliminating the Grandis entirely. Okura worried when Estelle's magic attacks proved ineffective against the Grandis. Estelle assured him not to fret, revealing that she had used her skill. This revelation shocked Okura. Expressing her concern, Estelle stated that she didn't want Miker's group to suffer any longer. Okura, sensing something was amiss, quickly instructed Luna and Norl to retreat. Realizing the need for a different approach, Estelle conjured new magic spells and positioned them above the Grandis. The magic built up with a low rumble until Estelle unleashed its power. A shower of fiery rain descended upon the Grandis, leaving everyone in awe amid the deafening booms. Attempting to counter, the Grandis proved futile. Estelle confidently declared its efforts useless, revealing that she had ample magic thanks to a gacha equipment named Moondrop. With determination, Estelle planned to continue her onslaught until the Grandis was reduced to charcoal. In the end, the gigantic monster completely became a large chunk of charcoal. Unfortunately, the beautiful garden also got scorched too. Estelle stopped her attacks and collapsed. Luckily, Okura was there to catch her. Unbeknownst to everyone, a tiny winged creature observed them from a distance. A person with an observation ball felt disappointment as they saw Grandis defeated by ordinary humans. Tired and weary, Estelle lay down on the ground, reminiscing about her time in the academy. Teachers used to praise her a lot, but their compliments led to jealousy among her peers. She even imagined Myler warning others to stay away from Aneri. Myler stated that Estelle was a highly skilled magician, leaving her feeling isolated. Estelle opened her eyes when Okura and Noril called her name. They were relieved to see her awake. Wondering about Grandis, Estelle saw only a charred stump left. The other students, especially Myler, were watching her. Estelle realized she had once again displayed her overwhelming abilities. Worried about being disliked for it, she asked Okura if she could find a different place to rest. At that moment, Myler had asked Estelle to wait. Estelle, feeling confused, turned around to find Myler struggling with her words. Myler then expressed her thanks but accidentally bit her tongue, creating an endearing scene, while Estelle pondered if Myler was okay. Other students approached her, expressing gratitude instead of hostility. Okura was happy for Estelle. Meanwhile, Shisuha noticed Luna appearing vigilant and wondered what was happening. Luna mentioned that the Grandis was still present despite being defeated, and Shisuha agreed. Suddenly, a hand with sharp nails emerged from the charcoal stump, surprising the girls. A figure with wings emerged fully from the remains of the Grandis, prompting Shisuha to get Okura's attention. Okura and the others turned around, spotting a formidable monster named Diabolus. It appeared overwhelming, clutching a crystal ball. Suddenly, it lifted its trident and hurled it at Okura without warning. Luckily, Noril intervened, deflecting the attack. Shisuha swiftly guided the students to safety while Estelle attempted to engage the monster. However, Diabolus effortlessly avoided all magical assaults. Frustrated, Estelle implored the monster to cease its movements. Luna confidently declared that she would handle it, swiftly throwing her spear. To everyone's surprise, the monster skillfully used a blink maneuver to evade the spear's rapid trajectory. Despite Okura's shock, Luna reassured him, claiming that dodging her spear was futile. To their amazement, the spear executed a sharp U-turn and struck Diabolus from behind. The crystal ball the monster held fell and shattered on the ground. Diabolus, attempting to remove the spear, took flight and escaped, leaving Okura and the girls to watch its departure. Luna teleported her spear back to her hand, and Estelle said chasing the monster would be pointless. Okura agreed, and Shisuha assured them that the students were okay. Okura then remembered the item that Diabolus had dropped, but it had shattered upon hitting the ground. Okura wondered if Estelle had any knowledge about it. Estelle picked up a fragment and identified it as a magical tool based on the traces of magic, but she didn't know how it worked. Okura speculated it might be linked to the anomaly, and decided to take the broken pieces with them. The danger had passed without anyone getting hurt. However, the garden was completely destroyed, and the outdoor expedition had to be cancelled. Shortly after, in a cabin, Okura checked on Estelle, who had started recovering from the recoil of her skill. He advised her to rest while they finished preparing to leave. At that moment, Myler entered and asked if she could have a private conversation with Estelle. The two were then left alone, and Estelle wondered about the topic Myler wanted to discuss. Myler wanted to apologize for her earlier rude behavior when they first met. She now recognized and appreciated the amazing magic that Estelle possessed, just as Aneri had described. Estelle was curious about what Aneri had said to Myler to make her initially act negatively. Myler claimed that Aneri had only spoken positively about Estelle, expressing joy at witnessing Aneri talk so happily about magic for the first time. However, Myler admitted that Aneri always focused on Estelle whenever they met, and she began feeling anxious about potentially losing her friend. Myler acknowledged that it was not Estelle's fault, and she sincerely wanted to apologize. Estelle had a neutral expression until she said sorry for what had happened. Myler advised her not to apologize since she grasped things after witnessing Estelle's incredible magic. If Aneri were in her shoes, she would have done the same. Estelle completely understood the situation and playfully asked Myler for a favor instead of an apology. She requested Myler to stop using formal language when talking to her. Myler felt awkward about being less formal with such an impressive person, but Estelle pointed out that Myler didn't have a problem with it before when she was being rude. Estelle charmingly insisted on being addressed casually, and Myler eventually gave in. Her face turned red, and Estelle reassured Myler not to be embarrassed. In another location, Sylvie informed Yamada about a request from the demons that had come in. The demons wanted someone to deal with people who were causing trouble for their experiments. The assigned targets were Okura and the girls, and the reward offered was 1,000 magic stones for gacha rolls. He calmly revealed their next task, but Panilla's wolf interrupted the moment by misbehaving. While he tried to control the wolf, Panilla intervened with a dropkick to protect her pet. Everyone had returned to school, and the teachers expressed gratitude to Okura's group for ensuring a safe escort. Okura felt relieved that none of the students had been harmed. The male teacher also reassured Okura that they would look into the crystal dropped by the demon. Meanwhile, Myler had already become close to Estelle and hoped they would meet again, along with Aneri. Their lively conversation continued until someone called for Myler. She asked Estelle to keep her promise as Okura's group left the academy. Later, Okura briefed Eleonora on everything that happened during their escort mission. After pledging to investigate further, Eleonora advised Okura and the girls to take some time to rest. It was a well-deserved break for everyone. In his room, Okura checked the magic stones he had collected after grinding non-stop in the forest. As he felt the urge to use them, someone knocked on the door. To his surprise, it was Shisuha who entered. Okura noticed her sad expression and wondered what was troubling her. Shisuha wanted to ask for a favor, which caught Okura off guard. Realizing that even Shisuha had her own worries, Okura assured her that he would help with anything she needed. Shisuha was relieved and requested Okura's assistance in improving her relationship with Luna. However, Okura immediately dismissed the idea, saying it was impossible. When Shisuha asked why, Okura insisted that things were fine as they were. However, it wasn't about Shisuha anymore. After the investigation, Luna, who used to react to Shisuha, started ignoring her completely. Shisuha felt down because she hadn't done anything wrong, but Okura insisted it was because of her actions. He pointed out that Luna, being a vampire, felt uncomfortable around a priestess like Shisuha. Shisuha understood what Okura meant. Even when she first learned Luna was a vampire, she felt uneasy. Okura was surprised, and Shisuha confirmed Luna's vampire status, acknowledging the natural hostility between priestesses and vampires. Okura hadn't noticed this before. Shisuha reminded Okura that at the moment, they weren't enemies since they were in the same party. She was determined not to give up, even if Luna continued to dislike her. Okura had been in a daze, and Shisuha began to worry if something was amiss. To Okura's surprise, even Shisuha sensed the tension. Wanting to ensure a better understanding between them, Okura decided to take action. That evening, Shisuha, Luna, and Okura found themselves in the kitchen. Shisuha calmly served Luna some tea, and for a moment, they just silently looked at each other. Then, unexpectedly, Shisuha turned her back on Luna, leaving her in shock. As Luna observed Shisuha walking away, she couldn't help but wonder if something was bothering her. Seizing the opportunity, Okura grinned, questioning whether Luna was genuinely concerned for Shisuha. Luna defensively claimed she didn't really care, but Shisuha, overhearing those words, tightly gripped a piece of tableware. Later in Okura's room, Shisuha became angry. Okura thought that Luna might feel lonely if Shisuha ignored her, but Shisuha didn't really care. Okura asked her to calm down since things were just getting started. He said that if Shisuha continued giving Luna the cold shoulder, Luna would eventually start to get curious. Okura knew that Luna would end up liking Shisuha, but Shisuha doubted his plans. Okura understood that Luna was stubborn, but he told Shisuha to think of their plan as a long-term investment. Shisuha didn't have a choice but to agree. After that, days passed by and Shisuha stopped giving constant attention to Luna. She started holding back on her own. 5 days later, the girls were preparing to sleep, and Norrell wondered if Luna would still play with Moffat. Concerned about Moffat's sleep, Luna handed it back to Norrell. Shisuha, noticing Luna's actions, claimed she would go to sleep too. Luna felt sad that Shisuha was ignoring her again. When Shisuha asked what was wrong, Luna became flustered and ran away. 8 days later, Shisuha was worried if Okura's plan had really worked. She could feel withdrawal symptoms setting in. Okura asked what she meant, and Shisuha explained she was suffering from Luna deficiency. Okura hadn't expected Luna to be so stubborn and wondered if they should continue. At that moment, someone got curious about what Okura and Shisuha were quietly discussing. Okura and Shisuha felt uneasy as they noticed Estelle wearing a calm but intimidating expression. She insisted on always being by Okura's side, expressing a possessive attitude like a jealous spouse, wondering what was going on between the two. Later, Estelle was informed about the situation, and Shisuha requested her to stop staring as if she were strange. Shisuha explained her fear of still being disliked despite her efforts. Estelle reassured her not to be too upset, mentioning that Luna doesn't dislike Shisuha as much as she thinks. Estelle believed Luna enjoyed spending time with Shisuha. Okura then questioned why Luna was avoiding Shisuha, and Estelle suggested confronting Luna directly. Minutes later, Okura called Luna to his room, and Luna was curious about what Okura wanted from her. In a different room, Shisuha could hear Luna through a device given to her by Okura. She wondered if it was alright to listen in. Estelle reminded Shisuha about Okura assuring them that everything would be fine. Shisuha hoped it would be. Okura then questioned Luna about her feelings towards Shisuha. Luna realized that Okura was the reason for Shisuha's recent odd behavior. Okura, trying to hide his surprise with anger, pressed her again for her thoughts. He threatened her, saying that he would make Shisuha continue to ignore Luna if she didn't share. Luna wondered if Shisuha could really stay distant forever. Okura then asserted that he would ensure Shisuha limited her conversations and interactions with Luna in the future. Upon hearing Okura's words, Shisuha got angry in the other room, and Estelle had to hold her back. She stopped struggling when Luna said she didn't hate Shisuha. Luna confessed that she was initially disgusted, but she realized Shisuha wasn't a bad person. Luna remembered how Shisuha protected her during the escort mission, even though Luna was making it difficult for the priestess. Luna called Shisuha an idiot, but a good one. Shisuha heard Luna's words clearly. Okura had smiled and pondered why Luna had been unfriendly towards Shisuha initially. Luna had pouted and claimed that the reason was embarrassing. Okura had wondered what she meant. Luna had insisted it was awkward to start getting along now, considering she had been acting cold towards Shisuha for a long time. Estelle had commented on how cute Luna was. Luna had then confessed that she felt lonely when Shisuha started distancing herself. Okura had then patted Luna's head and advised her to take her time to be kinder to Shisuha. With a smile, Luna had agreed to it. At that moment, the two heard loud thumping noises. Shisuha burst through the door, apologizing to Luna. Okura and Luna were surprised. While hugging Luna, Shisuha promised not to make her feel lonely again. Okura got angry at Shisuha for showing up. Suddenly, Shisuha got bitten and fell unconscious to the floor. Luna cursed at Okura for setting her up. Okura tried to explain things calmly, but Luna didn't want any excuses. She called them idiots and bit Okura. The night ended with 2 casualties lying on the floor. The day after, Okura sighed as he thought about what had happened. Noril said he deserved it. Estelle thought everything turned out okay since Shisuha and Luna were getting along now. While they were enjoying that sweet moment, Okura's phone beeped with a notification. He checked it and his face lit up. He exclaimed that a gacha event had finally arrived. Noril wondered what kind of event it was this time, and Okura said it was a box gacha. Observing his expression, Estelle understood it wasn't a dreadful occurrence. Okura clarified that they drew from a limited number of items, and the items they drew would be taken out of the pool. He enthusiastically stated that there were powerful units, luxurious items, and in the worst-case scenario, they could obtain everything. Shisuha recognized it as a guaranteed gacha, and Estelle agreed that it was a positive event. Suddenly, Okura exclaimed in excitement when he found out that the main draw was Karen, the strongest unit in Girls' Corps. The girls felt conflicted somehow. Okura then declared the beginning of his gacha festival. Back in a familiar castle, Penilla and her pet wolf were eagerly feasting on a lavish dinner. They savored every bite and praised Sylvie's cooking skills. Sylvie gently scolded Penilla, reminding her to save some food for Yamada. Penilla wondered if Yamada was still in his room, and Sylvie explained that he was occupied with something. While reminding Penilla to address Yamada as their master, they suddenly heard Yamada scream in pain. Sylvie rushed to check on him. Yamada was trembling in distress because he didn't have enough magic stones for the upcoming event, leaving the girls bewildered. The two quickly found out about the box gacha event. Yamada then explained that he needed more than 1,000 magic stones to get everything from the pool. At that time, he only had 400 magic stones, and there was no guarantee of getting the main draw. Penilla argued that Yamada didn't need another unit since she and Sylvie were already stronger than before. Yamada disagreed, calling her foolish, and expressed his excitement about getting the main draw, Karen. This peculiar behavior of Yamada elicited different reactions from Sylvie and Penilla. Yamada claimed they had 48 hours left before the event would end. He wanted to find Okura and get the magic stone rewards. He reminded Penilla to do something and they promised to give it their all to succeed. Someone assured Yamada not to worry since she had already been summoned. Yamada counted on the new girl too, hoping they could finish quickly. Yamada's group then set off with the new black-haired girl following the usual trio. It was time for the highly anticipated box gacha event, where the ultimate unit Karen was the best prize. Okura, driven by excitement and the support of his companions, tapped the box on his phone screen with the power of his pointer finger. However, to his disappointment, only rare quality units continued to appear, leaving Kanon out of reach. His stock of magic stones dwindled to a single-digit number, but the elusive Kanon still hadn't appeared. The girls watched as Okura started to laugh hysterically, his emotions a mix of frustration and exhaustion. Luna, puzzled, asked what was going on. Okura, having done 16 pulls of 11 units each, was on the verge of tears, laughing and crying at the same time. After a moment, Okura managed to calm down and made up his mind to gather more magic stones. Noril, anxious, asked if he planned to start right away. Okura, determined, said it was obvious, pointing out that they only had 2 more days before the event ended. Luna, preparing for bed, wished him luck and excused herself. Noril also stepped away from the grind, but before she could leave, Okura grabbed her leg, pleading for help. He swore he would do anything they asked if they helped him gather the stones. Hearing this, Estelle chimed in, asking if the same deal applied to her and Shisuha. Shisuha, intrigued by the word anything, found it music to her ears. Growing nervous, Okura quickly clarified that he'd help with whatever they wanted, as long as it was within his ability. Estelle then proposed that she and Shisuha would assist, and asked Noril and Luna to reconsider. With a sigh, Noril admitted they had no other choice, and Luna reluctantly agreed as well. Overjoyed, Okura thanked the girls for their support. Later, in the dense orc forest, Okura instructed the group to split up, believing it would be the most efficient way to gather more magic stones. The girls handled the monsters with ease, but Okura struggled on his own. Despite the difficulty, they spent the entire day grinding until dusk settled in. Noril, seeing Okura's exhaustion, urged him to stop for the day, but the gacha-addicted protagonist refused. fixated on gathering more stones. Estelle reminded him that there was still time tomorrow, but he wouldn't relent. Frustrated, Estelle finally shouted at him to stop. Even after all their efforts and 2 more multi-pulls, Okura's luck didn't improve. He still failed to pull the ultra-rare Karen. The next day, the group kept collecting magic stones. Estelle easily burned down the monsters, while Okura acted wildly, killing them with his Excalibur. Noril suddenly stopped fighting after noticing something strange. When Okura asked what was wrong, Noril said she felt like something had been watching them the entire time. Okura also noticed there seemed to be fewer monsters appearing. Suddenly, loud noises came from nearby. Multiple orcs surrounded them and body-slammed Noril and Okura. The two were buried under the huge orcs, but Noril quickly cut through them with her sword. Okura was relieved they were okay. Noril then shouted at someone hiding, telling them to come out. A proud voice responded, and Yamada appeared with his Gacha girls. He said that no matter where Okura hid, he could always find him. Okura couldn't believe Yamada had shown up at that moment. He told Yamada he didn't have time to fight and had no reason to. Then Okura excused himself along with Noril. However, Yamada decided to create a reason to fight. He leaped forward, trying to kill Okura with a slash. Noril quickly pushed Okura out of the way to save him. Estelle then attacked Yamada with her fire magic. Sylvie blocked the magic by cutting it in half and checked to see if Yamada was okay. Estelle also went to check on Okura. Just then, Okura heard a new voice calling out to her master. A girl with long hair ran over holding a basket, excitedly saying she made tea from ingredients she found in the forest. The girl insisted that Yamada try it. Embarrassed, Yamada told her to wait until later. Okura was shocked that Yamada had another Gacha girl. Yamada smirked, claiming fate was on his side. Estelle realized Leah was like them. Frustrated, Okura agreed with Estelle and called her an ultra-rare character, the alchemist Tao. Tao noticed Okura and his group, then casually walked over and greeted them warmly, thinking they were her master's friends. Okura felt honored to meet her, but Estelle gave him a disapproving look. Yamada quickly moved toward Tao, pulling her back and scolding her because Okura was their enemy. Sylvie grew concerned about Tao's friendliness, but Yamada reassured them that Tao's abilities would be useful. He decided to take on Okura himself and handed something to Sylvie and Penilla. He told them to drink Tao's special strength potion, which would temporarily boost their fighting ability. Yamada was confident that his girls could easily overpower their enemies, capture them, and hand them over to the demons. Sylvie then activated her skill, Demonize, and Penilla activated her skill, All Out. Noril prepared for battle. Okura assured the group that they still had the advantage, even with Tao on Yamada's side. He told the girls to use their skills if necessary. Noril grew anxious knowing the consequences of using such skills. Okura, however, wanted to end things quickly so they could return to collecting magic stones. Suddenly, Sylvie appeared in front of Okura with deadly intent. Noril swiftly intercepted Sylvie's. It was like a quick draw too fast for the eye to see. The force of the enhanced attack blew away Noril's armor. Realizing it was no time to hold back, Noril activated her own skill. She then flew towards Sylvie and the two swordswomen clashed with equal strength. The impact of their blades was so powerful that Okura was thrown back by the shockwave. Noril quickly readied another slash while Sylvie used the moment to dodge the heavy attack. Noril switched to rapid strikes and Sylvie matched her speed as the two continued exchanging blows. Okura hid and suddenly realized that the forest had turned into a war zone. At that moment, Yamada found him and blasted the bushes in front of him into ashes. Seeing a figure in the smoke, Yamada slashed it in half, but it wasn't Okura. It was a slime-like decoy. Okura appeared behind Yamada, accusing him of fighting dirty by trying to backstab him. Yamada then took heavy damage from Okura's Excalibur. Okura asked why Yamada was so obsessed with going after his group, saying he was too busy and suggesting they fight another time. Even though Yamada was hurt, he got back up saying he had something important to do. He wanted to get Karen, the ultimate unit. Okura was shocked that Yamada was after the same thing. He then suggested they stop the pointless fighting and gather magic stones together. Yamada dismissed the idea, saying it was too late. He would get Karen by handing her over to the demons. Okura was surprised by Yamada's mention of demons, and asked how he knew about them. Yamada explained that the demons were seeking power from other worlds. When Okura asked what Yamada meant, Yamada didn't care and said all he wanted was to pull from the gacha. Then Yamada used a powerful spell, blasting fire onto Okura. Okura fell to his knees and collapsed face down on the ground. Yamada thought Karen would soon be his. Despite the heavy damage, Okura was still conscious. He couldn't accept that Yamada would get Karen right after Tao. Remembering Karen's smile, Okura realized he couldn't forgive Yamada for wishing for her. In a flashback, Okura recalled the first time he saw Karen's illustration. He found her cute and her abilities were considered overpowered, making her the strongest unit in the game. Okura had bet everything using his shiny credit card to try to pull Karen, but he failed to get her. Back in the present, Okura got back up and punched Yamada, shouting that Karen would be his. He argued that Yamada only wanted Karen for her strength, and he wouldn't let her fall into the hands of someone like that. Yamada fought back, yelling that he had given everything to Karen back in the real world, but she never appeared. He said Okura didn't understand his suffering. Okura realized Yamada was one of those people who failed to get her, but he still claimed Yamada's feelings couldn't surpass his own. He then headbutted Yamada, and the two continued arguing like children. Estelle asked what they were doing while Shisuha felt creeped out by the boys' behavior. Meanwhile, Sylvie and Norl were still locked in combat, both intoxicated by their own power from using their skills. On the other side, Luna easily cut down monsters in her path. She then noticed Penilla commanding the monsters with a whip, ordering them to fight. Luna realized that Penilla was leading the monsters. She quickly cut down the monster bear that Penilla was riding, but thanks to Tao, Penilla remained unharmed. Penilla insisted she could have handled it on her own and got off the bear. Tao then noticed Luna and started thinking. Looking around, she realized they were losing the battle. Penilla urged her to join the fight. Tao remembered Yamada telling her to play the support role, but she decided to use her skill. She opened a vial and drank the contents, activating her ability that multiplied the effects of any potion by 10. She then took up a martial arts stance and Luna prepared herself for the fight. Tao boasted that combining skills with the strength potion made someone 100 times stronger. However, it was too much for Tao and she collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Penilla looked worriedly at the unconscious Tao, while Luna, who had been ready for a fight, suddenly grew angry. Penilla, trembling with fear, tried slapping Tao several times to wake her up so she could deal with Luna. Suddenly, Tao grabbed Penilla's head, lifted her casually, and told her to leave things to her. Without warning, Tao launched Penilla like a cannonball straight at Luna. The impact of Penilla flying through the air even distracted the boys, who were still fighting immaturely. Seeing Penilla unconscious, Luna couldn't believe Tao had used her own ally as a weapon. Just then, Tao appeared behind Luna and attempted a surprise attack, but Luna easily defended herself. Tao then grabbed Luna, lifted her, and declared resistance futile before slamming her to the ground like a jackhammer. Shisuha, witnessing Luna getting beaten up, rushed to her aid. Estelle couldn't believe that even someone as strong as Luna was no match for Tao. Smiling, Tao stood up straight and suddenly ran toward Norl and Sylvie. Norl was shocked by the unexpected reinforcement, but to everyone's surprise, Tao attacked Sylvie instead. Sylvie was sent rolling on the ground until she lost consciousness. With a dark expression, Tao asked who was next. Yamada was stunned to see his own Gacha girls fighting each other. Penilla explained to Yamada that it was Tao's fault, confirming that she had taken her own medicine and was acting strangely. Yamada had an idea and both he and Okura used their phones to scan Tao. They discovered that she was in a berserker state. Okura asked what that meant and Yamada explained that it was a side effect of Tao's medicine. The medicine greatly boosted her stats, but in exchange she would attack both enemies and allies indiscriminately until the effects wore off. On top of that, Tao's personal skill had enhanced the effects of the medicine even further. Strike that pierced through Norl's armor. Norl fell to the ground and Okura called out to her in concern. Tao then noticed Okura and charged at him. Both Okura and Yamada panicked, immediately running away. Okura told Yamada to do something, like sacrifice himself to take the beating. Tao caught up to them quickly and struck, sending both boys rolling on the ground in pain. As Okura tried to get back up, he saw Tao preparing an energy ball, much like Goku's spirit bomb. Yamada tried to stop her, but Tao, wanting to end everything, wouldn't listen. Just when Okura braced himself for the worst, Tao suddenly froze. Her energy ball vanished and she collapsed onto the ground. Estelle calmly walked forward, feeling pleased that everything worked as she intended. Seeing Tao sleeping peacefully due to Estelle's magic, both Okura and Yamada were relieved that they had been saved. At that moment, both Okura's and Yamada's smartphones vibrated from a notification. They checked their screens simultaneously. It was an announcement that the box gacha event had ended. Okura couldn't help but sigh in disappointment, while Yamada remained unfazed, stating that he'd still get the magic stones by handing Okura over to the demons. Despite Yamada's surprise attack, he was suddenly pinned down by something that stabbed through him. Okura was shocked as Yamada collapsed unconscious in front of him. Confused, Okura asked what had just happened. Estelle pointed upward and Okura looked up to see a boy with his arms crossed, staring down at them. Luna warned Okura to be careful, saying that the boy was a vampire. The vampire gracefully landed on the ground and Okura guessed that he was one of the demons. Smiling, the vampire agreed, saying that by human definitions he could be considered a demon. Okura assumed the vampire was at a boss level of strength. Yamada regained consciousness and angrily told the vampire not to interfere. The vampire calmly asked Yamada to relax, saying he was only there to give a warning. He showed Yamada a wanted poster with Okura's face on it and questioned if Yamada really trusted the person who ordered him to abduct Okura. The vampire doubted Yamada would ever get paid. The girls, seeing Okura's face on the poster, asked worriedly if he had done something bad without them knowing. Okura quickly denied it. Yamada began to realize that he had been too focused on the Gacha event and might have misjudged the situation, now doubting whether he could trust the demons to pay him. The vampire claimed that capturing Okura was pointless, and seeing Yamada still eager to fight, offered to face him instead. Yamada felt a chill at the vampire's words. Estelle then asked why the vampire, a demon, was helping them. The vampire clarified that he wasn't interested in being their friend, but found it boring if the person who gave Yamada the order got everything they wanted. He thought it would be more entertaining with Okura and his group still around. After that, the vampire tried to leave. Okura called out, asking if the vampire was behind the strange events and if he was their enemy. The vampire responded that he had no reason to share anything but decided to reveal one thing. Not all demons were working toward the same goal. With that, the vampire disappeared into thin air. Yamada got back up and declared the battle a draw for now, but he shouted that he would be the one to get Karen in the end. Hearing this, Okura suddenly realized something. He hadn't managed to get Karen after all. Overcome with emotion, he cried his heart out. Okura sulked in bed, still upset about not being able to pull Karen. He wanted to forget everything by sleeping forever. Estelle tried to get him up, but the depressed Gacha addict mumbled that he'd do better the next day. Seeing Okura playing his game, Estelle decided to play hers. She crawled under the sheets and snuggled next to him, intending to sleep beside him. Alarmed, Okura quickly jumped out of bed, asking why she was doing that when she had only come to wake him up. Estelle nonchalantly replied that she didn't mind sleeping beside him. Sighing, Okura decided it was time to get up for real. In the living room, the girls heard the door open as Okura finally emerged from his room. He explained that Estelle had made him get out of bed. He was surprised to see Luna awake so early. Shisuha mentioned that Luna had been worried about him and woke up early because of that. Okura felt touched, realizing that Luna cared about him. Luna, trying to hide her feelings, acted tsundere, insisting that she wasn't worried at all. Everyone sat down for breakfast and began discussing the vampire. They wondered if he was behind the strange anomalies. Okura assumed the vampire had personal business with Yamada and had left afterward. Estelle remarked that it was a relief Yamada and his girls had gone back, as not everyone was in the best condition to fight at the time. Luna suddenly felt down and apologized, blaming herself for not being able to stop Tao when she was rampaging. The room fell silent until Shisuha spoke up, saying there was no need to worry since everyone ended up safe. Okura agreed with Shisuha, adding that even though they lost the gacha, they hadn't truly lost to Yamada. Noril, however, reminded him that they didn't win either. Okura then gave credit to everyone for not losing and mentioned he had received a lot of unnecessary stuff from the gacha event. As a token of gratitude, he decided to extend the house for the girls. The girls were thrilled and urged him to hurry up with the extension. Okura activated the house extension, making both the men's and women's baths much larger than before. The girls were excited at the sight, and Okura encouraged them to relax and relieve their fatigue from the recent battle. Overjoyed, the girls eagerly rushed to the new women's bath. Okura, feeling the need to rest both his body and mind, decided to take a bath too, and began preparing for a dip. Estelle agreed that they should enjoy the moment together. Just as Okura was about to agree, he froze when he saw Estelle undressing next to him. Panicking, he assumed he had accidentally entered the women's bath and rushed out to occupy the other one. However, he ended up running straight into the actual women's bath, causing the girls to scream in panic before they kicked him out. Estelle then emerged from the men's bath, asking what Okura was doing. Confused, Okura asked why Estelle had been in the men's bath. With a bright smile, Estelle explained that she wanted to deepen their bond by trying some skinship. Okura paused for a moment before firmly refusing her idea. Estelle eventually joined the women's bath, and the girls finally understood why Okura had accidentally entered their bath. Pouting, Estelle explained that she just wanted to wash Okura's back. To make up for it, Noril offered to wash Estelle's back instead. The girls then paired up, taking turns washing each other's backs before dipping into the warm water. Noril felt a sense of liberation as she soaked, and Luna agreed, praising both the bath and Okura's thoughtfulness. Shisuha was happy to see Luna enjoying herself. Luna, in turn, mischievously stared at Shisuha and decided to get even more comfortable by resting on Shisuha's cushions. Okura, from the other side, overheard Shisuha letting Luna use her cushions, much to his surprise. As they relaxed, the girls began feeling sorry for Okura. Noril suggested they should invite him to join them in the bath, but Estelle, still upset, pouted and said it seemed like Okura didn't like the idea. Shisuha agreed, stating that even a pervert like Okura wouldn't have the nerve to bathe with them. Okura, listening in, was shocked by Shisuha's remark. Luna, curious, asked if Okura was truly a pervert, and Shisuha revealed that she had found some thin books hidden in Okura's room. Flustered, Okura felt a mix of embarrassment and outrage, scolding Shisuha for searching through his things. Surprised that Okura could hear them, Shisuha paused. Estelle, now intrigued by the mention of the thin books, decided to go check them out for herself. In a panic, Okura begged the other girls to stop Estelle, but Noril informed him that she had already left. Desperate, Okura raced towards his room, still only wearing a towel from the bath. As he caught up to Estelle, Okura suddenly slipped on the wet floor and tumbled forward, accidentally pinning Estelle down in the process. Realizing what had just happened, Okura froze, while Estelle, now embarrassed, told him not to be so forceful. Flustered, Okura quickly denied any ill intentions and tried to run away, but Estelle was disappointed that he wasn't being serious. Despite this, her curiosity about the thin books remained. As Okura stammered, unable to explain himself, Estelle decided to investigate on her own. Okura, in a full panic, begged her to stop. Later, Estelle tried on some cute casual clothes and asked Okura which outfit looked better. Okura, already feeling impatient, told her not to overthink it since they were just going out for a casual hangout. From outside the room, Shisuha asked if they were ready yet, but Estelle remained unsure. Wondering if she should tie her hair differently, Okura, running out of patience, finally exploded in frustration, telling her to hurry up. Afterward, in the magic city of Kelis, Myler met up with Okura, Estelle, and Shisuha. They boarded a carriage, with Estelle apologizing for their tardiness. Myler assured her it was fine since she had just arrived as well. Okura, feeling a bit out of place, apologized for tagging along, knowing this outing was something Estelle and Myler had planned together. Myler reassured him, mentioning that Aneri's father had specifically asked to see him, so it was fine. Shisuha wondered aloud what Aneri's father wanted with Okura. Okura admitted he had no idea and that they would find out once they reached their destination. The carriage soon stopped in front of Aneri's family villa, a massive, extravagant mansion befitting a wealthy family. As they got out, Myler casually mentioned that their main residence in the capital was even larger. At that moment, a maid came to greet them, and Okura's eyes widened as he caught sight of her, particularly focused on her generously blessed cushions. Estelle, noticing his stare, glared at him, calling out his unfaithful behavior and warning him not to stare too much as it was rude. Shisuha chimed in with a teasing grin, suggesting Okura should focus on her cushions instead. Both Okura and Estelle were stunned by her boldness, leaving Estelle fuming as she called Okura's name again, demanding his attention. In a bit of a panic, Okura quickly asked the maid to lead the way. The maid gracefully guided them through the mansion until they reached Aneri's room. As soon as Aneri heard them approaching, her eyes lit up, and she burst out of her room, throwing her arms around Estelle and Myler in a big hug. Flustered, Estelle asked her not to be so sudden with the affection, but Aneri apologized with a sheepish smile. Myler reassured them, explaining that this was just how Aneri usually acted. Excitedly, Aneri invited the two girls into her room, leaving Okura and Shisuha to wait in a nearby room as directed by the maid. They sat patiently until Aneri's father, a distinguished man, arrived. He greeted them warmly, thanking Okura for coming and apologizing for making them travel all the way to his home. Okura assured him there was no need to apologize and politely asked what the matter was. Aneri's father explained that something had come up and he might need to return to Shutting soon. With this in mind, he wanted to know if it would be possible to hire Okura and his group as guards once again for the journey. Okura, having completed their work in Kalis, agreed to the request without hesitation. Aneri's father expressed his gratitude, feeling reassured to have them as protection again. He then remarked on how well Okura's group got along with his daughter, and how much they took care of his family. Okura, a little flustered by the compliment, stammered a response. Shisuha chimed in with a smile, noting that Estelle had been particularly eager to see Aneri again. Aneri's father smiled warmly, clearly touched by the bond between his family and Okura's group. Meanwhile, in Aneri's room, she was overjoyed to see Estelle and Myler again. Estelle expressed her gratitude to Myler for inviting her along, and Myler replied that she was equally happy to reunite with Estelle. Noticing how formal Estelle was being with Myler, Aneri playfully encouraged her to relax a bit. Myler, clearly flustered, tried to shift the conversation away from herself. But Aneri, curious about Estelle's life, particularly wanted to know about her relationship with Okura. Estelle, feeling a bit awkward, confessed that Okura was an important person to her. This piqued the interest of both Aneri and Myler, who asked in what way Okura was important. Estelle hesitated, unsure how to answer. Myler pressed further, asking whether Estelle viewed Okura as family or if her feelings were more romantic in nature. Faced with the question, Estelle found herself speechless, unsure of how to define her feelings. Sensing the tension, Myler sighed and shifted the conversation again, asking Estelle to describe what kind of person Okura normally was. Estelle began to share candidly, explaining that Okura was the type of person who would do anything to get what he wanted, often causing the other girls some trouble because of it. She admitted he was easily distracted by women and had a habit of deflecting when things went wrong. In short, she said, Okura was someone who stayed true to his desires. Anxious, Aneri hoped there was more to Okura and asked if there were any good traits about him. Estelle smiled and without hesitation began listing the positive things. She recounted how Okura had once bowed his head to the floor to save her from joining another adventurer's party. She shared how he would carry her when they traveled long distances, ensuring she wasn't struggling. Most importantly, whenever she was in danger, Okura was always the first to come to her aid. But above all, Estelle admired how considerate Okura could be, despite his flaws. Both Anari and Myler were taken aback by Estelle's honesty. It dawned on them that Estelle was in fact bragging about Okura, showing just how much she cared for him. Estelle, relieved by their understanding, admitted she hadn't realized how many good memories she shared with Okura until now. As the girls' conversation carried on, Estelle started to realize something deeper about her feelings. She found herself pondering whether she might actually be in love with Okura. Noticing Estelle spacing out, Anari teased her for not paying attention to the new topic. Snapping out of her thoughts, Estelle giggled and apologized, still secretly processing her growing feelings for Okura. Later in Lugan Valley, Okura, Norl, and Estelle traveled on a magic flying carpet. Norl asked if this was the place where the monsters Okura was searching for could be found. Okura said it should be. Estelle then asked if something had happened. Earlier, the guildmaster had told Okura about a rare material called magic steel, which was needed to investigate a magical tool. The material could only be obtained from a monster called Lupus Rex. The guildmaster entrusted Okura's team with the task of collecting it and offered a reward of 10 million gil. Norl was surprised by the large reward and suggested they start searching immediately. However, Okura doubted it would be easy to find the magic steel, given the high value of the reward. Still, he hoped it wouldn't be too difficult. The three soon arrived at the base of the mountains, where Okura used a beacon tool to call for Luna and Shisuha. When Luna arrived and looked around, she realized they would have to climb the mountains. When Okura asked if something was wrong, Luna started complaining that no one had told her about hiking. Shisuha reassured her and without hesitation carried Luna in her arms. Luna protested, saying she could walk on her own, but Shisuha cheerfully hiked up the mountain with her. Meanwhile, Estelle urged Okura to get moving as well. The group continued their climb until they reached a higher vantage point. Norl exclaimed how amazing the view was, and even Shisuha joined in, enjoying the moment. Okura quickly reminded them they weren't there for fun. Estelle noted that there weren't any monsters in the area, and Okura agreed, mentioning that the map app wasn't detecting any either. However, he reassured them that monsters that drop gemstones should be nearby and would show up soon. Hearing this, Shisuha suddenly became excited. Curious, Okura asked if she liked gemstones. Shisuha said it wasn't that she liked them specifically, but found them romantic. Okura was surprised that Shisuha shared this sentiment, and the two formed an unusual bond over their shared fascination with gems. Okura told everyone to take a break since they all looked tired. However, the rock he was sitting on suddenly began to shake and rumble. It grew legs and arms, throwing him to the ground. Startled, Okura quickly pulled out his phone and identified the creature as a monster called Lapis, which had a mimic skill. Realizing it was discovered, the Lapis tried to escape. Okura shouted to the girls not to let it get away, suspecting it might drop something valuable. Estelle acted quickly, using earth magic to pierce the Lapis with a spike that shot up from the ground. The Lapis shattered, leaving behind an item. Norl picked it up and announced it was just an ordinary stone. Disappointed, Okura sighed, while Estelle remarked that gems must be rare drops. Okura grew excited about hunting for more, and Shisuha shared his enthusiasm. Estelle, however, couldn't believe they had already forgotten their original goal. Meanwhile, Luna asked what happened to their break time. Okura began appraising the nearby boulders with Norl, while Shisuha enthusiastically punched every rock she came across. It didn't take long before Norl found something unusual. Okura wondered if it might be a gem, but Norl identified it as rock salt. Surprised, Okura asked how she knew, and Norl said she just had a feeling before giving it a lick to confirm. Just then, Shisuha called for Okura's attention. Seeing her bright smile, he assumed she had found what they were looking for. Proudly, Shisuha revealed a gem in her hand, announcing her discovery. Okura was stunned that someone with notoriously bad luck in gacha games found a gem first. Determined to outdo her, he vowed to find an even bigger one. The day went on as Norl continued to find more rock salt, while Shisuha discovered 3 gems so far. Meanwhile, Okura had only managed to gather plain stones. Suddenly, the ground began to shake near a nearby hill, and a massive shadow loomed over Okura and the girls. At first, they thought it might be a large rock, but Okura quickly realized it was a mountain. The hill transformed into a monstrous creature with a moai-like face. Shisuha remarked that it must have a big gem inside, prompting Okura to shoot her a sharp look. Without another word, the two raced toward the moai monster, driven by their shared excitement. They leaped at the creature together and struck it, defeating it instantly. Turning back to the others with hopeful expressions, they eagerly asked if the monster had dropped anything. Estelle examined the remains and guessed it was the magic stele they had been searching for, though it appeared to be just a stone tablet. Okura was stunned and wondered aloud if the enormous stone monster had actually been the legendary Lupus Rex. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Estelle expressed relief that their mission was complete, while Luna eagerly talked about returning home, and Noril looked forward to trying the rock salt she had collected. In the end, however, Okura had failed to find any gems. As Okura sulked, Shisuha approached him. Assuming she came over to mock him, he prepared himself for her teasing. Instead, Shisuha grabbed his hand and asked him to follow her. Estelle watched the pair quietly as they snuck off. Behind a large boulder, Okura asked what Shisuha wanted to discuss. Shisuha hesitated for a moment before finally asking him to go somewhere with her. Just the two of them. She added that he shouldn't tell the other girls. Hidden nearby, Estelle clearly overheard Shisuha's request. The next morning, Okura and Shisuha prepared to head out. Shisuha reassured the others that they would be back soon. Noril asked if it was fine for the rest of them to stay home. Okura replied that it was okay since they were only delivering the magic steel. He added that he and Shisuha planned to grind some magic stones while they were out, so he suggested the others have lunch without them. Noril nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Estelle silently watched Okura. She thought back to the secret conversation between him and Shisuha, wondering what it had been about. When Noril noticed Estelle's preoccupied look and asked if something was wrong, Estelle quickly dismissed the concern, suggesting they take it easy for the rest of the day. Later, at the Adventurers Guild, Okura and Shisuha delivered the magic steel to the Guildmaster. The Guildmaster was taken aback by how quickly they had completed the task, remarking that the journey to Lugan Valley alone usually took 10 days. Okura nervously explained that they had used a magic tool for transportation, similar to the one used by the Guild, which made the trip much faster. The Guildmaster, now understanding that Okura's abilities went beyond just his enchanted bag, recalled hearing about his uniqueness from the old Guildmaster. Despite her surprise, she was pleased that the requested item had been delivered ahead of schedule. She told Okura to collect his rewards later. Shisuha approached the Guildmaster and asked for a favor. She showed the gemstones she had gathered from the valley and explained that she wanted to turn them into accessories. The Guildmaster examined the raw gems and remarked that they weren't too bad. She did something to one of the gems, making it shine, and then commented that its level of shine didn't make it suitable for magical processing. Curious, Okura asked her what she had done. The Guildmaster explained that she simply poured mana into the gem, as gemstones from lapis would shine when infused with mana. She added that this property was often used in magical processing and was a common method to enhance the gem's clarity and shine. However, Shisuha's raw gems weren't good enough for regular processing. Intrigued, Shisuha promised to bring back better quality gems next time. She also asked the Guildmaster to introduce her to someone who could process the stones. The Guildmaster agreed and promised to refer her to a few stores. Shisuha was thrilled, and Okura enthusiastically suggested they start collecting more gemstones right away. At that moment, the Guildmaster asked if she could keep any raw gems they didn't need. Okura was surprised to learn that even the Guildmaster had an interest in gemstones. Eleonora gave him a sharp look and asked if there was anything strange about it. Okura quickly denied it, saying there wasn't a problem. From then on, Okura and Shisuha went out every day, claiming to be collecting magic stones but focusing on gathering gems. Shisuha eagerly cut down any lapis in her path, enjoying the hunt. She felt especially delighted using the SR Gacha item Magic Blade, which made hunting lapis incredibly easy. Okura was impressed to see that Shisuha had more than one specialty. She admitted that she was skilled with swords but found the magic blade lighter and more convenient than real swords. Shisuha also complimented Okura on improving his skills with Sentitabra. He agreed and demonstrated by transforming Sentitabra into a sharp blade, which he threw at a nearby lapis. He proudly remarked that it was an UR Gacha item after all. After collecting a large number of gems, they hoped to find some that were usable. During lunch, they ate the boxed meals prepared by Noril. Okura complimented the food and Shisuha agreed with his opinion. Okura then remarked that Noril seemed like a true maiden, and Shisuha appeared to share the same thought. However, Okura quickly changed his words, which made Shisuha sulk slightly. She called him rude and insisted she was a proper lady. She then suggested that Okura should act more manly, expressing sadness that his life seemed to revolve solely around thin books. Hearing this, Okura accused Shisuha of exposing him, since Estelle had recently asked him about those books. Shisuha apologized, saying she had spoken without thinking. Okura doubted her sincerity, wondering if she really felt sorry. In response, Shisuha smirked and boldly offered to let Okura feel her melons, claiming she didn't mind at all because she knew he liked larger ones. Okura froze, staring at Shisuha's smug expression and her melons. He realized she knew he wouldn't dare touch her and that she wasn't apologetic in the slightest. Deciding to turn the tables, Okura resolved to show how serious he was. Moving his hands toward her, he announced he would accept her offer. Shisuha recoiled in disgust and covered herself, prompting Okura to tease her about going back on her word. She turned away, trying to explain, but Okura pressed her to apologize so he would stop. As his hands got closer, Shisuha panicked and Okura declared he would pluck the fruits. Flustered, Shisuha finally relented, admitting it was her fault for bringing up the topic. Blushing, she stammered that Okura could touch whatever he wanted, if he dared. Okura was shocked. He asked Shisuha again if she was really okay with it, emphasizing that he would actually do it. Shisuha firmly declared that a priestess never went back on her word. She fired back, accusing Okura of being a coward for hesitating to show what he was capable of. Okura, determined, moved his hands forward. Both of them froze, their faces flushing red. However, Okura's hands stopped short of touching the so-called holy melons. His hands refused to move any further, and he quickly backed off. He sat back down, turning his back to Shisuha, and suggested they end their petty argument. Shisuha agreed and apologized for being childish. Okura acknowledged that Shisuha often spoke without thinking, but he reassured her that he didn't mind. Shisuha then promised she wouldn't keep her mouth shut if she discovered more embarrassing things about him. Okura sighed and asked her to stop digging through his thin books altogether. Later that night, back at home, the two discussed their next steps. Luna greeted them as they arrived, noting how late they had returned. They explained that they had been delayed by unexpected circumstances. Luna observed with a knowing smile that they seemed closer than before. Startled, the two denied it, insisting nothing had changed. Luna gave them a suspicious look and asked if they were planning something in secret. Flustered, they assured her it was nothing and told her not to worry. Though unconvinced, Luna let the matter drop and left them alone. Once she was out of earshot, Okura clenched a gem and reminded Shisuha not to be so picky anymore. He urged her to take the gem to the processor quickly before they were found by the other girls. Okura and Shisuha went to the store the guildmaster had recommended, and it appeared to be a place for magical processing. However, it was smaller than they had expected. Still, it had the right atmosphere. The two entered the shop and looked around. Shisuha found some samples that she thought were pretty. Okura asked if Shisuha still planned to buy necklaces, but Shisuha thought a bracelet would suit Luna better, making it a difficult choice. She then asked Okura about his choice, and he admitted he hadn't decided yet. He asked for Shisuha's opinion on what Estelle would like. Without hesitation, Shisuha suggested a ring, saying Okura should have known that. Okura remembered how happy Estelle had been when he gave her a ring before. However, he worried it might cause confusion if she thought it was an engagement ring. Just then, someone asked if Okura was buying something for his girlfriend. They froze, staring at the shopkeeper. Shisuha blushed and grabbed Okura's arm, feeling embarrassed to be called his girlfriend. Okura quickly denied it, insisting they were not lovers. Shisuha remarked that Okura wouldn't have reacted so strongly if it weren't true. The shopkeeper then asked if they were looking to process raw materials. Okura showed the raw gems they had, and the shopkeeper appraised them. She commented that the gems had high magical acceptance and were of high quality. She said they could make very beautiful accessories from them. Okura asked Shisuha for her opinion on the shop. Shisuha admired the beautiful accessories on display and agreed to let the shop process their gems. They ordered a bracelet and a ring. The shopkeeper, knowing it was a surprise gift, asked if they knew the sizes of the recipients. Okura blanked for a moment and realized he didn't know Estelle's ring size. He became worried, having kept silent about it the whole time. Shisuha could sense Okura's genuine concern and suggested they tell the girls about the gifts. She said a surprise would be nice, but she thought Luna would be happier if she could choose the type of accessory. Okura asked if Shisuha would be fine with that. The shopkeeper then stepped in, offering a suggestion if they really wanted to keep the presents a surprise. She began giving them instructions. 3 days after placing the order for processing, Okura and Shisuha returned home. They noticed that no one was there to welcome them. Shisuha quickly ran toward Luna's room and wished Okura good luck. Left alone, Okura had no choice but to gather his courage. He knocked on Estelle's door and she told him it was open. Okura entered and Estelle greeted him warmly. He then asked where Norel was, and Estelle explained that the knight had gone out to play with Moffat. Estelle noticed that Okura seemed uneasy. He insisted that he wasn't nervous, but he kept fidgeting. Eventually, he handed Estelle a present. Surprised by the cute box, Estelle teasingly asked if it was for her but playfully denied it, pretending to be shy. Okura confirmed that it was indeed for her, and Estelle was surprised. She asked if she could open the gift, and Okura told her to go ahead. Slowly, Estelle unraveled the ribbons, and when she opened the box, her eyes widened as a gem inside gleamed brightly, making the box seem like a treasure chest. Okura explained that it wasn't finished yet. He wanted to turn it into an accessory but wasn't sure what Estelle would prefer. He suggested they visit a shop later, but Estelle wasn't listening. When he waved his hand in front of her, she snapped back to reality and finally realized why Okura and Shisuha had been acting so secretly lately. Okura explained that Shisuha had suggested getting Estelle something in return for the necklace. Estelle was shocked that Shisuha had said that and fell silent. Okura began to worry, wondering if the gift was not suitable. Estelle quickly reassured him, saying she was extremely happy because the gem had been picked out by Okura. She added that she was so happy that she felt like something might burst out. Okura didn't quite understand, but was relieved that Estelle liked the gift. Okura tried to excuse himself and reminded Estelle that they should go to the shop together later. Estelle ran after him, asking him to wait. Okura asked what was wrong, and Estelle told him to lean over for a moment. She then stood on tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. After stepping back, she giggled, feeling proud that she had finally done it. With a new expression on her face, Estelle thanked Okura and promised to treasure the accessory as if it were Okura himself. Okura stood stunned in the hallway, unable to speak. He touched his cheek and wondered what had just happened. A few days later, Norel confronted Okura, complaining that she was the only one left out. Okura asked what she meant, and Norel explained that both Estelle and Luna had received presents. She said she was also a maiden and wanted to enjoy things like the other two. Okura rummaged through his pockets and gave Norel a handful of rock salts. Norel claimed she wouldn't let him off that easily. Okura couldn't believe that food didn't sway her this time. He ran for his life as Norel threw the rock salts at him, shouting that she also wanted gems. Okura promised he would give them to her and asked for her forgiveness. That is the end of the recap at chapter 68. Please read the pinned comment about the next part.